Cuss it, Sansa uttered inside the lavish powder room. After a lot of consideration, she finally decided to dispatch her top assassin, codenamed Flower Thief, to take care of the urgency that she felt breathing down her neck. Having reached a decision, Sansa made a grimoire call, calling Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf reporting, "Your Highness." Grey Wolf, who was deep in the way beyond executing a priority task, Blessed Spring, immediately answered the grimoire call after reading the name of the caller. Abort the current mission. Return to the southern border and be on standby for the coordinates for the new mission. Sansa did not waste any time and directly gave Grey Wolf his new orders. Yes, Your Highness. Grey Wolf complied immediately and then added, Madam, what about the current mission? If we miss this window, we will not get another chance until next year. I know stealing the Blessed Spring takes priority, but your unfinished job down south takes more priority. There is a pawn in the field who will soon be contacting you with the mission coordinates and to update you about the mission. This pawn has outlived his value. Dispose of him after the compilation of the mission. And remember, I want the priority task SOB cleared. This time failure will not be tolerated. Sansa replied, making it clear to Grey Wolf that she had no choice but to abort the priority task, Blessed Spring. The reason Sansa had to weigh her priorities was that the Blessed Spring only appeared once a year in the depths of the way beyond. The water from the Blessed Spring has high demand in the market as they were an S-rank ingredient used in the creation of the Soul Energy Refining Pill. As the name suggests, these pills help Card King and Higher Realm Card Apprentice refine their soul energy. This ingredient has a demand among the high-ranking Card Apprentice because in the higher realm, practicing active soul control further requires pure soul energy. The high purity of soul energy will greatly affect the speed of the Card Apprentices practicing their active soul control. Therefore, as an organization filled with Card Kings, Emperors, and semi-demigods, the Matron's Paw clan needed to stock up their supply of blessed water from the Blessed Spring. Thanks to Flower Thief's origin card, stocking up on blessed water had become a lot easier, but now Matron had to give up on it, because she felt that finishing the priority task, SOB, took priority over the priority task, Blessed Spring. Your Highness, thank you for giving us another opportunity to rectify our mistakes. Grey Wolf had no choice but to thank Sansa humbly. He has been looking forward to raiding the Blessed Spring with the help of Flower Thief's ability, but the situation has changed. And as the slave of his master, he had no choice but to go with the flow. Grey Wolf knew the only reason he and his squad survived the wrath of the Matron despite their failure to kill the priority target SOB was because of the presence of the codename Flower Thief. If not for Flower Thief's sense of belonging to their squad, Matron would have disposed of Grey Wolf and his squad despite their merits so far. After all, creating a new squad from scratch to calm Flower Thief's nerves would be a hassle. Good. I am busy now. I will contact you again after resolving the situation here. Hanging up the grimoire call, Sansa walked out of the fancy power room and headed toward the main dining hall where her demigod husband was entertaining a guest. The powder room was the only place inside and around the mansion where she can expect her husband not to spread his divine sense, giving her the privacy she required to conduct her business as the matron. Walking down the hall, Sansa entered a grand dining hall. In the middle of it was a large, lavish dinner table with a generous spread. The table was occupied by two men, one young and a middle-aged. The young male had a divine air surrounding him. He appeared to be the main attraction of the room despite all the luxurious decoration in the hall. As for the middle-aged man, he looked like all the troubles of the world were weighing on his shoulders. The young man was none other than demigod Baylor. Watching his wife enter the dining hall, he let out an elegant smile. In response to it, a gentle smile blossomed on Sansa's face. Then demigod Baylor turned to face the middle-aged man and said, Now that Sansa is here, let me get straight to point of this brunch, uncle. Sansa, who was lost in the elegance of her husband's smile, came back to reality when she heard her husband address the middle-aged man as uncle. The middle-aged man was none other than her late friend's father. She did not like the fact that her husband was still in touch with this man, and adding to that he addressed him as uncle, but she could only let go of her anger and be happy that her husband had finally stopped calling this middle-aged man father-in-law. Loosening her clenched fist, Sansa greeted the middle-aged man with a gentle smile. Uncle, it has been quite a while since you last visited here. Did you perhaps forget about this daughter of yours? No, how could I? I have been busy attending to family affairs, the middle-aged man humbly answered. Looking at beautiful Sansa, Kelvin Duskborn couldn't help but reminisce about his lovely daughter. Sansa and his daughter were best of friends. They were so close that Sansa would sometimes address Kelvin as father, and he would treat her as his second daughter. But after the incident with his daughter, Kelvin purposefully avoided contact with Sansa because she reminded him of the life his daughter missed out on. He wasn't angry at Sansa, but only sad for his daughter. Uncle, I am sorry about Ellen. I heard what happened. Sansa gave her condolence to the Kelvin, more like rubbing salt on his wounds. Sansa, I had only one daughter, and she died the day she decided to betray the family. As Kelvin spoke those words, his heart ached. Having cultivated to the Card Emperor realm, he still couldn't give his only daughter the life she deserved. Despite all that love for his daughter, Kelvin said those cruel words in front of Sansa because of the same reason he sat by and watched his family remove his only daughter's name from the family ancestry book. I am sorry, uncle, but I think you should cut Ellen some break. No matter what she did, she loved you. Sansa seemed to be defending her late friend, but her words added to Kelvin's pain, and she knew it better than anybody else. She was enjoying it. The only reason she had left this old man alive was to satisfy this particular sadistic side of hers. Not just Kelvin, but from the corner of her eye, Sansa saw her husband's expression turn complex and him trying hard to maintain a poker face. Sansa did not mind. After all, she won. Sansa may have left Ellen and her family alone if her husband had not gone behind her back to help Kelvin aid his daughter Ellen. Nah, she probably would still end up hunting Ellen down just for the sake of entertainment. Sansa wasn't done there. She continued to add, I heard Ellen has a son and he is up to no good. Is it true? Yes. The family wanted to forgive his mother's crime and invite him back into the family, but it seems fate wouldn't have it, Kelvin said expressionlessly. Kelvin knew the truth behind these words, but he chose to use the answer the family used to uphold their appearance. Only he knew how much willpower it took for him to stop himself from breaking the family orders and reach out to his grandson. I heard that he is quite a fraudster, and he was caught trying to cheat the Southern Emperor. Sansa was enjoying the look on her husband and Kelvin's face. Clearly they were not happy to talk about how Ellen and her only progeny ended up. I don't know what really happened, but it seems to be true since the Duskborn family has announced the same. Kelvin decided to continue to answer Sansa with what he had answered to his friends and other acquaintances. Sansa, now that you have brought up this topic, I have good news to add to it. Demigod Baelor finally spoke. Hearing him, Sansa panicked from inside, but her expression remained as usual, and with an elegant smile she asked, What is it, honey? Hearing Sansa address him so dearly, Demigod Baelor's expression became odd. Despite 2 decades of their marriage, Demigod Baelor was still not used to Sansa calling him endearingly. He still had trouble seeing Sansa as anything more than a friend. He knows that he isn't doing justice to Sansa this way, but when he explained this to Sansa before their marriage, she said she was happy with just getting to see his face every morning. As for his feelings for her, he can cultivate it slowly with time. She had no problem waiting. 2 decades of waiting, and there was no noticeable progress. Uncle, if you don't mind, I would like to adopt Ellen's child and raise him as my own, Demigod Baelor said with great resolve. Hearing Demigod Baelor asking to adopt Ellen's only child, a small explosion took place in both Kelvin and Sansa's minds alike. Despite their surprise, Kelvin and Sansa maintained their calm, not letting their real thoughts surface on their faces. Especially Sansa, who wanted the boy dead. Demigod Baelor, haven't you heard? The Duskborn family and that boy have no connection whatsoever. So there is no point in you asking for my permission. You do what feels right to you. Kelvin was overjoyed to hear Demigod Baelor's proposal, but he couldn't show it outside, and chose to reply with a neutral tone, as if this matter did not concern him. But in his heart, he was happy that his grandson would finally get everything he deserved. I will support your decision no matter what, honey. Hearing her husband's proposal, Sansa was not without words. She had a lot to say, all right. But knowing that there was nothing she could say to change her husband's decision, Sansa decided to go along with it, and felt damn good about her decision to abort the priority task, bless Spring, and focus on the priority task, Asobi. On the surface, Sansa planned to agree with her husband, but behind the scenes, she planned to delay him from reaching out to the boy, buying enough time for her people to assassinate the boy. Hearing Sansa agree with his decision, Demigod Baylor felt more guilty towards Sansa. But thinking that Ellen and Sansa were best of friends, he thought this was what Sansa wanted. Hearing Kelvin's response, which basically said he did not care, Demigod Baylor was not satisfied with it. Because Demigod Baylor knew Kevin was just putting up a front. He felt Kelvin should be honest about his thoughts. After all, he was among friends. Therefore, Demigod Baylor looked at Kelvin and said, "Uncle, please be honest about your thoughts. You are among friends. In here you don't have to keep giving neutral answers as you do outside. If there is anything I can help with, please tell me. I will help you to the best of my abilities." Demigod Baylor, if you put it that way. I do have one request to ask of you, but I don't want to trouble you. Glancing at Sansa, Kelvin finally opened up to Demigod Baylor. "Uncle, please don't hesitate. Tell me what you need. I will see through it to the best of my abilities." Demigod Baylor let out a gentle smile, seeing Kelvin finally deciding to open up to him. "Since you asked," Kelvin sighed, reminiscing the past, and then with a heavy heart opened up about the thing weighing his mind as Demigod Baylor asked him to. "It is about my illegitimate daughter, Kathy." "What now?" Demigod Baylor was not surprised to hear Kelvin had an illegitimate daughter. The scandal about the Card Emperor Kelvin Duskborn impregnating a maid of the Duskborn family was the talk of the capital a few decades ago. What surprised Demigod Baylor was Kelvin bringing up his illegitimate daughter out of the blue. Clearly, they were talking about Kelvin giving him his blessing to adopt his grandson. Where did this come from? From what I have heard from my family members who visited Ellen's son in the southern region, it appears Kathy is the current guardian of Ellen's son. If you plan to adopt him, you will have to talk to my second daughter Kathy about it, Kelvin announced despite knowing that what he said wasn't true. Kathy wasn't Ellen's son's guardian, but Kelvin hoped this way Kathy could share Ellen's son's luck to use Demigod Baylor to overcome the disaster clouds hovering toward her. Ellen was in touch with her stepsister? Sansa asked Kelvin. Sansa had long known about Kelvin's illegitimate daughter, but she left her alone as her existence never crossed Sansa's mind. But now with Kelvin's reminder, the name Kathy was added to Sansa's fun list. "Yes," Kelvin answered, and turned to look at Demigod Baylor, awaiting his response. Though Kelvin's hands were tied by Duskborn family rules, he was still an old fox who had reached the Card Emperor realm. He knew a thing or two about manipulating people to get his way. All he wanted was for Demigod Baylor to take Kathy under his asylum along with his grandson. As for Demigod Baylor, he was thinking about how to convince Kathy to let him adopt Ellen's son as his own. He did not plan to get his way using his demigod status. If he had such a mindset, he would have forced Ellen to marry him instead of letting go of her and helping her find her love. "Uncle, tell me about Kathy." Demigod Baylor planned to get to know what kind of person Kathy was, and then depending upon his findings he could think of a strategy to convince her to let him adopt Ellen's son. Kathy is a very independent and smart girl. From a small age, she started living for others. Her mother would often fall ill, and the poor girl grew up with the responsibility of taking care of her sick mother. After her mother, if Ellen hadn't reached out to her, that's all in the past. As for the present, Kathy's study on dungeons has been recognized by the Morningstar University, and they have offered her a job. She starts working there in 3 months. Kelvin, as a doting father, had a lot of good to say about his second daughter, but remembering the hardship she had to face because of his incompetence was painful for him, so he directly skipped to her current situation. Sansa was surprised to hear that Ellen had helped her stepsister achieve her dreams despite her own difficulties. But still she did not let her hate for Ellen show on her face and maintained a neutral but impressed expression on her face. "Uncle, what is going on? Please don't use these tricks with me. Considering your circumstance, I am willing to look past this. But you have to come clean. Tell me what's going on." Demigod Baylor suddenly questioned Kelvin. Yes, he was trusting but not a naive fool to believe everything. If his memories serve right, Ellen's son was a legal adult, so there was no need for him to ask Kathy permission to adopt Ellen's son. He could directly ask the boy, yet Kelvin brought up his illegitimate daughter into this. That to be a reason. Demigod Baylor was willing to help Kelvin but not be used by him. Out of respect for the past that they shared together, Demigod Baylor was willing to look past Kelvin's little harmless scheme. Sigh. Hearing Demigod Baylor, Kelvin let out a sigh and shook his head in helplessness. Seeing this, Demigod Baylor said, "You could not trick me back, then neither could you now. Not to mention, I am no longer a rookie Card Emperor working under you, but a demigod." Yes, Cut a break for this old man for trying, all right? You know how it is. I cannot bad-mouth my own family, right? Kelvin said, appearing to be helpless. Seeing this, Demigod Baylor let out an elegant smile and said, "Since when did that ever stop you from complaining and bad-mouthing your family, Captain? Brat, I remember the first time you saw a supreme being. You almost pissed your pants. And now look at you. You are being hailed as the youngest demigod." Lost in the moment, Kelvin stopped addressing Demigod Baylor politely. Instead, he addressed him as the rookie who had just joined his squad at the Way Beyond. "Captain, if not for you, my achievement today would not be possible. So, please tell me what is troubling you." Demigod Baylor looked at Kelvin with worry in his eyes. Yes, he was worried for his captain. According to Demigod Baylor, his captain was the most duty-bound but tragic man he had ever known. In order to maintain his honor, he lost everything and still was, but even now this man continues to choose his honor. "Brat, don't you look at me with those eyes if you don't want to get punched in the face by this old man. I made a choice that day, and I will carry both the honor and regret that comes along with it." Kelvin was a card emperor and had the pride of a card emperor. He wouldn't let anybody look at him with pity, especially not his junior. "Fine, but let me shoulder some of it with you." Demigod Baylor did not mind Kelvin's words. Their relationship was beyond what 100 words could explain. Sansa looked at the two fully grown men getting all emotional, reminiscing about their past, and cringed. She wanted to leave, but couldn't. This relationship between her husband and Kelvin was one of the other reasons she did not kill Kelvin. In some way, Kelvin was her husband's emotional rock. If something were to happen to him, then her husband would lose it and scorch the search to find peace and revenge. "Those bastards, I gave up on my daughter for them, and now they are after my second daughter and grandson." Kelvin cussed out his problem thanks to Demigod Baylor's persistence. "What do you mean, Captain?" Demigod Baylor understood that the Duskborn family was up to something nefarious once again. "Remember I spoke about Kathy's research on dungeons? Apprentice, a few days ago, one of the researchers at the Morningstar University conducted tests and found evidence to support her theory, though there are still many voices of doubt surrounding it. The results show that Kathy's research is promising. Her research had stumbled upon something big. Earlier, when Kathy's research had yet to show any promise, the family wanted to welcome Kathy back to the family because she got a job at Morningstar University, but now once Kathy joins the family, they plan to force her to marry one of the males in the family and make her research theirs. Those greedy bastards back home will not hesitate to stoop to any level as long as it benefits them. Kelvin explained what was troubling him. "Captain, has Kathy agreed to return to the family?" Demigod Baylor asked, because if Kathy becomes the part of Duskborn family, then there wasn't much he could do to help Kelvin. "No, that girl hates the Duskborn family to her bones for what they did to her mother, her, and her sister. Within 3 months, she will be leaving to work at Morningstar University. She has nothing to gain from joining the family. Instead, it would only add more restraint to her." Kelvin answered Demigod Baylor. "Then, what is the problem?" Demigod Baylor did not understand. With Morningstar University backing Kathy, why was his captain worried for her? They planned to invoke the family martial law and drag Kathy and Ellen's kid back to the family. Kelvin finally spoke about the real problem here. "What? Family martial law? Based on what basis? Didn't they already announce that they had nothing to do with Ellen's son?" Demigod Baylor couldn't help but wonder what right did the Duskborn family have to invoke family martial law? After all, they were the ones who kicked Kathy and her nephew's parents out of the family even before they were born. So what reason could they be planning to use to forcefully drag Kathy and Ellen back into the family? They did. But now they plan to bring back Ellen's son to the family as a sinner who has brought shame to the family name, to atone for his crime by kneeling in front of the family ancestor statues. In Kathy's case, they plan to claim her as the family property. According to them being born to Duskborn's family maid, Kathy was the Duskborn family's property. Kelvin explained how the Duskborn family planned to force Kathy and her nephew back into the family. "Those laws still exist? I thought the new regime got rid of them." Demigod Baylor was furious after hearing what the Duskborn family was up to. "I don't know about that, but the family plans to proceed in that direction. I am not worried about Ellen's kid. From what I hear, the Southern royal family seems to have taken fancy to him. Kathy is the one I am worried about." Despite the Duskborn family trying their best to keep him from the truth, Kelvin had his way of gathering information. He did not want to repeat the tragedy of his eldest daughter. How can I help? Demigod Baylor asked. Help Kathy reach the Morningstar University. As for the rest, they will handle it. Kathy was safe as long as she was in the South and the Central Academic region, because the Duskborn family had zero influence there, and their schemes wouldn't work there, but the same could not be said when Kathy would be commuting from South to the Central Academic region. That is when the Duskborn family plans to apprehend Kathy and Ellen's son under the guise of the family martial law. That is it, Demigod Baylor said in surprise, but considering his captain's demeanor, this was expected. Shaking his head, Demigod Baylor asked Kelvin, what about Ellen's son? I want to adopt him. Give me your blessings. Adopting Ellen's son, now that is going to be difficult. I hear that the Southern royal family has taken a special interest in him. If you want to adopt him, then take it up with them and Ellen's son himself. Kelvin said that, but he was worried about the Southern royal family's interest in his grandson. Demigod Baylor was strong, but he was alone and not enough to go against the entire Southern royal family. Therefore, Kelvin did not want to give his junior a lot of trouble. Southern royal family? How is Ellen's son related to them? What kind of mess did that kid get himself into? Demigod Baylor's brows frowned, thinking, why was it getting so complicated to adopt a child? Hey, with the family restricting my actions, this is all I could get. If you want to adopt Ellen's kid, rest is up to you. Kelvin's movement was heavily monitored and restricted by the Duskborn family. If not for the few family juniors who still respect him, providing him with the information, he would be blind to what the family was planning. Good. I will take this as you giving me your blessing to adopt Ellen's kid. I will head to the South right away. The involvement of the Southern royal family did not stop Demigod Baylor from following through with his decision of adopting his unrequited love's child. Honey, I support your decision, but you have to get your facts straight before you jump in. I don't want you to be blindsided, that is all. After all, it is the Southern royal family that we are talking about. Let me check what the actual situation is before you act, Sansa said immediately after hearing her husband say that he would go meet the kid right away. With that, she wasn't done. She turned to signal Kelvin, asking him to help her talk her husband out of doing something rash. Brat, don't be hasty. Listen to your wife. First, do the due diligence. After all, it is the Southern royal family we are talking about. Kelvin said this, but was happy in his heart. He did not judge his junior wrong. Sigh, his daughter did not have the fate to be with him. Looking at the cluster of soul pathways resembling the soul pathway arrangement of Agatha, hiding in my shadow, I said, you are here early. I had to. Your sugar mama was kicking up a fuss. Agatha complained in dissatisfaction that Anna chased her out of the warehouse without letting her savor the delicious pancake breakfast that she had cooked. Stop whining. If you want to whine and mop, then go find yourself a capable sugar daddy to whine to. I was in no mood to hear how overprotective Anna taught Agatha 1 or 2 lessons about being a bodyguard. You rude jerk, Agatha uttered and then asked, how did you find me? Agatha was surprised to see her protectee, found her hiding in his shadows in mere seconds. Even her semi-demigod colleagues had a hard time noticing her presence when she used her card-haunted shadow, yet her card soldier realm protectee was able to sense her presence in seconds. Agatha was impressed and couldn't help but think that this little protectee of her never ceased to impress her. If only he were not so rude. Sigh, guess all genius have their quirks. You hid your presence pretty well, but once you entered my shadow, the vibration of soul pathways in my surroundings changed, especially the vibration of the soul pathways of my shadow. With what you reminded me about your card's ability, it wasn't hard for me to guess that the change in the vibration of the surrounding was because of you. I explained to Agatha, hoping that she understands that her card was not invincible. Many prominent card creationists and array master were sensitive about soul pathways, so for them, feeling Agatha's presence among them through the change in the vibrations of the soul pathways in their surrounding was possible. Theoretically, detecting Agatha's presence through the change in the vibration of the soul pathways in the surrounding was easy, but for it to be put into practice, the said card creationist or array master had to be very good at sensing the soul pathways. Even with the Gorbat Earbone card, it would be hard for them to discern the minute disturbances and changes in the soul pathway. After all, there was a limit to how much a D-rank card could do. There were other high-grade card ingredients with similar abilities, but they were scarcer and highly regulated than the D-rank Gorbat Earbone and Core. Yet, I was able to put this into practice because the ability I extracted from Gorbat and added to my Calamity Soul gem had undergone baptism, and its capability had risen considerably to match that of the soul pupils. So, it was just a guess, and I gave myself away, Agatha said after hearing my explanation of how I was able to find her. It was the opposite of the lesson I wanted her to learn about her card. Yes, pretty much. I gave up on trying to help Agatha understand what I was implying with my explanation. I had already said what there was to be said. How much Agatha will learn from it was up to her. Well, I did not know that card creationists and array masters were capable of this. Thanks, by the way. It seems I was worrying for nothing. Agatha did get what I was trying to imply. Don't mention it, I said. Then after a pause I added, Hey Agatha, what do you know about gaining a physique or a trait after breaking into card overlord realm? Why do you ask me and not your sugar mama? Was she not willing to answer you? Agatha didn't directly answer my question, but instead savored the moment by taking cheap shots at my ambiguous relationship with Anna. I did want to ask Anna about gaining a physique or a trait after breaking into card overlord realm at our breakfast date earlier, but I couldn't bring myself to do that. Anna. She seemed to be enjoying the breakfast, and I did not want to ruin it by bringing work to it. Leave it. I will find somebody else to ask about it. Angry? Good, Agatha commented, adding, I didn't say that I was not willing to talk about it. Ask, what do you want to know? I ignored Agatha and continued to fiddle with my grimoire. Seeing the young card creationist ignore her, Agatha was annoyed and began her monologue on gaining a physique or a trait after breaking into the card overlord realm. She did not care if the rude high schooler was listening to her or not. It is indeed possible to gain a physique or a trait after breaking into card overlord realm, but there are two conditions to be satisfied to achieve that. Seeing still no reaction from the card creationist, Agatha continued with her explanation. The conditions to be met to gain a physique or a trait after breaking into card overlord realm are 1. Forging your ego gem in the card lord realm before trying to break into the card overlord realm. This step is mandatory as the second step is impossible without an ego gem, and because the physique and trait to be gained have a lot to do with the card apprentice's ego gem. 2. Achieving ultimate mastery in one of the rule meanings, as the acquired physique or trait will be derived from this rule meaning. If these two conditions are met, one can gain a physique or a trait after breaking into card overlord realm. Agatha paused to see if her explanation had managed to intrigue the rude high schooler, but it did not. His eyes seemed to be glued to his grimoire. Letting out a sigh, Agatha continued, as she did not have the habit of leaving things halfway through. The physique and traits gained vary depending upon the talent and rule meaning comprehended by the card apprentice. Since you have already formed your ego gem, it will be easier for me to explain this to you. Hey, come on, speak to me. You damned rude bastard. What about all the time you were rude to me? Did I not forgive you with a big heart? Agatha finally cracked to the silent treatment from the rude high schooler. This was unlike her sophisticated retainer front when they first met. Agatha was used to talking to ABA when she hid in her shadows for hours. Now it has become a habit. Well, I don't have a big heart like yours, I said sarcastically. Hearing me finally speak up, Agatha went quiet. Shaking my head thinking, what is wrong with these people? They are hundreds of years old and still keep acting like children. I guess I will have to live it to understand them. Have it your way. How do a card apprentice's talent and their comprehended rule meaning affect the physique or trait gained for stepping into the card overlord realm? Letting out a sigh, I indulged Agatha and asked her about the factors affecting the quality of the physique or trait gained. Good. First, you have to know that all the physique and trait that are not gained during the contracting of a grimoire, but gained after forming the contract with the grimoire through various means, are called acquired physique or trait. Agatha did not overplay her hand this time around. Having learned her lesson, Agatha stuck to explaining acquired physique and traits and the factors affecting them. In case of the factors affecting the physique and trait acquired by stepping into card overlord realm are the card apprentice's talent and the rule meaning they comprehended. By talent, I mean the synchronization rate of the card apprentice's ego gem. Remember how I said the physique or trait gained was mostly about the ego gem forged by card apprentice? Well, this was it. For example, if a card apprentice's ego gem synchronization rate is low, yet he somehow managed to comprehend a rule meaning to ultimate mastery before stepping into the card overlord realm, No matter how capable the comprehended rule meaning was, the said card apprentice was going to get a low-level physique or trait. This was because the physique or trait was said to come from the world will. So a low synchronization rate means the card apprentice has a low connection with the world will. This meant that no matter his achievements in the rule meaning comprehension, he would be getting a low-rank physique or trait due to his ego gem having a low connection with the world's will. Now, that's a pity. I said, hearing that the achievements in the rule meaning comprehension did not matter. It was the synchronization rate of the card apprentice's ego gem that mattered the most. I know, right? It is not easy for a card apprentice with a low synchronization rate to comprehend a rule meaning to the ultimate realm before stepping into the card overlord realm. But if you understand how the world will bestow the physique and traits, you will know that world's will is not at fault here. Consider the connection between the world will and the card apprentice as a tunnel. The wider and spacious the tunnel, the bigger vehicles can move from the world to the card apprentice. In case the tunnel was narrower and congested, then only small vehicles can move from the world to the card apprentice. Therefore, no matter the achievement in rule meaning comprehension by a card apprentice with a low synchronization rate, they will be awarded a low-rank physique or a trait. But in the case of the card apprentice with a high synchronization rate, their achievement in rule meaning comprehension matters, as depending upon their achievement in rule meaning comprehension, the world would award them with a varying rank of physique or a trait. Agatha explained how the card apprentice with high synchronization rate had more choice when it came to the matter of the rank of the physique or trait granted to them by the world. Hearing Agatha's explanation of how the synchronization rate affected the physique and trait acquired by stepping into the card overlord realm, I nodded in understanding. No wonder Anna was so proud of her synchronization rate, and could not help but feel that I had hit a jackpot with Calamity's soul gem when it comes to this matter. Wyatt, if you don't mind me asking, what is your synchronization rate? Hiding in the young card creationist's shadow, Agatha monitored his expressions as she explained the effect of the ego gem's synchronization rate. Though the young card creationist had a strong poker face, his micro-expressions in response to her explanation gave him away. If the young card creationist had a low synchronization rate, then he would have complained about unfairness. Instead, he showed an expression of pity, not the joy of having a high synchronization rate, but a pity for the people with a low synchronization rate. This response of the young card creationist made Agatha curious about how high the young card creationist's synchronization rate was for him to not celebrate, but show pity for the rest, so could not help but ask him directly. Not high enough, I replied to Agatha's question. Huh, does that mean you have a high synchronization rate? Well, how much is it? I will tell you mine in exchange for yours, Agatha offered. Not interested. I shot down Agatha's offer without even considering it, as I had more to lose than to gain by taking her up on her offer. Don't be such a miser, Agatha pestered, but seeing it not work, she gave up, saying, whatever, you miser. Enough with that. How does the rule meaning we comprehended affect the rank of the physique or trait we acquire by stepping to the card overlord realm? I asked Agatha to quit playing around and continue with her explanation on how, apart from synchronization rate, rule comprehended by the card apprentice can also affect the rank of the physique and trait acquired. Common conception was that there were no strong or weak rules and meanings. This does not work for me. As far as I am concerned, there were two types of rules, useful ones and the rest. I found differentiating the rules based on their usefulness to a card apprentice convenient and more understandable. After hearing Agatha say that the rule meaning we comprehend affects the rank of the physique and trait we require stepping into the card overlord realm, my idea of the rules became firm and more resolved than before, because if a said rule meaning cannot give a good physique or trait, then its usefulness is questionable. I am getting to it. Why do you have to act so uptight? As if indulging in a little foolhardy will cost you a fortune, seeing that I continued to remain silent about my ego gem synchronization rate. Agatha was annoyed and called out to me, saying I am being too uptight. Hearing that, I couldn't help but think, as a semi-demigod, you should be more uptight with a junior and not act like whatever this is. As if Agatha had heard my inner monologue, she coughed and then continued with the explanation. This time around, her voice was not as laid back as before and sounded more serious, making me wonder if Agatha had heard my inner monologue. Agatha, who was hiding in the shadow of her protectee, glanced into his eyes and felt them questioning her. Where is your majesty as semi-demigod? Feeling this, Agatha could not help but think she was getting overly friendly and familiar with this rude high schooler, and could not help but wonder why was that. Was it the charm of his rudeness? Shaking her head and letting go of useless thoughts, Agatha continued with an explanation in a severe tone. When I said that the rule meaning we comprehend affects the rank of the physique and trait we require stepping into the card overlord realm, I meant the rule affinity between card apprentice and a rule. It is not that the rules themselves discriminate between their card apprentice, but the affinity of a rule with the said card apprentice was what affected the physique and trait they would acquire stepping into the card overlord realm. Since you have forged an ego gem, you should know what rule affinity is, right? It is nothing but the rules you feel the first time you enter the one with the world state. Those rules are the rules which have the most affinity with you. If you comprehend one of those rules to ultimate mastery before breaking through to the card overload realm, then depending upon your synchronization rate, you will be able to extract the maximum benefit concerning the physique or trait you were supposed to gain stepping into the card overlord realm. Hearing that it wasn't the rules themselves being partial, but their affinity with the said card apprentice was what that affected the physique or trait they gain, I couldn't help but wonder how can a card apprentice gain an ultimate mastery in a rule with they do not have an affinity with before stepping into card overlord realm. One has to know that comprehension of rules with affinity was not easy, but for a card apprentice to comprehend a rule meaning which has no affinity with them to ultimate mastery was even more difficult and time-consuming. Not to mention, was that even possible? With that in my mind, I asked Agatha, but before I could ask her, as if she knew what I was wondering, she said, compression of rules with no affinity to is possible. There are many ways out there for a card apprentice to comprehend rules and their meaning to ultimate mastery regardless of their affinity with them. It will be easier with an example. Let's take the Yin-Yang Harmony sect that the Yin Widow belonged to. They have a way to let all their members comprehend the silent rule. Though they have the means to let their members comprehend silent rules regardless of their affinity, not many of them can comprehend them. Even if they did, they can't achieve a high mastery, as despite the special means, it takes a lot of dedication, hard work, and patience on the card apprentice's part. Yin-Yang Harmony sect isn't the only one. There are many other sects, clans, and secret families with special means that allow their members to comprehend a rule regardless of their affinity. The Southern Royal Family is one of them. I have heard they have a lot of hidden heritage sites left behind by their ancestors which allow them to comprehend various well-known but rare rules. If you're lucky, maybe Anna will take you to one of those hidden heritage sites. From Agatha's explanation of the special means to comprehend rules regardless of the affinity, I could not help but think of Bloodette, the Blood Rock Cave Dungeon, the Blood Rule Rocks, and the Blood Rule Pills created by Bloodette. The Blood Rule Pills allowed my Calamity Daughter gems to comprehend the Blood Rule regardless of their affinity. And the rocks in the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon ooze with Blood Rule. They were soaked in Blood Rule so long that they inherited the Blood Rule as their characteristic, turning the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon into a holy place to comprehend Blood Rule, where with enough detection and patience, anyone can comprehend the Blood Rule within it regardless of their Blood Rule affinity. I don't know if the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon is one of the hidden heritage sites that Agatha spoke of, but it appears that there were many places like the Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, and the ones that were known to humanity seem to be under the control of the government, royal family, sects, clans, and secret families. Considering that Blood Rock Cave was in the southern region and was not known to the southern royal family, it is possible that there were many more such places out there not known to humanity waiting to be discovered. Heritage sites were a big deal if you had enough talents that forged their ego gem before stepping to the card overlord realm. Seeing how the heritage sites were coveted, I believe that the government, royal families, secret families, clans, and sects do not lack such talents. This meant the competition outside a third-rate city was fierce, and I couldn't help but look forward to my visit to the Southern Royal Palace and then the Central Academic Region. But that was not the point occupying my mind. What intrigued me was the idea of gaining multiple physique and trait. According to what Agatha explained, the physique and trait gain will be derived from the rule meanings comprehend to ultimate mastery. And now my question was, what would happen if a card apprentice were to comprehend multiple rules and their meanings to the ultimate mastery before advancing to the card emperor realm? Will the said card apprentice gain multiple physique and traits? I know that common card apprentice would count their lucky stars if they were able to comprehend a single rule meaning to ultimate mastery before advancing to the card overlord realm or even forging an ego gem. There wasn't anything common or ordinary about me, so I wasn't going to be satisfied with comprehending a single rule meaning to ultimate mastery to gain a single acquired physique or trait. Hence, I had different worries than what commonly haunted the regular card apprentice. Curious about the advantage of comprehending various rules and their meanings to ultimate mastery before stepping into the card overlord realm, I asked Agatha, what if a card apprentice were able to comprehend multiple rule meanings to ultimate mastery? Will they be awarded multiple physique or traits or both? Aren't you ambitious? Agatha commented, hearing the question of the young card creationist. As someone who barely managed to comprehend a single rule meaning before stepping into card overlord after facing and overcoming lots of adversaries, Agatha found the question asked by the rude high schooler was entitled, as it was something which would only trouble the rich in talent and loved by the world. Even her princess, the only daughter of a demigod, would not worry about this. If one were to ask such a question, then they were indeed gifted with 100 times more than what the regulars were given. Hearing this question from her protectee, Agatha was certain that his synchronization rate was high, and this made her more curious about it. She wanted to get it out of her protectee's mouth, but she knew his mouth was tight, and the probability of him willingly giving her the information was very low, so she decided to not ask him and instead answered to his question. While comprehending multiple rules and their meanings to ultimate mastery will not gain you multiple physique and trait for stepping to the card overlord realm, because it has been studied that a card apprentice will only gain one physique or one trait or one of each when they advance to the card overlord realm. Hearing that comprehending multiple rules and their meanings to ultimate mastery will not give me multiple physiques and traits, I was disappointed, because I was planning to comprehend hundreds of rule and their meanings to gain 100 physique and trait body. With such a body, most of my fights would end with me not even summoning my grimoire. Now that would be overpowered, considering the addition my calamity gem transformation in the mix with them. I would become an unstoppable force to reckon with under the demigod realm. But the reality was always a letdown. Accepting the truth, I became less excited about gaining a physique or a trait after stepping into the card overlord realm. Seeing the disappointed look on the young card creationist's face, Agatha felt a sense of satisfaction and then said, though a card apprentice can only gain one physique or trait or one of each, the world always awards the hard work of its children. Though it won't give multiple physiques and traits for comprehending multiple rules and their meanings before stepping into the card overlord realm, it will give a hybrid physique or trait derived collectively from the multiple physique and traits. There are not many people who have gained a hybrid physique or trait, because acquiring them requires a card apprentice to satisfy their own set of conditions. Agatha, by chance the hybrid physique and traits that you speak of, are they anything like the hybrid runes? Anna and Luna had introduced me to hybrid runes. It seemed to be very difficult and risky. Only a lucky few have achieved it, and Anna was one of them. Yes, the same conditions of the hybrid runes apply here with the hybrid physique and traits too. If the multiple rules and their meanings comprehended are compatible with each other, then the world will derive a hybrid physique or trait from them to award the said card creationist. But the odds of the multiple rules and their meanings comprehended by the card apprentice to be compatible with each other were very low. There are not a lot of them that have gained a hybrid physique or traits after stepping into the card overlord realm. Such cases are very rare. Only single digits of people that I know of have gained a hybrid physique and traits, and Anna is one of them. Anna is very lucky. She got a hybrid physique and trait after stepping into the card overlord realm, all thanks to her hybrid rune. These three things, along with her bloodline, make her a dreadful existence, allowing her to fight on par with the card apprentices in a higher realm than hers. Agatha agreed that forging hybrid runes and acquiring a hybrid physique or trait or one of each have the same conditions in common. That was, the compatibility between multiple rules and their meanings. Hybrid physique and traits did manage to raise my interest in comprehending multiple rules and their meanings before advancing to the card overlord realm, But what fascinated me more was the fact that Anna had managed to get her hybrid rune before stepping into Card Overlord, which allowed her to gain a hybrid physique and a hybrid trait after advancing to the Card Overlord realm. Knowing this, I could not help but reevaluate Anna's strength. Now I finally understood why her family planned to make her the Southern Emperor despite her obvious flaws, and not someone else with a knack for politics and stuff. Hey, Wyatt, it is okay if you don't want to tell me your ego gem synchronization rate. At least let me in on the number of rules you found when you first entered the one with the world state. Agatha spoke as if this compromise of hers was in my favor. Nope, not interested. Saying that, I ignored Agatha. I thought Agatha would continue to pester me, but she went quiet after my refusal. Seeing the old figure of Rami walk into the room, I understood why. Sorry for the delay, Master Wyatt. There was a slight problem with the carrier. Walking into the room, Rami immediately apologized for the delay. I waved my hand indicating it was okay, and asked, "Everything okay now?" Yes, the crew members have tended to the problem. All the papers are in place, and the carrier is ready to take off. If you give the order, we can head to the airstrip and leave for the Sun Blossom City right away. Rami reported and awaited my orders. Good, we will leave now. I ordered Rami, getting off the couch. Then followed his arrangements. Date, April 3rd, 2321. Time, 10:12. Location, Sky Blossom City, airstrip. Arriving at the airstrip, I was greeted by Kane. Master Wyatt, good morning. I am so glad that you will be traveling to Sun Blossom City with us. Likewise, I said politely, and then asked, Kane, shouldn't you be in school? Well, about that. I was suspended for a week for beating the carp out of my bullies like the seniors of the Bright Lion Gang taught me to, and thanks to the origin card you created for me. Kane hesitated, but spoke the truth. Having achieved his vengeance, Kane decided to return to Sky Blossom City to plan the course of his future. Well, how does it feel to be on the other side for once? Hearing that Kane was able to get his revenge thanks to the origin card I created for him, I did feel proud for a moment. But then my attention switched to the green-colored beauty in a tight sweater with a deep V collar standing next to Kane. I forced myself not to be lost in those deep green cleavage and coughed to hide my embarrassment, saying, "You two seem like a lovely couple." "Thank you, Master Wyatt." Kane was giddy hearing my compliment and scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to react, while the green beauty grabbed his arm and buried it in her cleavage with a hug, feeling a predatory gaze from her master's grandfather, who just walked in yelling, "You brat, don't you show off in front of this old man. Just admit it, Grandpa, you are jealous of my waifu." Kane was satisfied seeing his grandfather yell, "Shut up, you brat. You haven't even grown your pubic hairs yet and dare to taunt me." Rami scolded his grandson. "Speaking of which, Rami, how are the cards that I sent to you?" I asked Rami. Hearing my question, Rami's expression turned complex, which was soon masked with a huge but fake smile, adding, "Master, they were the best." I could not be satisfied. "Rami, no need for you to watch your words. I know the flaws of those cards. They are still in the testing phase. Your feedback will be helpful in the creation of better cards." I asked Rami to give honest feedback on the cards. "Sorry, Master Wyatt, I lost sight of the big picture." "Please don't worry. I write a detailed 10-page review of the cards and forward it to your grimoire." If not for the presence of his grandson, Rami would have openly spoken about the flaws of the slime fairy cards instead of choosing to write a 10-page review. "Okay," I said, not knowing how to react to hearing Rami say that he would write a 10-page review on the slime fairy card's flaws. "Grandpa, what card are you talking about? Maybe I can be of help. I know how to review cards." Kane offered his help, but was shot down by Rami, who gave Kane no room to argue his way into this. "Who wants the review of cards from a card apprentice who is fluking in his high school?" "That was low, and I won't forgive you for that, even if you are my grandpa," said Kane, and then turned to his benefactor, adding, "Master Wyatt, I want to open a branch of the Bright Lion Gang in my school. With your blessing, I will go ahead with the plan." "I like your enthusiasm, but to open a branch of the Bright Lion Gang, you need to have the corresponding strength, equaling to one of the Bright Brothers, or at the least, you should have forged your ego gem. As long as you satisfy either one of the conditions, you can open a branch of the Bright Lions Gang in your school." I was indeed pleased with Kane's idea of expanding my high school gang by opening a branch of the Bright Lions Gang in his high school, but Kane's strength wasn't enough to represent the bright lions at a school level. His origin card was powerful, but once it meets an opponent who has an ego gem and can utilize rule power, it can't put up much of a fight. Master Wyatt, I don't know about forging an ego gem, but with my waifu, I think I can match the strength of one of the leaders, Kane replied full of confidence, eyeing the green-skinned beauty hugging his arm. Clearly, Kane's new origin card and victory over his bully have given him a huge confidence boost. I wanted to remind him that the bright trio were no longer as weak as when I defeated all three of them in the schoolyard, and they had each forged an ego gem and started comprehension in at least one rule. But seeing Kane bloated with overconfidence, I decided a good beating from one of the Bright brothers would bring him back to reality and his original humble self. I like your confidence. It is settled then. As long as you defeat one of the current leaders of the Bright Lions gang, I will allow you to start a branch of the Bright Lions gang in your school. Thinking it through, I decided to help Kane not lose himself in his newfound power. Thank you, Master Wyatt. Thanking me for agreeing to his request, Kane then turned to Rami and said, Grandpa, I will not be coming with you to the Sun Blossom City. I will stay here to complete Master Wyatt's test for me. What? Can it wait? You have a whole week free for that. Chung and his granddaughter are expecting your visit to Sun Blossom City. Rami did not mind the idea of his grandson becoming an underling of the young card creationist. After all, he, himself, was planning to do that to get into the good grace of the future heir of the southern region. Sorry, Grandpa. Send my regards to Grandpa Chung. I will meet him some other time. Kane did not budge to Rami's reasoning. I never thought that Kane would be so eager to prove himself that he would decide not to come to Sun Blossom City along with us, but instead stay and challenge the Bright Trio. Rami turned to me for help, but I did not want to involve myself in their family drama, so I ignored Rami's eyes. And also, I don't think overconfident Kane was in a state where he would stop and listen to others. After Kane left, I followed Rami to a huge carrier on the airstrip ready to take off. Witnessing the carrier, I could not help but compare it with modern-day planes, and concluded that the carrier was 100 years ahead of modern-day planes, especially its floater system. This world's technology development in the day-to-day life has been hampered due to the presence of the cards, but in other parts, technological development has exceeded the limit of the modern-day Earth. As I was about to enter the carrier after admiring its beauty, I felt a sudden burst of wind on my face. I had no time to dodge, but I kept myself from closing my eyes instinctively. This way I was able to see the culprit behind this. It was Lorenzo. He seemed to have rushed to the location, right in front of me. Pissed, I yelled. Old fool, what heck are you doing? Are you trying to scare somebody to death? That is what I am supposed to ask you. What the heck are you doing? Lorenzo yelled back. Rami Kaga, head of the Blossom District Medical Card Association, greets the reigning alchemist. Rami recognized Lorenzo at the first glance and immediately greeted him. Receiving a nod from Lorenzo, Rami felt like today was his lucky day. First, he got to meet the Southern Emperor, and now the reigning alchemist. Right now, he was the happiest man on this airstrip. I am heading out to the Sun Blossom City. I answered Lorenzo, seeing him demand me an explanation for my actions. While I mentally cussed at Agatha for not giving me a heads up about Lorenzo's arrival. Who gave you the permission to leave the city? Lorenzo asked, glancing at me as if I was wrong for trying to leave the Sky Blossom City for Sun Blossom City. Oldman, have you gone senile? Why heck would I require permission to leave the city? I glared at Lorenzo, hearing that I should be asking permission to do what I want. Master Wyatt, maybe you can use better words to avoid misunderstandings. Rami, who was standing next to me, whispered, feeling that my words to Lorenzo were rude, and I should be more polite with him to avoid misunderstandings. In response, I gave Rami a stare, saying, stay out of this. Lorenzo too chose to ignore Rami and said, didn't I ask you not to roam round and study for the Array Master Certification test? When did you say that? And what makes you think that you can order me around? Lorenzo's words were starting to get on my nerves. If not for this old bastard being stronger than me, I would not have to stand here and listen to him. I am your teacher. You do as I say. Lorenzo announced, as if I should be proud to have a teacher like him. Didn't you say you would not accept a disciple like me? And now you are shamelessly proclaiming yourself as my teacher. Are you all card emperors and demigods so shameless? Is it a requirement for a card apprentice to step into a higher realm? I snapped as Lorenzo's words reminded me of the shameless people back on Earth who claimed to have a part in my success. Only I knew how hard I worked and how many sacrifices I made in my personal life to achieve my success. The general public thought I was rude and arrogant for not recognizing these shameless people's part in my success. Therefore, be it back home or in this world, I did not care about my words while addressing people, especially the people who felt that they deserved respect because they were born earlier than me. FCK seniority. If you were so capable, then speak with your abilities and skills. I respect the seniors' contributions so far to society to make it what it was today, but don't accept me to be grateful for that. You did that because it was your job and out of your selfishness to live a better life. The trees clean the air in their process of survival. You don't see them asking humans to worship them for doing what was necessary for them to survive. Yes, the current society was the hard work of our predecessors. I respect that, but my hard work will shape the society into what it will be tomorrow. So stop trying to throw your weight around and let me do my part. Yes, I took Lorenzo's study material, but when I offered to be his disciple, he rejected me. Now that he has seen my brilliance, he wants to use me to achieve what he couldn't by lending some study materials that I could have gotten by joining a university. It doesn't even have to be the top 10 universities. Even a regular university from the southern academic region would do. All I am implying was that I could have achieved greatness in array mastery, even without Lorenzo's help later than sooner. But now, just because he lent me some study materials, he wants me to be eternally grateful and indebted to him. It was like a quack doctor claiming that he cured the patient's common cold when there was no medicine in the world other than time to cure a common cold. My ideas may seem rude, ungrateful, and arrogant, but those were my true thoughts. I respect you for the job you have done, but don't expect me to be grateful and indebted to you for you doing your job. Are you out of your mind? Where do you get off name-calling your teacher, senile and shameless? Are you trying to rebel? Lorenzo yelled, hearing me call him shameless. F you, get out of my way. Unlike you, I have places to be. Saying that, I decided to walk past Lorenzo and enter the carrier. But I had underestimated Lorenzo's shamelessness. Vanishing from his previous spot, he appeared in front of me, blocking my path to the carrier once again, and said, "Where are you going? I am not done talking, and I don't permit you to leave the town." "I don't need your permission to leave town, and I am done talking to you," I declared, and walked around Lorenzo towards the carrier. With a burst of wind, Lorenzo once again appeared in front of me, blocking my path, saying, "You don't seem to understand how this works. You are young, inexperienced, and lacking information, so I will let this slide. Your array mastery certification test is very important since you will be participating as my disciple. This means all the old crooks and fools who have contributed to the Array Association will come to watch and judge my disciple. Some may even go as far as to make things difficult for you. A lot of people hold a grudge against me and will not miss this opportunity to get back at me through you. Therefore, there is no room for error, otherwise you will end up embarrassing me in front of those old bastards. Do you know how shameful it will be for me if my disciple takes more than one try to complete his Array Mastery certification test? If that were to happen, I will not be able to show my face around the Array Association again, and those old bastards will laugh at me for the rest of the eternity. So stop being stubborn, don't roam around, and crack a book. I need you at your best for the Array Mastery certification test. Stop. Where are you going? I am not done speaking. Lorenzo once again rushed to block the path of the promising Array Master. Is there no end to this? I cussed, looking at the sky and then glaring at Lorenzo. I once again repeated my previous stance on the relationship between Lorenzo and me. Old man, get it through that thick head of yours. You and I are not mentor-mentee. That fact will not change no matter how many times you keep calling yourself my teacher. And if you keep pestering me, I will not go through the Array Mastery certification test under the Southern Region's banner, but wait and enter the certification test under Morningstar University's name. If you try to force me, I will purposefully fail the certification test. Understand what is best for us, and please leave. It breaks my heart to hear that you feel that way. For now, let us agree to disagree that we are not mentors and ments. But how can you say that you will betray the Southern Region and work in Morningstar University's interest? Aren't you ashamed? Don't let your anger for me let the third party get the better of you. We all are one family. You are marrying my niece, for God's sake. You need to be more tolerant towards your family. I am not saying there is no fault on my part. I may have been eccentric before, and my means to guide you could have been more hands-on than just giving you homework. But now, All that changes. You are free to ask me your doubts and what you want to learn. I will do my best to meet your requirements. Hearing me say that I would rather represent Morningstar University than the Southern region in the certification test, or fail the certification test purposefully if forced, Lorenzo finally stopped throwing his weight around and tried to reason with me, more like confuse and burden me with patriotic rants and family values. In a different situation, maybe I would fall for Lorenzo's patriotism because thanks to Anna, Susan, Elliot, Courtney, and Kathy, I felt a strong sense of belonging to the Southern region. But at present, Lorenzo using patriotism to get his way only grew my disgust towards him. And when was it decided that I will be marrying his niece? FCK, this old bastard was willing to say and do anything to get his way. What I did not understand was why was it so important for him to have me take the Array Mastery Certification test as his disciple. So far all I know was I showed promising talent in Array Mastery, and Lorenzo wanted to use me to show off in front of his colleagues. But considering how cunning Lorenzo was, I found it hard to believe that Lorenzo was being so persistent just because of such silly reasons. He must have another agenda that I am unable to see from my side. There is no way this old fox's tone will become so docile with a few threats. Something else was afoot here. This old bastard, by chance, does he plan to sell me to the Array Master Association? Does he? Thinking of this, I felt a chill on my back and forcefully stopped myself from immediately contacting Anna to know what nefarious plans Lorenzo was hatching with me at the Crux, because if Lorenzo was indeed planning something, the chances of Anna's involvement in it were not low. I know with my history with Anna, I should not be doubting Anna, but feeling my life on the line, it was hard for me not to doubt whether Anna knew about this or not. When Lorenzo offered me his materials on array formation, I should have known that nothing in this world was free. This old fox was working an angle from the start. During all that time I spent with Anna, I started to think that the Southern royal family and their vassals were my allies. Therefore, I ended up lowering my guard toward Lorenzo and walked right into his trap. SHD, Lord only knows what those study materials lent by Lorenzo were going to cost me. Free stuff costs the most. These words couldn't be more true. Get lost, old man. You and I are not Mennermentee, let alone one family. I don't know what gave you that idea, but I hope you stop spouting nonsense for your convenience and be straight with me. Tell me what those materials of yours on array formation are going to cost me. If your asking price is reasonable, I will pay you up front, and we return to being strangers. I decided to put an end to Lorenzo's charades because I knew the bill came due. If I keep postponing the bill payment, the interest will keep stacking on, and I will end up paying twice, thrice, or even 10 times more than the original bill. How can you say such things, Wyatt? I gave you those materials on array formation to fulfill my duty as your mentor, other than that I had no other ulterior motives behind my actions. How could you doubt my intentions? Said Lorenzo, and he sounded as if my words really hurt his feelings. Lorenzo was the man who suggests to Anna that I should be placed in a secured facility until the threat to my life was taken care of, when he knew that I was the creator of the silver milk powder. If not for my past with Lorenzo, I would have developed a pang of guilt and fallen for his act. I know crocodile tears when I see one. I wanted to clap to Lorenzo's dramatic words, but stopped, thinking that would be a bit much on my part, and then added, "Stop the act. It is a bit too dramatic even for you. So get to the point. Don't force me. Oldman, I really don't want to call Anna over this. Boy, you are a lot more stubborn and cautious than I thought. But let me make it clear to you. I need nothing from you, except that you participate in the Array Mastery Certification test at the Central Array Mastery Association as my disciple and win on your first try. That is all I ask you in exchange for my mentorship to you." Lorenzo stopped with his act and finally told me what he wanted, or at least half of it. Why the Central Array Master Association? Why not the Southern Array Master Association? What's the difference? The only way I will know what Lorenzo is hiding from me was by knowing more about the event. Because what is the point of winning in home field? I am the highest authority in the Southern Array Master Association. If you win, as my disciple, you winning is given, and there is nothing fun about that. But if you win at the Central Array Master Association, we will be sticking one up the ass of the pretentious pricks of the Central. Lorenzo's reasons seemed reasonable, but I had a feeling that wasn't all of it. Why do you keep saying winning as if Array Master certification is competition instead of a licensing test? I asked after analyzing Lorenzo's reason word by word. About that. All the Array Master certifications are assessed with a mark system. I not only want you to complete the Array Master certification test, but also score the highest marks in the history of the Central Array Master Association. Lorenzo finally dropped the bomb of truth. I see. So what do I get for scoring the highest marks in the history of the Central Array Master Association? Or shall I put it this way? What do you stand to gain from this? Faced with Lorenzo's high expectations for me, I stayed calm and asked the crux of the matter. Haven't I already made it clear that I am doing this to gain the satisfaction of sticking one up the asses of the pretentious pricks of the Central region? Lorenzo stuck to his story from before. And what else? I asked Lorenzo, making it clear that I did not trust his word a bit. And what else could be there? Do you expect something else? How can you be so materialistic at such young age? Lorenzo was an old fox faced with so many questions, but he kept his calm and stuck to his story. Shut it. Lorenzo, your whole plan depends on me scoring the highest marks in the history of the Central Array Master Association. You better cough up what you are planning. Otherwise, our cooperation with met its unfortunate end today. While I said this, I used my super brain card to scour the entire Grimoire network to find all information related to the Central Array Master Association and its Array Master certification, but I hit a brick wall, because there was very little information on the Central Array Master Association itself, let alone its Array Master certification. The only reason this could be was that the Central Region's Array Masters were a secretive bunch, therefore I had no choice but to ask Lorenzo. There wasn't even enough information to bluff with Lorenzo, or I would have bluffed Lorenzo into telling me the whole truth. Cooperation, kid, aren't you funny? Do you think getting the highest score in the history of the Central Array Master Association's Array Master certification test was easy? Many have tried and failed, and with your attitude, I doubt if you are even able to get the highest score among the candidates applying for Array Master certification with you. Lorenzo laughed at my words and started to undermine my role in his plans so that he could have his way. This was the classic method baby boomers used back on Earth to keep hold of whatever power they had left. This F-curs don't die and become the obstacles in the growth of what they have built so far and expect us to be indebted to them for doing their job. If it were up to me, I would send all these adult diaper-wearing babies to an old home and add some fresh blood to rejuvenate society. Good then. We have nothing to speak of. Let's say our goodbyes here. Saying that, I once again walked around Lorenzo and head towards the carrier, only to have my path blocked by Lorenzo once again. Where do you think you are going? I am not done talking. Don't you know it is rude to walk away when someone is talking to you? I am telling kids these days need a separate subject on manners and common sense added to their syllabus. Hey, don't you walk away from me again. I said stop, damn it. Hearing Lorenzo once again belittle me, I continued to walk past him only to have my path blocked by furious Lorenzo again. Old people these days, I think you guys should brush up on your kindergarten books and relearn that no means no, lying is wrong, sharing is caring, etc. I said, glaring at Lorenzo, who was blocking my path to the carrier. After my warning, Rami had already boarded the carrier to give Lorenzo and me some privacy. Ha ha. Kid, you are funny. Lorenzo suddenly laughed out aloud, making me skip a heartbeat in fright, and added, Kid, you want to be treated equally and know everything? Fine. Prove to me that you are worthy of being treated the same as me. Buzz off, old fool. I do not need to prove anything to you. Since you need my help, you need to prove your sincerity to me. Saying that, I wanted to rush and board the carrier as it was just a few feet away, but I suddenly felt the gravity on my body increase by several times. With my physique, this increase in gravity was no big deal to me. I could handle it, but the gravity suddenly increases by a few hundred folds. Though I did not slump to the ground, I felt stuck because I was so heavy that even blinking my eyes felt like a workout. Giving it my all to keep standing, I moved my eyeball to find a smirking Lorenzo with a condescending look on his face. It did not take me long to figure out that the old bastard had set up a temporary A-rank gravity multiplier array to trap in it and keep me from ignoring him and moving. What surprised me was that he set up the temporary A-rank gravity multiplier array in the time it takes a person to blink once. Now that was fast, considering the fact that setting up a temporary array of any rank requires the said array master to calculate the behavior pattern of nature's soul pathway in the surrounding. For Lorenzo to be able to carry out all the complex calculations in less than a second, I guess his title reigning alchemist wasn't just for show. Right now, I was facing a few hundred times more gravity than the average gravity. This was the peak gravity enhancement a temporary A-rank gravity multiplier array could carry out. If it was some other card soldier, they would have turned into blood and gore paste under the influence of this gravity, as even a card lord would not stand under this gravity and would have to knee to reduce the burden. Knowing the effects of the temporary A-rank gravity multiplier card, I understood what Lorenzo was trying to achieve. Those who have seen me clash and survive Bloodette in the city tournament finals knew the limits of my physical strength, and Lorenzo was one of them. So his aim by using the temporary A-rank gravity multiplier on me at full throttle was to make my knee in front of him and feel good about himself. Knowing Lorenzo's thoughts, I was pissed and determined at that moment that even if my knees were to break under the gravity, I would not kneel, to not give this sadistic, conniving old bastard the satisfaction. Kid, it seems your strength has progressed in the last few days. Now that is unexpected. You never fail to surprise me. Lorenzo was genuinely surprised to see the rude card soldier display physical strength equal to an initial stage card overlord so much so that he wanted to open up the kid to find out what kind of physique allowed the card soldier to have the physical strength of a card overlord. As the capabilities demonstrated by the physique so far were comparable to the prowess of the top 25 physiques in the world. Therefore, Lorenzo couldn't help but become curious about the physique of the kid, especially considering the kid's background. I wanted to cuss aloud at Lorenzo, but right now, under the influence of a few hundred times the average gravity, even moving my jaw had become a difficulty for me. So I could only glare at Lorenzo. But my glare only gave Lorenzo more satisfaction, which only added to my annoyance. Irritated, I could only swallow my anger for now. Lorenzo's smirk grew as he said, "Glare all you want, kid. It ain't changing anything. This is the real society, not some made-up story from the fairy tales in a book. Things here do not go according to your say-so, just because you are in the right. Only people with the bigger fist get their way. Consider this as my first lesson to you, as your mentor." I could do nothing but listen to Lorenzo gloat and flaunt his prowess while thinking, "Agatha, this would be the moment you make your entry." As if Lorenzo could read my mind, he said, "Don't expect the girl hiding in your shadow to rescue you. This is the southern region. If she acts, she will need people to rescue her." Hearing Lorenzo, I finally knew that I had hired a whack bodyguard and couldn't help but think, "Agatha, to let an old card emperor like Lorenzo walk all over you. Are you a really semi-demigod? What was Demigod Windsor thinking hiring you as a retainer to protect and serve his only daughter? If it is not too late, I would like to return you." Then I heard a mental message. It was Agatha explaining the situation. "Wyatt, as long as your life is not in danger, I will not act, to not jeopardize Demigod Windsor's relationship with the southern region. I am sorry, please understand. My life may not be at risk, but my dignity in front of this old bastard is under attack." I wanted to yell this, but I had no power to do so. "Kid, here's your chance. Break free from this temporary array, and I will treat you equally and be truthful regarding the Array Master certification. Otherwise, you accept my arrangements henceforth." Saying this, Lorenzo had a big smile pasted on his face as he had already won. "Yes, you heard me right. All you have to do is break free from this temporary A-rank gravity multiplier array formation with your own capability, without any outside help, and from then on you have no obligation toward me, establishing cooperation between us as equals. And if you can't, stop being rebellious and follow my arrangements." Lorenzo repeated himself, seeing the disbelief in my eyes, and continued to add, "As the world, and the rules with it, as my witness, I promise to stand by my words." There, now do you believe me? Was it Lorenzo's pride speaking or the overconfidence? Either reason, the old bastard dug himself a pit to fall in hard. He is so certain that the high schooler will not be able to break free from the A-rank array that he trapped him in, that he was willing to wager something he would not agree to in a normal circumstance when he wasn't so drunk on power thinking. This brat can barely move in the array, let alone disassemble the array. He won't be able to withstand the gravity for long. And if that brat had the ability to break free of the array, then he would have kept struggling instead of standing there helplessly and sending me death glares. Hearing Lorenzo's oath, the corners of my mouth turned upwards while my eyes stopped staring at him, as if he was my family's enemy, and switched to a gaze filled with mockery, looking at Lorenzo, as if he was the stupidest card emperor on the planet. Seeing the sudden shift in my expression, the grin on Lorenzo's face broke, and his eyes grew bigger, coming to a sudden realization that he has been duped by the teenager in front of him. An old fox like Lorenzo will never make the mistake of underestimating his enemy on any occasion, yet he ended up underestimating me right now, mostly because of his arrogance and partly because I lead him to believe that I was nothing but a helpless little lamb under his butcher knife waiting to be slaughtered, allowing Lorenzo's arrogance consume his reasoning. Getting Lorenzo to look down on me and my capabilities wasn't hard because under the influence of the gravity multiplier array, I was really in a sorry state, as even breathing had become difficult to me, because under the influence of the 100-fold gravity, the walls of my lungs found it challenging to expand and contract like it usually used to. Not just my lungs, even my heart was finding it difficult to pump under the pressure and felt like it would burst any minute now. Thanks to Hive AI's timely intervention, which helped the body maintain its regular blood circulation, otherwise I might have fainted due to the lack of blood circulation to my head. Withstanding several folds of gravity was not a joy. Even if my muscles and bone frame are able to withstand it, the same is not true for my organs. Even though they were altered with Viltronian physique and tempered by refined soul energy, defense is not their strong suit. We have muscle and skeletal system for that. Because I was facing a genuine hardship, I was easily able to make Lorenzo believe that I was helpless against his A-rank gravity suppression array. Lorenzo's oath was unexpected to me as well. I was waiting for a perfect movement for face slapping Lorenzo, but never expected him to free deliver his cheek to me within seconds, putting all the other free delivery systems outside to shame. Now that the old bastard has shown up at my door with his face ready to be slapped, I could not disappoint him. Field Negator, Space Collapse. With my chant, the Field Negator card activated, and the space surrounding me crushed like cramped paper, destroying the surrounding nature's soul pathways. With that, the temporary A-rank gravity array formation set up by the Lorenzo crumbled down to nothing, and the gravity's influence on me suddenly went from full throttle to the minimum limit. My body suddenly felt so light that for a moment I felt weightless. As the A-rank gravity multiplier array formation crumbled down, the smug smile on Lorenzo's face was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was replaced by an expression of total disbelief. The old bastard was still in a state of shock and sounded like a stuck old recorder repeating himself. This. Now that my body was finally free from the suppression of the enhanced gravity, my muscles felt sour and stiff, so I did some stretching. Meanwhile, Lorenzo finally recovered from the disgust he for himself for being deceived by a teenager and denied my victory, claiming, "This counts as my victory." "How so? Please enlighten me, Senior," I said, glancing at old Lorenzo with a playful expression. "The terms of my wager were that you should break free from the array with your own capability and without any outside help. But you used your card to break free from the array, which is considered outside help. So you lose because of malpractice and I win by default." Lorenzo explained the reason why he won the wager. "Senior, you seem to be forgetting that cards and grimoire are considered as the parts of a card apprentice. So I did not use any outside help. Please don't make things difficult for yourself, as the world and its rules are witnesses to it," I argued. As if expecting my response, Lorenzo shook his head and said, "As long as the card is not created by the said card apprentice himself, it is considered as outside help." Hearing Lorenzo's counterargument, I rolled my eyes at him and said, "Even the World Championship has discarded that rule ages ago. To apply it to our present-day wager, you must be one stubborn old relic." "Well, I will agree to it, since it was my fault for not asking you about the rules and terms of the wager. Here." I unequipped the Field Negator card and threw it at Lawrence's face, and then asked, "Who won?" Holding the Field Negator card, old Lorenzo went through its info before scrutinizing it, and said, "A space-related card with impressive effects. It seems my niece is treating you well." "Yes, she does." I know what old Lorenzo was implying, but I didn't bother to retort or explain because his opinion didn't matter to me. "This is a pretty neat card. Its effects are handy and widely sought after. It must have cost a fortune to create it despite the card's rank. If not for the card creator's lacking realm, They could have used higher-grade ingredients to give the card a rank worthy of the space ingredients used to create it. Still, they managed to achieve the best effects, rating, and durability for the card within their limits. Old Lorenzo was full of praise for the card and its creator, even though he did not forget to imply he would have been able to create a better card with the higher-grade ingredients. Nifty trick to use the space collapse ability to attack nature's soul pathway in the surroundings of the user to destroy any temporary array formation and field or trap cards. It is sad to see that such good skill is wasted on something so trivial, but I guess this card makes sense for someone of your realm. It will be very useful to get you out of a bind. Old Lorenzo showcased mixed feelings for the card. Hearing him continue to rant, I couldn't help but say, "Shut up, and just compare the signature of the soul energy used to create the card. Then you will know I am the one who created this card. Please stop being a sour loser and accept your loss already. I won the bet between us fair and square." Hearing my words, Lorenzo finally went silent, and with a grim face, he returned the field negator card to me asking, "How were you able to fuse an array and an ability? I haven't given you materials on this yet." The disgust Lorenzo felt for himself because he lost a wager to a high schooler washed away as the thought that there was an array formation genius in front of him replaced the idea that a teenager deceived him and got the best of his arrogance and pride. Right now, Lorenzo felt as if this was the moment he was born for, to find this diamond in the rough, polish it, and cut it for the rest of the world to behold its greatness. If Lorenzo's demigod wife were to hear his inner thoughts right now, she would say, "You bastard, you said the same thing when we first met." When I was thinking of different means to break enemy array formations, it came to me that space isolation array and the space collapse ability together will make a good card to help me achieve my goal. After that, I just ran with it, and you can see the result, this awesome card, Field Negator. Though me avoiding answering old Lorenzo was pretty obvious with my words, I wanted it as such so that old Lorenzo would take a hint and not question me further. After a pause, I continued saying, "Old man, time for you to pay up. Now tell me what's the deal with me getting the highest score in the Array Master certification in the Central Array Master Association." "Yes, you won the wager fair and square. As promised, now we are equals in the cooperation between us. As my equal, I have to let you know that I have urgent work at the temporary base, so I got to go. Please understand. We'll contact you later." Saying that, Lorenzo wanted to skedaddle, but paused and handed me a storage card. He vanished in front of me yelling, "It contains your card creationist ID, and there are some advanced notes on array formation. Be sure to learn them. It will increase your efficiency in fusing arrays with abilities." I stood wide-eyed as I watched Lorenzo shamelessly come up with a lie and ran before answering why it was important for me to get the highest score in the Array Master certification in the Central Array Master Association. I was agape, realizing that Lorenzo did make an oath to reveal everything to me, but he never specified the date and time. Even while being bloated with arrogance and pride, experienced Lorenzo did not forget to keep a hand before jumping in for the kill, just in case of an unknown. I should have known it was not easy to corner this old fox. But still, this should be enough to keep him off my back for a while. I would be underestimating the old bastard if I thought that this was the end of him. Old fool came through. I muttered while equipping the storage card given to me by old Lorenzo and sensing that it contained my card creationist ID card. With this, I can sell my services on the official Card Creationist Association Grimoire network. It was always good to have connections in high places. Thanks to that, I was able to skip all the bureaucracy crap of the Card Creationist Association and acquire an ID without having to attend a certification test or other tedious processes. It was a pity that I got this card when I was about to leave Sky Blossom City for the Southern Royal Family's palace. Aside from my Card Creationist ID card, the storage trunk card handed to me by old Lorenzo contained his personal notes on advanced array formation. It basically recorded advanced knowledge on how to fuse to different arrays or array with abilities and various techniques and methods involved to make the process more efficient than the one our predecessors. Thanks to my soul pupils, I was able to successfully fuse the soul pathways of the space isolation array with the soul pathways of the space collapse ability, but with the techniques and methods recorded in old Lorenzo's notes, I will be able to achieve the same with less time and effort, increasing my efficiency by 3 or 4 folds. Sigh, the old bastard has finally left. Agatha's sigh sounded in my mind. You sure you are a semi-demigod? How can you act so timid in front of a card emperor? What did demigod Windsor see in you to choose you as his only daughter's retainer/bodyguard? I cannot wrap my mind around it. I asked Agatha, infuriated over the fact that she abandoned me in old Lorenzo's presence. Wyatt, I'm sorry. It is not about strength. I am not afraid of Senior Lorenzo, but of the position he holds in the Southern Royal Palace. If it were Princess Aba in your place, I would not hesitate to fight to the last breath. As you are, they would be taunting the authority of my master demigod Windsor. Agatha tried to defend that she was a real semi-demigod, saying that the things were different if it was Aba who getting humiliated. So basically what she meant was I was not worth enough for her to go through the trouble of confronting old Lorenz, worrying that it would strain the relationships between demigod Windsor and the Southern royal family. Though Agatha was saying that she had her priorities, she did not deny the fact that she was a horrible bodyguard. Seeing me remain silent despite her explanation, Agatha spoke again, asking, "So we good?" "No, shut up. And don't speak with me until it is something important or I ask you to." I had every reason to be mad at Agatha, and she knew that, therefore she cared for my opinion of her. "Hey, come on. Don't be like that. Even though I am your part-time bodyguard, I am a full-time retainer of demigod Windsor. I don't have the luxury to knowingly act against the interest of demigod Windsor. Please understand. If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same," Agatha argued. "Nope. I would have done my duty, even if it was just a part-time gig. And demigod Windsor would have appreciated me for that," I said with a disband for Agatha's words. What she meant was that since this was a part-time gig, it was okay for her to half-ass it by worrying about her full-time gig. If it was some miscellaneous job, I would have agreed with her, but today she was a bodyguard. A person's life depended on her decisions and actions. No matter what reasons she comes up with, it would not justify what she did not do earlier. Are you serious right now? Do you think life is some kind of fairy tale, where you are awarded for doing the right thing in every damn situation? Then I have overestimated your maturity. Seeing that reasoning with her young protectee was not working, she decided to use the age-old taunting technique used by all the bullies to get away with a lot of SHT. That was to make the victim feel guilty about feeling like a victim. Agatha, just shut up. If you feel what you did was right, then there is no need for you to explain yourself to me. But seeing how you are going out of your way to persuade me that what you was right, I believe you. Yourself, feel guilty about what you did, and want to feel better about yourself and what you did by convincing me that what you did was justified. I will never fall for those silly taunts of yours, because what you think of me doesn't matter. So let me help you to save myself some future trouble. What you did was not right, and whatever you do now will not change it. So stop pestering me just to get over your sense of guilt. Let go or learn to live with it." Saying that, I headed into the carrier only to be taken aback by its luxurious interior. It was like walking into a high-end bar where they charge you several dollars just for a glass of water. There was even a jazz band playing in one corner. I have been on many private planes back on Earth, but none could match this. The carrier felt more like a yacht or a cruise than a plane. As I admired the fancy decoration of the carrier, Rami soon made his way to me, saying, "Master Wyatt, I am sorry about earlier. I should have spoken out of turn. Make sure you don't make a habit of this," I said, eyeing Rami, and then added, "Show me to my cabin. I want to rest." "Yes, Master Wyatt. The VIP cabins are on the deck. Let me lead the way." Then I followed Rami to my cabin, which was breathtaking with a big glass wall, giving me a spectacular view of the outside. "Master Wyatt, I will come to get you when we reach the Sun Blossom City, so please rest comfortably." With that, Rami showed himself out while I slumped down on the big mattress, unable to remember when was the last time my back touched a bed. But it seems I was not fated to sleep, yet as Agatha's voice sounded opening my shut eyes, "Wyatt," Agatha called out to me. I wanted to ignore her, but she was my bodyguard, and no matter how mad I was at her, ignoring the person meant to protect you would be foolish. So I answered her, "What is it? I don't think what I did was wrong, but it was necessary. I should have done duty as your bodyguard, but I failed to do so. Therefore, I want to make it up to you." Agatha did not let go of her sense of guilt or learn to leave with it, but continued to make it feel right. "Didn't I already tell you that nothing you do will change what you did?" I repeated myself and decided to return to sleep. What if I were to tell you the reason why Senior Lorenzo was desperate for you to get the highest score in the Array Master certification in the Central Array Master Association as his disciple? My brows raised in interest as Agatha said that as compensation for her actions earlier, she could tell me the reason why old Lorenzo was desperate for you to get the highest score in the Array Master certification in the Central Array Master Association as his disciple. After a thought, I decided to listen to Agatha, as I had a feeling that old fossil Lorenzo would keep dodging me just to avoid answering me about his interest in my Array Master certification. I will be the judge of whether the information you gave me is enough compensation for your actions. I don't think so. In the last few minutes, I used every contact I made in the Central Array Master Association to get this piece of information. So this is enough as my compensation to you, and stop being too picky for someone who has no other source. Agatha seems to strongly think that the information she had was enough to make up for her actions. After all, it took her a lot of effort to get this information. Well, I can always ask Anna. I reminded Agatha that she wasn't the only one who could get me the answers. Good luck. With that, hearing my response, Agatha sniggered. She seemed confident that Anna wouldn't be able to get information on why old Lorenzo was acting weird about my Array Mastery certification, as if she knew something that Anna wouldn't be able to uncover. Agatha's mysterious action only added to my curiosity about what old Fox Lorenzo was up to. It wasn't just Agatha's action that made me curious about Lorenzo's intentions, but Lorenzo himself, because he was greedy by nature, and if something has caught his attention, then it must be not ordinary. Therefore, I felt like I should hear what I had to provide. Considering that I am supposed to rely on her for protection while I am in the Sun Blossom City, I don't think it would be wise for me to continue this sour atmosphere between us. After all, communication was key when it came to this sort of stuff. The lines between me and Agatha had to be healthy for my own sake. Fine. Tell me why that old bastard is so hell-bent on me getting the Array Master certification as his disciple and getting the highest score in the history of the Central Array Master Association? Seeing the young card creationist finally cave, Agatha was satisfied and felt it was worth it to go through the tedious process of reaching out to each of her contact in the Central Array Association to get to Lorenzo's secret. Senior Lorenzo is so desperate because of a wager between him and current head of the Central Array Master Association. What a wager! That is it, and you acted as if it was some kind of big secret. Were you trying to sucker me from the start? Hearing Agatha's information, I snapped at her, because it was one of the reasons I had in my mind to explain Lorenzo's actions. This wasn't so hard to guess. Yes, a wager. You are forgetting the important detail here, the rewards of the wager. Agatha gave a dramatic pause, and soon continued saying, have you ever wondered why someone with Senior Lorenzo's capabilities was still in the Card Emperor realm? Now that I think about it, you keep calling that old fox Senior, despite the difference in your realms. Why is that? I found Agatha addressing old Lorenzo as Senior Peculiar, but I ignored it considering that Lorenzo's position in the Southern royal family outranked Agatha's as demigod Windsor's retainer. That is because Senior Lorenzo is older than me. Agatha gave the plainest but dumbfounding answer that I wasn't expecting to hear, and she continued saying, that is not important now. The point I am trying to make right now is that Senior Lorenzo is intentionally suppressing his realm and delaying his progress. Are you sure about that? I thought that he was stuck in the Card Emperor realm and was unable to break through further into the higher realm because of his lacking talent. I did not agree with Agatha's words as I found them hard to believe. I am younger than Senior Lorenzo, and my talent is nothing special either. Yet I am in the semi-demigod realm, while Senior Lorenzo is still in the Card Emperor realm. This clearly shows that if Senior Lorenzo wanted, with help of the resource of the Southern royal family, he could have long broken through, but he didn't. Clearly, he was delaying his progress. Agatha explained herself. What is the point of this, and what does it have to do with me? I asked Agatha in annoyance. Will you let me finish? This has everything to do with you. Agatha blamed me for being impatient. I would not require to interrupt you if you didn't keep going off track, I argued. Just listen for a minute, Will, Agatha said sternly, and then continued to say, the wager I spoke of earlier is not just between the head of the Southern Array Master Association and the head of the Central Array Master Association, but all the 5 regional heads of Array Master Association of their respective regions. This wager is the reason why all 5 of the regional heads of the Array Master Association have been choosing not to break through to the higher realm, even if some of them were nearing the end of their lifespan limit as card emperors. Hearing Agatha's information, I had a hunch that Lorenzo and the other regional heads of the Array Master Association were competing for something. And this must be the reason why Lorenzo so desperately clung to me to participate in the Array Master certification as his disciple and get the highest score on the test in the history of the Central Array Master Association. Something that could attract the attention of 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association enough to stop them from breaking through to the higher realm must be extraordinary. No wonder old Fox Lorenzo was so tight-lipped about this. Now the question was what the wager was about. That would be difficult to learn as the people involved in this wager were very tight-lipped. Without the information on the rewards of the wager, this information held very little value to me as I was still a pawn in Lorenzo's scheme with little knowledge about what he had in store for me. While Lorenzo lent me his notes on array mastery, I never knew that it would cost me so much. Thinking of this, I shook my head in dismay and said, "If your information is just this, then I have to say I am disappointed. You are underestimating my abilities and Demigod Windsor's prestige. How can it be just this? I know what the wager is about and how it will affect you," Agatha said confidently, which made me believe that she did find something worth hearing. "Well, what is it?" I asked Agatha curiously. "I want to tell you the information, but before I tell you everything, you have to promise me that everything I tell will remain between the 2 of us. Try and understand this is highly confidential information. If not for me throwing around Demigod Windsor's name, I would have never gotten this information." Agatha made me promise that the information she shares with me would stay between us and not leak to a third soul. And only then did she let me in on the information that she had uncovered. "Fine, I promise. Now will you tell me what is it that you are making such a big deal about?" "It's about a demigod nearing the end of his lifespan." Placing a bomb, Agatha paused to watch it detonate through my face. "Are you for real?" I asked Agatha in disbelief, as what she said came as a great shock to me and ended up giving her the satisfaction she was waiting for. Demigod was the peak of this world. They were the symbol of fear and worship alike. To hear that one of them is dying was indeed astonishing, and couldn't help but say, I did not know demigods could reach the end of their lifespan. Well, usually they don't as they die in the line of action, but this case is a special circumstance. Demigod Mara sacrificed most of her lifespan in a battle. Her divinity is badly hurt and beyond repair. Therefore her lifespan limit is nearing, Agatha answered. Her eyes showed pity for Demigod Mara. As someone who was trying to break through to the demigod realm, Agatha knew how difficult it was to become a demigod. Hence she couldn't help but sympathize with Demigod Mara's situation. "Are you sure you can speak the name so casually? I heard that if we speak their name, they can hear us." Seeing Agatha bring up Demigod Mara's name so casually, I could not help but remind her not to do so. "They do hear us when we call their name, but the Demigod Mara has been in slumber for the past few decades, trying to delay her end, so I am pretty sure she cannot hear us," Agatha replied confidently, but I did not feel assured hearing her reason and decided to stick with not speaking out the demigod's name. As I did not know if Agatha's reasoning was true, and of the chance if she were wrong, I did not want to attract the attention of a demigod on me. I thought the monster war was over, and the war at the way beyond had reached a compromise. So how did the demigod get injured in a battle to the point of death? I asked, because if a demigod's life was in danger, then what about the rest of us? Were we safe, as the government and the royal families promised? Monster war and the way beyond me have reached a temporary conclusion, but they were never our main concern, but the SSS-ranked dungeons that keep popping out of nowhere. To clear an SSS-ranked dungeon, one needs to have demigod realm strength. So whenever SSS-ranked dungeon shows up, a team of demigods enter it in hopes to clear it before a dungeon break. Most of the time, the preparation made by the demigod team is enough to clear the SSS-ranked dungeon, and sometimes it isn't, leading to a huge number of casualties. Demigod Mara is one such example. Agatha explained that the demigods too had to risk their lives every day for the sake of humanity and themselves. The fear of an SSS-ranked dungeon break is not the only reason the demigods enter the SSS-ranked dungeon. There are only a few who care about the prosperity of humanity. Most enter the SSS-ranked dungeon in search of power, resources, and clues to breaking into the higher realm. Whatever the reason, even demigods risk their lives in the SSS rank dungeon, and their success directly affects humanity. Not to forget the law established by the first to walk this world, stating that all demigods are obligated to enter the SSS rank dungeons. Ages ago, in fear for their life, demigods disregard this law, which resulted in the monster war that plagued humanity not long ago. The monsters in the monster war were led by the SSS rank boss monsters that escaped their dungeon during the dungeon break. It is said that the SSS rank boss monsters can induce dungeon breaks in the dungeons below SSS rank. This ability of theirs allowed them to instantly gather a monster army to launch a war on humanity. Only by killing all the escaped SSS rank boss monsters were the demigods able to put an end to the monster war and finally understood why their predecessors created a law that made all demigods obligated to clear the SSS rank dungeons. Now that the new generation of demigods knew the special ability of the SSS rank boss monsters, they decided to take their predecessors' laws seriously and made sure to follow them. Agatha, what does demigod Mara reaching her lifespan limit got to do with the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association? Agatha's information was all over the place, but I was able to concur that demigod Mara nearing her lifespan limit brought a great opportunity to Lorenzo, but to obtain it he need my help. What I did not know was, what would Lorenzo gain from demigod Mara nearing her lifespan limit? How was I able to help Lorenzo by taking the Array Master certification as his disciple? If I knew the answer to these 2 questions, I will know my value in Lorenzo's plan and set an accurate price tag for my help. I was already part of Lorenzo's plan. Getting out of it was possible, but it would be a hassle. There I decided to go along with Lorenzo's arrangement, but for an appropriate price. Lorenzo planned to compensate for my help with his notes on array formation, then he had another thing coming for him. Didn't I tell you demigod Mara nearing her lifespan limit is the reason for the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association? Agatha said, acting confused. She did not want to talk further about this, as she felt that the information she had given so far was enough to make up for her actions earlier. It cost her a lot to get this information, and she did not plan to just give it away. Are you being serious right now? What you told me so far is equal to you telling me nothing. I don't know what benefits Lorenzo gets and how much my help will serve him. Without the answers to these parts of the information, it is the same as knowing nothing. I made it clear to Agatha that her information was of no help to me without information the rewards of wager and how to win the wager. The information that Agatha gave me so far only helped me confirm my guess that Lorenzo was up to something. What? How can you say that? Agatha wanted to keep her stance, but seeing me roll my eyes at her in annoyance, she stopped and gave me a long hard look, and then fine, but with this I don't owe you anything. Agatha owed me 2 favors. One of them I used to get her to act as my bodyguard while I attacked the Sun Blossom City branch of the Circle, and I kept the other for later use. Now Agatha wanted to exchange the rest of the information she knew for the second favor that she owed me. Feeling the information that Agatha had was worth it, I compromised with her. Okay, but you do not leave out anything this time. Sure. Getting her a smile blossomed on Agatha's face, and she was happy that she finally get her soul back from the devil. That was how Agatha felt about owing a favor to the teenage card creationist. She went as far as to sigh in relief hearing that after delivering all the information she had on the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Mastery Association to the teenager, she would no longer owe him anything. Agatha wanted to celebrate, but felt that it would be too much with the teenager watching her. She stopped herself from doing so. I am waiting, I reminded Agatha, seeing her weird actions. Having sorted her emotions, Agatha then began to report what he had learned about the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association. The reward of the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association is that demigod Mara will use her remaining lifespan to help the winner condense their divinity. Learning about the reward of the wager, I was not surprised but disappointed and a bit confused. I was confused because the reward was of no use for the current me, and confused because during the time the 5 regional heads spent on the wager, they could have forged their divinity. So it did not make sense to me why the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association felt demigod Mara's help to forge their divinity was more alluring than forging their divinity themselves. Not finding the surprised expression on the face of the teenager as she was expecting, dissatisfied Agatha said, "Are you disappointed hearing the reward of the wager?" "Honestly, yes. The reward is of no use to the current me, and I don't understand why the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association are wasting so much time and effort on this." I truthfully laid out my inner thoughts in front of Agatha, hoping she would tell me why the 5 regional heads found this reward worth fighting over. Since they all were regional heads in the Array Master Association, then it would not be wrong to assume that they all are equally talented as old Lorenzo. With their talent, they could have forged their divinity by now. Yet why do they stubbornly continue to fight for the rewards of the wager? Well, since you barely know anything about forging divinity, it is not a surprise that you will not find this reward attractive. Agatha finally understood why the teenager was able to stay calm after hearing the reward of the wager. It was because he was ignorant to the ways of achieving divinity. Then she continued saying, like how there are grades to the ego gems, there are also grades to divinity. The difference between the grades of the divinity is so huge that the card apprentices were required to form a separate level in the power level system, named semi-demigod realm. This was because grades of the divinity forged directly indicate the strength of the demigod. Let us take my case as an example. I am still in the process of forging my divinity. If I want to, I can break into the demigod realm right away, but then my divinity will be of lower grade. But if I want to forge a higher grade divinity when I enter the demigod realm, I will have to continue to patiently accumulate. According to Agatha's description of the semi-demigod realm, forging divinity seemed to be a more tedious and time-consuming process than forging an ego gem. So much so that a separate realm was created depending on the percentage of forging of the card apprentice's divinity. Agatha did not go into the details as to what is divinity or how a card apprentice could forge it, but she did explain that forging divinity required a certain amount of accumulation period which was directly related to the grade of the divinity. And higher the grade of divinity, the stronger the said demigod. And with the help of demigod Mara, they can entirely skip this stage and forge the perfect grade of divinity. Agatha explained why the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association were so enticed by the idea of having demigod Mara help them forge their divinity, and continued by saying, in this process of forging a perfect divinity, demigod Mara will have to sacrifice her divinity. If not for the fact that her lifespan has come to an end, demigod Mara would not be generous to offer this opportunity to the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association. I see, but why is demigod Mara offering this to the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association and not one of her descendants or followers? I understood that demigod Mara would exchange whatever strength she had to help one of the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association to forge a perfect grade divinity, but why did it have to be them and not somebody else? This world is filled with talented and selfless card emperors, so why was demigod Mara's choice have to be from the Array Master Association? Well, for starters, demigod Mara has no descendants. Secondly, demigod Mara used to be the regional head of the Western Array Master Association. And lastly, her divinity was more suitable for array formation and would be handier in the hands of an array master. Agatha stated the reasons why demigod Mara was being so generous towards the Array Master Association. Wait, what do you mean by demigod Mara's divinity is more suitable for array formation? What does demigod Mara's divinity have to do with helping others forge their divinity? The more Agatha spoke about divinity, the more confused I got about it, as I knew where little about divinity and how to forge it. Well, that is too much knowledge for your current realm. If one day you ever make it to Card Emperor realm, then you can ask your sugar mama about it. But for now, all you have to know is that every divinity comes with its perks and authority. When demigod Mara helps a card apprentice forge their divinity, the said card apprentice can inherit demigod Mara's divinity's perk and authority all along with the perks and authorities that came with their newly forged divinity. And this is also one of the reasons the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association are so desperate to win the wager rather than use the time spent on the wager to forge their divinity by themselves. Hearing Agatha explain that with demigod Mara's help, the card apprentice can not only forge a perfect grade divinity, but also inherit her divinity's innate powers along with their newly forged divinity's innate powers, I finally knew why the wager was so important to old Lorenzo and the Other regional heads of the Array Master Association. No wonder the old fox was so shameless and secretive about this. The reward for his wager with the other regional heads was priceless. If it were me, even I would be secretive and calculative about this. A demigod's lifespan was so long that they were practically considered to be immortal. Therefore, there were not many cases out there where a demigod would willingly sacrifice their divinity for the future generation at the end of their lifespan like demigod Mara was doing. Therefore, this opportunity was God-sent for the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association, and they would be fools if they did not fight for it. Not many can resist the temptation of such opportunity, Agatha sighed. She would be lying if she said that she was not jealous of the opportunity demigod Mara was providing to the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association. So, on what is demigod Mara judging the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association to choose a card emperor among them to help the said card apprentice forge their divinity? Though I knew that the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association had something to do with scoring the highest marks in the Array Master certification of the Central Array Master Association. That couldn't be all of it, as what if none of the 5 regional heads' disciples were able to achieve it? Then what? There couldn't be such an obvious flaw to the wager. There had to be more to it. Hearing my question, Agatha went on to explain the rules and conditions of the wager to me. There are 2 conditions on which the demigod Mara will choose between the 5 regional heads to pass her divinity. 1. The first condition is to produce a disciple that will be able to break the record of the Central Array Master Association's Array Master Certification Test. The first regional head to complete this condition will win the wager. 2. In case none of the 5 regional heads can produce a disciple who can set the highest marks in the Array Master certification in the history of the Central Array Master Association, then the winner will be decided based on the highest sum total of the scores obtained by all the disciples of the respective regional heads participating in the wager. All the disciples of the 5 regional heads participating in the wager should be aged below 25 years old. In case of a tie, the ruling will be left to the demigod Mara's will. Hearing the rules and conditions of the wager, I felt like demigod Mara was using the wager to force the 5 regional heads to search for talented individuals and teach as many disciples as possible. The rules and conditions of the wager made it pretty obvious. The conditions said the disciple had to set the highest score in the Array Master certification in the history of the Central Array Master Association. Considering the 25 years old age limit, this condition was near impossible. As to achieve this, one would have to start to learn array formation in their mother's womb, or have a cheat similar to the one I had. Since the first condition was too demanding, the 5 regional heads would choose to win the wager using the second condition, which stated the winner of the wager will be the regional head, who gains the highest sum total of the scores obtained by all their disciples participating in the wager. This meant the regional heads were allowed to let as many disciples participate in the wager. Even if these disciples were not able to complete the first condition, their scores will be added, and the regional head with the highest sum total of scores will be winning the wager. To achieve the second condition, the regional heads would basically have to take in as many disciples as possible to get the highest sum total of the scores obtained by their disciples participating in the wager. Simple, right? But guess what? The pride of the 5 region heads did not allow them from accepting disciples with subpar talent, let alone mediocre disciples. Even if one of them were to harden their skin and shamelessly try to win the wager by using numbers, by recruiting mediocre disciples, the other 4 would bully, taunt, and shame him from doing so. This was why over years the 5 regional heads have been searching for talents and trying to recruit them as their disciples for the purpose of the wager. And just in case, to make sure their colleague doesn't shamelessly take the shortcut, the 5 regional heads have decided to gather their new disciples and meet up once a year to take the Array Master Certification Assessment collectively. This way it would be easier to shame the one with disciples who scored the lowest marks in the Array Master Certification. As if Agatha read my mind, she suddenly added, "You know, the reason why demigod Mara has chosen these rules and conditions for the wager was to force the 5 regional heads to teach more talented disciples and add more young blood to the Array Master Association." Yeah, I felt that too. The rules and conditions made it too obvious, I said, supporting Agatha's words, and asked, why would she do that? The reason is simply that the low population of Array Masters, Agatha answered, then continued. Array mastery is one of the most important, in-demand professions, but there aren't a large know of array masters to meet the current demand in the market, which increases the price of an array formation and indirectly makes the unavailable to the middle class and below citizens. The only solution to this is to train more array masters. But pursuing a career in array mastery is not cheap, so many humble background talents do not pursue array mastery, even though they have a talent for it, and instead just settle for card creationist as their career. Even if some talents are willing to go through the trouble of taking loans to learn array mastery, there are not many sources for them to learn except for prestigious colleges and universities, which have a very hefty price tag that cannot be met by a small student loan. So in the end, even the interested students end up giving in to circumstances and opt for the card creationist career path. If the quantity of array masters is one factor in this problem, quality of array masters is another factor in the same problem. The senior array masters, such as the regional heads, are so busy with their research and practice that they neglect their duty towards their junior array masters. So most of the low array masters, due to lack of guidance, end up and proper teachings to follow are never able to promote their array mastery to a higher realm. Not to mention, these array masters are very secretive by nature. They do not tend to share or pass on their secrets to others. If it was a decade ago, Senior Lorenzo would have rather chosen death over passing his notes on array formation to you. Though array formation recipes are copyrighted by them, they do not share their valuable experience in setting up array formations, which can help a rookie array master waste time on the wrong path. Due to the lack of proper guidance, the number of array masters who advance to high ranks is very low compared to the number of card creationists who advance to higher ranks every year. You can see the difference in Sky Blossom City. The city produces hundreds of card creationists every year, but not one array master. The gap between the advancement in card creationist and array master is that high. The number of array masters is so lacking that it cannot be solved in a day. Keeping this in mind, Demigod Mara has come up with this wager so that the regional heads of the Array Master Association can guide and nurture as many young and talented array masters as possible, laying a foundation for future development. Demigod Mara's vision is set far in the future. As for now, she is doing is sowing seeds, hoping that these seeds will grow into big trees and produces thousands of seed that would go on to produce hundreds of thousands of seeds. Agatha's explanation was very long but detailed and full of praise for Demigod Mara and her vision, which considered the big picture with the welfare of humanity as the end goal. Demigod Mara was willing to do some good for the Array Master Association at her deathbed, which will indirectly help humanity. Good for her. Now the question was, how do I make use of this to my advantage? I now know what Lorenzo stands to gain from the wager and how much of a role I can play in helping him win the wager. The next time I meet old Lorenzo, it was going to be a war debating what and how much Lorenzo would owe me if I were able to help him win the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association. Knowing my role and its importance in the wager will help me negotiate huge returns. I had all the cards now, and I had to play my hand right. This made me serious about the Array Master Certification Assessment. I am confident that I can ace it, but I am not sure if I will be able to score the highest marks in the history of the Central Array Master Association's Array Master Certification Assessment. One of the main reasons behind my uncertainty was that I did not know anything about the Array Master Certification Assessment, let alone what was the current highest score in the Central Array Master Association's Array Master Certification Assessment. Maybe next time I meet up with old Lorenzo, along with negotiating the rewards for my help, I may as well ask him about the Array Master Certification Assessment to prepare myself and increase my chances to attain the highest scores in Array Master Certification history. There was a lot of preparation I had to do concerning the Array Master Certification Assessment, and all of them involved old Lorenzo's guidance. I tried to get some information about the Array Master Certification Assessment, but it couldn't provide me with more than what I already knew. So after I have dealt with parasites named the Circle in the Sun Blossom City, I plan to look for old Lorenzo. For now, I decided to go through the new notes given by old Lorenzo during the entirety of my journey. The carrier had taken off to the sky and was en route to Sun Blossom City. 2 hours of travel time should be enough for me to go through the new notes and brush up on the old ones. Old Lorenzo's new notes on array formation were the continuation of hybrid arrays, more like advanced knowledge of the hybrid arrays. Aside from the fusion of multiple array formations, it talked about the fusion of array with the abilities extracted from monster cores to form a hybrid array. It also talked about adding rule power to the mix, but didn't go into details about this. I guess it would continue in the next set of notes old Lorenzo planned on giving me. From the bay windows of the VIP cabins, I watched the carrier land in the Sun Blossom City airstrip. I was in a good mood because old Lawrence's notes on hybrid arrays and advanced hybrid arrays opened up a whole new path for me in array formation mastery. The techniques and methods mentioned in it were a big help for me to increase my efficacy. I finally had a new understanding of how the normal card creationists and array masters connected soul pathways and enhanced them. Earlier, I could be considered a country hick when it came to the method I used for the Soul Pathway Edition, as they were the basic methods that young Wyatt learned watching his parents, but with my newfound knowledge of various advanced edition techniques and methods stated in the old Lorenzo's notes, I could be now considered an old veteran in this field. My gains during this study retreat were good, and thankfully Agatha did not disturb me seeing that I was busy doing my own thing. With a satisfied smile, I exited the VIP cabin, only to be greeted by old Rami and an old man who tagged along with him. Seeing me, old Rami hurried his footsteps and said, "Master Wyatt, hope your journey was comfortable." "Yes, it was," I replied and looked curiously at the old man next to old Rami, believing that this person had to be important since old Rami let him tag along while visiting me. Feeling my gaze, the old man wanted to introduce himself, but old Rami was one step ahead of him and said, "Master Wyatt, this is my good friend James Chung, the Sun Blossom City's head of the Card Creationist Association." Hearing old Rami introduce his friend, I finally knew why Rami let James Chung tag along with him to meet me. As Agatha pointed out, there were not many array masters, and almost none in third-rate cities like Sun Blossom City and Sky Blossom City. So due to the shortage of array masters, the array formation covering the city was managed by the city's Card Creationist Association, as the veteran card creationists were the next best thing to array masters. Since the array formation covering the city was already set up, apart from occasional maintenance and refueling of soul jades powering the array formation, there was not much to tend about the array formation covering the city. Therefore, the authorities put the city's protection array under the city's Card Creationist Association's jurisdiction. As the head of the Card Creationist Association in the Sun Blossom City, James Chung would be in control of the protection array formation covering the Sun Blossom City, making him the first target of my visit to the city. As long as I could control him, I did not have to worry about being trapped inside the city array, while my forces and I launched a full-on attack on the circle. This time I plan to not leave until I have uprooted the circle branch in the Sun Blossom City. "Hello, Master James Chung. Nice meeting you." I humbly greeted James Chung, who politely returned the greeting, saying, "The pleasure is all mine. It is always good to meet a fellow card creationist, not to mention a young and talented card creationist such as yourself, Master Wyatt." I addressed James Chung by adding Master as a prefix because he too, similar to me, was a renowned card creationist and had the seniority. What was surprising was James Chung had addressed me by adding the prefix Master as well. It was surprising because following the norms as a senior card creationist, James Chung did not have to address me by adding Master as a prefix, but he still did it, showing that he treated me as an equal. I did not believe James Chung was being humble. It must be Rami Kaga. He must have given his friend a heads up. Well, it did not matter, as he was soon going to join my Calamity Daughter army. Talking of Calamity Daughter gems, entering the Sun Blossom City, I could sense the Calamity Daughter cores in Roy and the members of the New Sin Squad. It was not surprising that the New Sin Squad had entered the city before me, because they left the Sky Blossom City hours earlier than me. I will mark James Chung for the Sin Squad to feed him a Calamity Daughter gem, then meet up with Roy Blanc to hand him a Calamity Daughter gem, as the one I gave him was used to recruit the maid of the Inyang Harmony's disciple. Once both James Chung and Inyang Harmony's disciple have been recruited into my Calamity Daughter gem army, I can get started with my plans to destroy the circle branch in the Sun Blossom City. Master Chung, you flatter me, but I still have a lot to learn from your experience. I hope you will not mind, I said humbly, acting the role of an innocent and humble teenager. Haha, Master Wyatt, you are being humble with your words. But if this old man's experience can be of help to you, then I will not hesitate to help you to the full extent of my power. It seems old Rami has updated Chung about me. James Ching's words made it clear. What Rami did was up to him, and I did not mind him bringing James Chung up to speed, as it saved me a lot of time. Okay, then I will be in your care, Master Chung. I responded politely as it appeared he would be our host in the Sun Blossom City. Yes, I will do my best as your host. First, let me guide you to your lodging, and after you have refreshed we can attend the banquet that I arranged in your arrival. It is a shame that Rami's grandchild isn't here. I was looking forward to meeting him. James Chung expressed his regret for not getting to meet his friend's grandson. Chung, I apologize, but you know how teenagers are. Rami apologized for his grandchild. Date, April 3rd, 2321. Time, 15:01. Location, Sun Blossom City, outskirts, unknown. If not for this mount card, I would have had a hard time executing this task without drawing suspicion. Cole thought, as withdrew his golden eagle mount back into the card, and then sent his coordinates through the organization's secured channels on the Grimoire network to team leader codename Grey Wolf. Cole did not have to wait long. Soon 5 figures appeared at his location out of thin air. Each one of them bore the air of a card emperor. As someone who has been stuck in the early stage of the Card King realm for a while now, Cole couldn't help but show slight jealousy towards his fellow organization members. But Cole immediately covered his envy with a bright fake-ass smile and greeted them. Codename Mama Pimp, reporting sir. Mama Pimp, Grey Wolf, and the rest gave Cole an awkward look, and then Grey Wolf commended Cole's work, saying, "Good job. Sir, permission to leave. I need to hurry back to the Sun Blossom City or my cover will be blown." Seeing that the team leader did not shy to praise him for his job, Cole decided not to beat around the bush and directly relay what was troubling him to the team leader and asked for permission to leave. Grey Wolf eyed the fatty in front of him and remembered his master's orders to dispose of the fatty. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let me report our arrival to the headquarters, and then you can leave." "Thank you, sir." Cole thanked Grey Wolf for understanding. "Pimp, until the team leader reports to the headquarters, why don't you tell me about the story behind your codename?" Sniper put his bulky arms around Cole's fat neck and asked him about his codename. As Sniper put his arm around his neck, Cole could not help but shudder in fear. Though all worked for the same organization, and the organization rules strictly forbid infighting, Cole knew there were many ways around the rules, and has experienced them firsthand, so he did not dare to be cocky or get comfortable around the higher-ranking members of the organization. The members recruited into the organization are not good people. Each of them has something or has done something to be ashamed of or run from. So Cole felt it would be in his best interest if acted as such in front of the seniors of the organization to feed their ego and stay under their radar. After Sniper took Cole further away from him, Grey Wolf directly contacted Matron to update her about their current status on the mission. As soon as Sansa answered the call, Grey Wolf immediately said, "Grey Wolf, reporting. Have you reached the location of the mission?" Sansa skipped the small talk and directly asked Grey Wolf to update her on their mission, as a lot was weighing on her mind right now after hearing her husband say he wanted to adopt the kid she was trying to kill as their son. "Yes, Your Highness. We are at the mission location," Greyfur reported. This time after killing that son of BTCH, make sure he stays dead," Sansa said grudgingly. "Yes, Your Highness, I will not make the same mistake twice," the Greyfur said solemnly. "What about your contact for the mission? Is he still alive?" Sansa asked if Greyfur had killed Cole yet. "Sniper is handling that matter as we speak, Your Highness," Greyfurs answered immediately while his gaze turned to search for Sniper to confirm the kill. "Ask him to abort the mission. I still have some use for him," Sansa ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." One moment. Hearing Sansa retract her previous orders, Greyfur's mind processed in full throttle, unable to find Sniper, and started to believe the contact was already asleep 7 feet underground. Hence he asked Sansa for some time to find Sniper to find out if he was too late. Inside the woods of the Sun Blossom City outskirts, Greyfur followed the tracks of Sniper and Mama Pimp frantically. Then he finally found a privacy field card. Ignoring the field card, he walked into it only to hear a grueling scream that would send a chill down a person's bones. Following the harrowing scream, he found bloody Mama Pimp bound and hung to the branch of a tree. Every inch of his body was covered in wounds, and the blood from the wounds dripped to the ground and formed a small puddle of blood. In face of this gruesome scene, Gray Fur looked away to find Sniper holding a bloody thorny whip with a sadistic grin on his face, while his eyes shone with excitement. Gray Fur's intrusion did not seem to hinder his excitement, but it only added to it. Team leader, I know it is taking me long. Sorry for the delay. I will end it now, Sniper said as he swung the thorny whip with full force to cut the fat bag of meat hung from the tree in half, but before the whip could reach its target, it was interrupted by Gray Fur's punch, confusing Sniper. The orders have changed. Her Highness needs him alive, Gray Fur explained hurriedly, as Sniper wouldn't misunderstand his interruption. I see. Hearing Gray Fur's reason, Sniper's confusion cleared, and then looked at bloody Cole, who was covered in wounds and had lost a lot of blood, and since it is my fault, I will heal him. Then Sniper summoned a bottle of green-colored elixir and poured it on Mamapimp's wounds. As the green liquid touched his wounds, Cole let out agonizing screams in pain, but despite the pain, Cole's wounds seemed to heal. Seeing this, Gray Fur gave Sniper a hard glare. Feeling Gray Fur's glare, Sniper asked, "What?" "Just feed him the elixir," Gray Fur ordered, as drinking the elixir was an efficient and painless way to heal wounds. "Fine," Sniper dejectedly replied, and acted on Gray Fur's order by feeding Cole the elixir and then freeing him from his binds. Gaining his freedom, Cole summoned his grimoire and yelled, "Sky Overlord Smite," aiming at Sniper. But before his card could activate, Gray Fur chanted, "Silence," aiming at Cole's grimoire, negating his attack. Having lost his connection with his grimoire, Cole's sanity broke and his mentality descended to despair as he began yelling, "I will kill you. I kill you motherfuckers." The despair in Cole's eyes grew to the point where his yells changed to him begging for death. "Kill me. Please kill me, I beg you." Looking at broken Mama Pimp, Gray Fur sighed, and then he sent a glare towards Sniper, as if blaming him. "Look what you have done." "I think using the soul-piercing thorny whip on a card overlord was too much, my bad." The soul-piercing thorny whip that Sniper spoke of pierces the victim's soul with its every attack. The pain inflicted by it was similar to 100 times the pain of piercing a needle under a person's fingernail. It was a perfect torture tool and could break any mind in time. "Give him a soul-numbing potion while I will ask Her Highness for help and make sure he does not commit suicide." Though Gray Fur hated asking his master for help as it reflected badly on his performance. But right now he had no choice, as codename Mama Pimp was beyond repair through normal means. "Sure, blame me and my luck," Sniper complained as he summoned a soul-numbing potion and fed it to Mama Pimp after grabbing hold of him. Soul-numbing potion was like anesthesia for the soul, making it an expensive potion. It would help Mama Pimp deal with excruciating pain as his soul healed from the wounds inflicted on it by the soul-piercing thorny whip. This way, when the matron fixes the broken Mama Pimp with her ability, he doesn't feel the pain from the wounds inflicted on his soul. Saving Mama Pimp from Sniper's torture, Gray Fur reported to his master, whose call was on hold during this ordeal. "Your Highness, codename Mama Pimp is alive, but mentally he is in no condition to take on a mission." "I know. I will deal with it." Sansa was generous and did not blame Gray Fur for this mistake. "Thank you for showing mercy, Your Highness," Gray Fur thanked Sansa. "How do you plan to assassinate the target?" Sansa did not waste any more words on Cole and asked Gray Fur his plan on assassinating the target. "After locating the target, we plan to drag the target into Flower Thief's origin card and feed him to it. This way we make sure that the target stays dead for good." Gray Fur's plan was simple, as the Flower Thief's origin card made assassination that simpler. "Good plan. If it was some other time you would have succeeded, but today you are bound to fail. As a semi-demigod is hiding in his shadow, if you drag him into the Flower Thief's origin card, you will be indirectly dragging the semi-demigod in as well. Think harder." Sansa chilled at Gray Fur for not coming up with a better idea. Gray Fur was out of words, hearing that the semi-demigod hiding in the target's shadow could actually follow the target into a different space. Not knowing the limits of the semi-demigod's cards, Gray Fur was having a hard time coming up with an effective plan that would not involve them being caught by the semi-demigod protecting the target. Since this mission was handed to him on last minute, Gray Fur never got to prep for it, so he was lacking a lot of information to come up with an effective plan for assassinating the target. "Oh God, do I have to do everything around here?" Sansa yelled, and then added, I have informed the Circle about the target's plan to attack their Sun Blossom City branch. They know that 3 semi-demigods are protecting the kid, so they will make appropriate preparations. When the semi-demigod hidden in the target's shadow, along with the other 2 semi-demigods, leave to handle whatever the Circle has in store for them, you grab the target into the Flower Thief's origin card split, following your escape plan. Got it? Yes, Your Highness. Hearing Sansa's plan, Greyfur felt that it was feasible and did not hesitate to agree to it. As with the semi-demigod hiding in the target's shadow, the target held 0 threat to them as of now. Make sure you don't screw up this time, okay? Because I would hate to lose a capable person like you. Before concluding the call, Sansa did not forget to remind Greyfur that his life was at balance here. Hearing Sansa's threat, Greyfur could not help but feel depressed, seeing how Sansa was willing to get rid of him over one mission despite his decades of service to her cause. He really hated the fact that in this organization anybody could be disposed of any time if Sansa felt like it. Greyfur did not dare to complain or think further about this, fearing his master's origin card. Frowning at Greyfur's silence, Sansa reminded him, "Remember, as long as you are useful to me, I will keep you around. And know this, the higher the risk, higher the rewards. Air is nothing new here. Don't go soft just when I was starting to trust you." "Yes, madam. The organization has been nothing but kind to me," Greyfur hurriedly replied, feeling glad to know that Sansa valued him enough to go out of her way and console him with her words when she didn't need to. This helped Greyfur out of his depressing thoughts. "It seems the Greyfur I know is back. Good. I look forward to the good news." Saying that, Sansa hung up. Next, Greyfur looked at Mama Pimp, who stared at the void with his blank eyes. He was still out of it, but soon the gaze in his eyes changed. They seemed to display confusion at first, then it grew clear. After the confusion cleared from Cole's eyes, he looked around in cold sweat, as he had no recollection of what happened in the last 20 minutes. All his physical and soul damage was healed using elixir and potions, so there was no physical evidence left of what Sniper had put him through. Without his memories or physical wounds, there was nothing left of the torture he went through by his fellow members, despite being nothing but loyal to the organization. Though he had no memories or wounds to tell him that he almost died a grueling death in the back of his mind, Cole had a nagging feeling that screamed whenever his eyes glanced at Sniper. An unknown dread would surface from his bones into his heart whenever his eyes met with Sniper's eyes. Cole had no idea why he felt this way when he saw Sniper, because this was his first time seeing Sniper. Cole did not understand why he felt this way, but he decided to keep his distance from Sniper, which was hard seeing that he was his superior in the organization. But one thing was clear to Cole, that his missing memory meant that the matron herself acted, which meant whatever happened in the past 20 minutes was something he should not have seen, heard, or even worse, spoken. Thinking of this, Cole decided to apologize to the team. "I'm sorry. I don't know what I did for Master to act and erase my memories, but I promise I will redeem myself." "Mama Pimp, don't think too much into it. You just heard some classified information above your pay grade, hence Master had to act for your safety. So don't worry, you did nothing wrong." Greyfur explained to Cole that it was not something he spoke that made their Master act and erase his memories, but something he heard. Hearing Greyfur's explanation, Cole felt his nerves calm down, then immediately said, "Thank you for being patient with me." Cole was being so docile because no matter what happened, the price he paid was 20 minutes of his memories and not his life. As long as he was alive, all was good. Seeing the victim of his gruesome torture apologize and thank him, Sniper found a new sense of pleasure which added to his already morphed sadistic deviant nature, and an unconscious grin formed on his face. Only he and his master knew what was going on in his mind right now. Feeling Sniper's hot gaze, Cole trembled, as if a chill passed down his SPI. Just when Cole was thinking of a reason to excuse himself from these people, his grimoire sounded. "Unknown number calling. Answer, reject, ignore reply." "Answer," said Cole out loud to show the others that he had got a call, and he was not ignoring them purposefully. He did such that he did not want the others to misunderstand him, as they were all card emperors, and he was a mere card overlord. For some reason, he felt helpless in their presence. Cole has walked along many card emperors, but none gave him the feeling these people gave him, which let Cole believe that there was more to his lost memories than he was led to believe, but Cole did not dare to investigate it. because he knew that since Matron was involved, even if he found the truth, he would wound up back to the start all over again, because his memories will be erased by Matron again. If he still stubbornly chose to search for the truth, he will be stuck in a vicious loop of finding the truth and having his memory erased until the Matron gets fed up with him and decides to dispose of him. So Cole felt that it was in his best interest not to look for the truth and move on with his life. Hello. Codename Mama Pimp. I have a new mission for you. Accept or retire. Sansa's voice sounded from the other end of the call. Your Highness, codename Mama Pimp reporting. I accept the mission. Having worked in the organization, Cole knew what retirement meant for the members of this organization, death. Therefore, he did not ask about the mission details and directly accepted the mission. He did not have much choice in this matter since it was being tasked to him by the matron herself. Have you heard of Kathy Dustborn? Sansa asked Cole. Now that he had accepted the mission, now it was time for his briefing regarding the mission. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I haven't. Cole replied honestly, as there was no point in lying to Matron, who controlled his memories. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder that if Matron controlled his memories, why doesn't she directly implant the memories of the mission and orders instead of using a grimoire call, which was a very tedious process and had the risk of being eavesdropped on. This question did not just pop into Cole's mind, but every member of the organization. Many had many theories regarding this. Some believed that there were some limitations to her origin card, but the popular belief was the one that stated that she did this to interact with the members and not make them feel like mere tools. This way the ing of members toward the organization and their leader would rise, and over time, they would cultivate a sense of belonging to the organization and respect their leader willingly and not out of fear for their life. In the end, these were all just theories. Only Sansa knew the reason behind why she chose to deliver the mission to her members through grimoire calls and not implant them into their memories. This wasn't the only thing Cole thought about. He also had doubts about why the matron only erased his memories and did not alter them. He felt that there must be a reason behind this, as someone as calculative and manipulative as the matron would not do anything without a purpose. Kathy Dustborn. She is the aunt of the priority target SOB and your next mission. She is currently living in Sky Blossom City. Find her, gather as much information on her as possible, and bring her to me today by evening. Sansa ordered Cole. Yes, Your Highness. Cole had no choice but to agree to Matron's orders, no matter how unreasonable they sounded. Matron was back in the central capital, and he was way down in the south of the southern region. He had to somehow complete the mission by the end of the evening, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Even if he uses a teleportation card, considering the time constraints, completion of this mission was near impossible. Good. I will send you the coordinates to deliver the target by the end of the evening. You can teleport her to the specified coordinates. And if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask Greyfur for help. Sansa was a very meticulous person, and she got what she wanted. Right now, she did not want her husband to adopt the son of her BTCH friend and was willing to do anything to get her way. Though she had already made plans to assassinate the boy tonight, Sansa had cooked up another plan in case her people fail to kill the boy once again. It is not that she did not trust her subordinates or that she was overestimating the boy, but she wanted to be fully prepared for all the possible situations, and one of those situations was the failure of the attempt of assassination on the boy. If that situation were to take place, then she had to be prepared for it too. The reason Sansa wanted Cole to bring Kathy to her was that Kathy was her plan to stop her husband from adopting the orphan son of her BTCH friend. This plan only worked if Cole was able to get Kathy to her unnoticed before her husband hears of the second assassination attempt on the boy. That was why Sansa insisted Cole bring Kathy to her before the end of the evening. Sansa did not plan to kill Kathy or hold her hostage. She planned to turn Kathy into one of her brainwashed minions when Cole brings her to her. And once she has brainwashed Kathy into one of her minions, she will send her back to the Sky Blossom City immediately along with Cole. This way, when her husband asks Kathy permission to adopt Kathy's nephew, Kathy will resolutely reject Demig, Odie Baylor, and in the process make it clear that they did not want to have anything to do with him. This was Sansa's backup plan in case the assassination attempt on the son of the BTCH failed. There were other reasons why Sansa wanted to brainwash Kathy instead of killing her. Obviously, one of those reasons was the fact that Kathy would soon be joining the Morningstar University. followed by her theory on dungeons, which was gaining approval and popularity in the central academic city. Sansa felt like it would be a waste to kill someone as capable as Kathy instead of making use of her to benefit from the best she has to offer. Hence, Sansa decided to spare Kathy and make use of her. The same thought came to Sansa's mind with regards to the orphan son of her BTCH friend. In terms of raw talent, he showed more potential than his aunt. Not to mention his physical prowess, indicating that he had a physique or traits that could compare to the top 20 physiques or traits known. All in all, the nephew was a full package with brains and brawns. He would be a more valuable asset to Sansa's organization than his aunt, but still, Sansa preferred the aunt over the nephew because of his connections with the Southern royal family, questionable relationship with the Southern Emperor, and the fact that his very existence reminded her of her late BTCH friend. When her husband declared that he wanted to adopt her BTCH friend's orphan son, she did think of controlling the boy instead of sending him to meet his parents. But then she realized that even if her husband was able to adopt her late BTCH friend's only child by opposing the Southern royal family and the Southern Emperor, she did not believe that she would be able to let go of her resentment for her BTCH friend in face of the benefits. She was willing to let go of everything she and her organization stood to gain by turning the boy into her minion. That was how much Sansa hated her late friend. Sansa, who knew herself the best, did not have to struggle long on the decision on whether to use the boy or kill him for a moment of satisfaction. Though killing the boy would only bring Sansa a moment of satisfaction, she felt that it was the best option over controlling the boy for the benefit and having to see his face for years to come, which would be a constant reminder to her, reminding her of her late BTCH friend. That would be constant torture for her. Therefore, Sansa was willing to overlook the benefits in face of momentary satisfaction. Not to mention that with her card, she could enslave as many talents as she wanted. Why go out of her way to enslave someone that would make her relive her complex just by his presence? The presence of the boy would be a constant alarm to Sansa of what she wanted to bury by burying her friend and everything her friend held dear. No amount of benefits could justify her mental torture, so Sansa decisively decided to assassinate the boy before he makes an entry into her life. Even if it meant that she would be acting against her beloved husband's wishes. She blamed the BTCH Ellen for this. If not for that BTCH, she would not have to hurt her loving husband time and time again. Here in Sun Blossom City, every half a year for the last 2 decades, the Card Creationist Association has been conducting auctions of its most prized card collections gathered or created by us over the period of 6 months. I would not be wrong to call this auction our city's tradition, as card apprentices from all over the Blossom District come to participate in this auction. Chung explained the history behind the half-yearly auction held by the Sun Blossom City's Card Creationist Association. After freshening up in our lodging, Chung wanted to lead us to his banquet, but finding the flyer for the half-yearly auction in the hotel lobby, I decided that the banquet could wait and decided to visit the auction held by the Card Creationist Association. I know Chung and his family were holding the banquet on our arrival. As a good host and as a good guest, I did appreciate Cheng's hospitality, but I wanted to attend the half-yearly auction of the Sun Blossom City to check on the current trend of the market. I didn't expect much from a card auction in a third-grade city like Sun Blossom City, but I have never been to such a huge card festival. This could be a bit eye-opening and allow me to gauge the market in third-grade cities. And not to mention, I had not been to an open auction in this world. It seemed to be a good place for me to take a small break from my day-to-day life and just enjoy myself surrounded by various cards. All these reasons apart, what actually caught my attention about the auction was the item card advertised on the auction flyer. The Energy Sword. This item card was the main attraction and flagship item of the auction. The moment I read the description of the Energy Sword card, I decided that I should own one of these swords. No, I wanted to own all 9 of the Energy Sword cards that would be auctioned in the auction. The auction was selling 9 Energy Swords as its flagship auction item of this half-yearly auction. The reason why they were selling Energy Swords instead of 1 was that if there was only 1 Energy Sword, then the wealthy card apprentice will compete, and knowing this, average card apprentice would have no interest in it, making the whole point of using the Energy Sword card as the main attraction to advertise the auction moot. So if there were 9 Energy Sword cards instead of 1, then the average card apprentice stood the chance of winning the bid on 1 or 2 Energy Sword cards, which would ensure the inflow of both rich and well-to-do card apprentices to the auction, making the auction appear as if it was a great success. If it were any other auction, this would not be the case, but this one was different. One has to remember this auction had become the tradition of the Sun Blossom City, no less than any other festival. Therefore, unlike the sophisticated auction which asks for a minimum bank balance limit to attend the auction, here in the half-yearly auction of the Sun Blossom City, anyone could attend the auction, even if they did not plan to buy anything. After all, the idea behind this was to celebrate the variety of cards like a festival. Therefore, to the public's eye, an auction's success would be dependent on the highest bid made during the auction and the size of the crowd. Using these two factors to measure the success of an auction was not the correct way to judge the success of the auction, but to the public who did not know the actual price and the profit margin of each item, these two were the only way they could judge the success of an auction, not to mention the free publicity of the auction by the people who attended the auction, giving a higher social standing to the Card Creationist Association of the Sun Blossom City over the other card creationist associations of the Blossom District. Therefore, it was very important for this particular public open auction to retain as much crowd as possible. Hence, they did not spare any expense on the advertisement part. As this open auction was one big, huge public event, it would be the perfect place for me to contact Roy and for my Sin Squad to sow a Calamity Daughter gem in James Chung, making the open auction held by the Card Creationist Association of the Sun Blossom City a perfect place for me to spend my time while I wait for all the pieces of my plan to fall in place and prepare to launch an attack on the Circle's branch in Sun Blossom City. Master Wyatt, if you are interested in those cards, then I arranged to get one of the Energy Sword cards for you. I don't know what Rami had told James Chung about me, but this guy was going out of his way to help me. I did not hate it, but he was trying too hard, and it was painful to watch. Not to mention, he always spoke about his family. The more he spoke about his family and friends, the more I got to know him as a person. And it was getting hard for me to act indifferent towards him. That would be great, but I don't just want one Energy Sword card, I want all 9 of them. Hearing that James was willing to open the back door for me to buy a single Energy Sword card, I informed him that I wanted all 9 of the Energy Sword cards. Hearing my demand, James Cheng's face turned awkward, and he was speechless as what I asked of him was not within his limits. If he were to give me all the Energy Sword cards, then what would he tell the public, which came to try and bid for an Energy Sword card? Say no more, I understand your dilemma. Your words alone were a gesture of your goodwill. I will bid for all the energy cards, I said, to avoid putting James Chung in an awkward position. Soon Rami and I entered the auction house through the VIP gate, on the red carpet, under the direction of Chung. Rami and Chung were well-known figures, so the local paparazzi showed a lot of interest in us. Thankfully, the security reacted quickly, allowing us to enter the auction house without any complication. This way, gentlemen, said Chung as he led us to a different location from where the crowd was located. Seeing this, I could not help but look at Rami in doubt, who explained, Master Wyatt, there are 2 venues for the open auction, one for the regular people, which was more of a museum than an open auction for the people who just came for sightseeing and did not plan to make a bid, while the second venue was for the VIP, the true ballers of this auction who bid a fortune to get what they want. This was not the first half-yearly auction Rami attended. As one of the founders of this auction 2 decades ago, Rami knew everything about this auction. Therefore, he knew that there were 2 different venues for the VIP and commoners in the auction house. When the auction time was up, the bids made in both VIP and commoner areas would be tallied, and the item would go to the highest bid. This arrangement felt wrong to me, but considering the unwritten jungle rules of this world, I was not surprised that they would so openly discriminate between the rich and humble. I did not bother to explore my thoughts on this issue any further, as it would not do me any good, and I did not stand to gain anything from doing so. Seeing Rami and Chung enter the auction house, a lot of eyes fell on us, and many came forward to greet the 2. Some even threw a curious gaze toward me, trying to figure out who was the teenager next to the 2 of the most influential figures of the Sun Blossom City. Their whispers to my Viltronian ears were clear, as if they were speaking standing next to me. But thankfully, I had Hive AI, which cowl D helped me dampen my super senses and comfortably adjust to crowded places. Seeing Rami and Chung were busy returning greetings to people they don't even know, I decided to search for the 9 Energy Sword cards, and place my bids for them. Then go around looking for any other card that would manage to catch my interest. But seeing me leave on my own, Rami and Chung ignored the crowd greeting them and followed behind me, making the already curious public more curious about my identity. For a teenager to make the head of the Medical Card Association of Blossom District and head of the Card Creationist Association of the Sun Blossom City follow behind him, then the identity of this particular person should not be simple. In a spacious and luxurious hall, filled with a crowd of self-important people with deep pockets, one teenager with an elegant appearance wearing a bright red overcoat attracted the attention of everyone attending the event, not because of his elegant looks or his fashionable, yet event-inappropriate red overcoat, but because of the two old men following behind him in complete submission. Many who did not know the identity of the old men would misunderstand them as the subordinates of the teenager, but the interesting thing to notice was that the old men were dressed more lavishly and appropriately for the event than the teenager they were following. Which raised the question, since when did servants start to dress more grandly than their masters? Not caring for the thought of the numerous gazes that kept checking him out from time to time, the teenager walked straight towards the main item to be auctioned at the event, placed at the center of the hall, the 9 energy sword cards. The teenager's eager stride easily gave away his intentions that he wanted to bid for the energy sword cards. Arriving at his destination, he saw 9 glass columns. In each of the glass columns, an energy sword card hovered for display. Just when the teenager was about to place his bid, he was greeted by an acquaintance. "Hi. There, Wyatt. It is unexpected meeting you here." "Eliza?" "Hi. It is indeed unexpected meeting you here." I was surprised to be greeted by an acquaintance, Elizabeth Whitebin, the heir of the Whitebin family. And next to her stood a petite young lady who had left a deep impression on me during the Sky Blossom City tournament. Lucy Robert, the most promising candidate to be the Robert family heir. Though Lucy did not greet me, I took the opportunity to greet her instead. "Hello, Miss Lucy." Hearing my greeting, Lucy returned it with a nod. Seeing the exchange, Eliza let out an embarrassed smile and gave an explanation. Lucy's communication skills are lacking. She meant no disrespect. Then she noticed the 2 old men behind me, who appeared to be my bodyguards. But then the 2 old men were too influential to be mistaken as bodyguards and were immediately recognized by Eliza, who hurriedly greeted them. "Chief Ramikaga, Master James Chung, it is a pleasure meeting you together. I am Elizabeth Whitebin, heir to the Whitebin family of Sky Blossom City." "No, young lady. The pleasure is all ours. Don't stand at a ceremony in front of us. Master Wyatt's friends are our friends." James Chung returned Eliza's greetings and asked her not to be so formal with them. "Yes, young lady, my friend is right. You don't have to be so formal around us. We hope you are comfortable and are enjoying the party." Since it was an open auction house, an open bar and buffet were available for the people to indulge themselves and enjoy. Therefore, Rami asked Eliza to make herself comfortable and enjoy the auction. As for Lucy, she still stood next to Eliza and was unresponsive until she was addressed. She did not even bother to copy Eliza's actions to greet the 2 of the most important individuals in the Sun Blossom City. I was starting to understand why, despite her powerful origin card and excellent performance in the tournament, Lucy Robert was still just the most promising heir candidate for the Robert family and not the heir of the Robert family. Despite her exceptional skills as a card apprentice, Lucy lacked basic people skills, such as communication. Come to think of it, back in the city tournament, Lucy never taunted her opponents and always immediately went on offense after the match started. Having heard Eliza give me an explanation for Lucy already, Rami and James Chung did not bother with Lucy, not to mention being offended for her not greeting them. "So what brings you here, Wyatt?" Eliza asked the teenager. The reason Eliza was so friendly to the boy was that he helped her siblings in their time of need, and as her siblings' friend, she viewed him as her little brother. "I want to bid for the energy sword cards," I replied, glancing at the glass column encasing the energy sword cards. "You too, huh?" "Lucy is here for the same reason," Eliza replied. "Energy sword cards are good weapons for card apprentices at your realm, but there are not enough for everyone," James Chung chimed in. Hearing James, Eliza did not understand what he meant by that. According to her, 9 energy sword cards were already a lot, considering that the ingredients used to create these cards were very rare. "Sis Eliza, I want to place a bid," Lucy announced to Elizabeth in a childish and immature voice. Hearing Lucy's voice for the first time, I understood what Elizabeth meant by Lucy was lacking in people skills earlier. Lucy seemed to be mentally challenged. But now I was confused as to why the Robert family even considered Lucy as an heir candidate. Lucy as a card apprentice was strong, capable, and not to be underestimated. But those qualities weren't enough to be a leader, especially a family head. Just wait a little longer, sweetie. When Big Sister is done talking with these good people, I will help you to bid for an energy sword card. Eliza spoke slowly and sweetly, as if she was speaking to a child when speaking to Lucy Robert. Then feeling our gaze, she turned to us saying, "No matter how lacking her communication skills are, she is a good card apprentice." Yeah, no judgment on here. I am a stronger believer in the saying, people can be anything they want to be. I have seen her in action during the tournament. I got nothing but respect for her. And now my respect for her grew stronger. I replied in response to Eliza's glare, implying that I would not disregard Lucy as an individual person just because of her mental condition. What Master Wyatt said. James Chung spoke hurriedly, finding a little disgust in Eliza's glare. He did hear of the Robert family head's daughter, who was facing difficulties to become the next heir of the family despite her extraordinary strength as a card creationist, just because she was female. Now that he had finally seen the person in question in person, he realized the rumors could not be further from the truth. James Chung applauded for what Lucy was able to achieve so far despite her challenges, but he did not think that she was capable of leading a family and understood the voice of opposition in the Robert family that opposed Lucy as the heir of the Robert family. As for Rami, he just shook his head, feeling pity for Lucy's condition, as he felt that Lucy couldn't survive on her own despite her strong strength as a card apprentice. She would always require someone to help her fill the gap she has communicating with society. That was a lot of trouble for one person. So, Eliza, what brings you here? I knew Lucy was the one who wanted to bid for the energy sword card. I had yet to know why Eliza was here. I am here on business, to talk deals about liquid spirit gold with the Sun Blossom Cities Card Creation Association. And since I am here, I decided to accompany Lucy to the half-yearly auction, Eliza replied. I hope all the discussions about the deal are going fine. As the head of the Sun Blossom Cities Card Creation Association, James did not participate in such deals personally. There were other staff that attend to this matter. Still, James was within the rights to know about the details of the deals. Even if Eliza did not share the details with him, James could find out about it later from the Card Association staff representing the association in the deal. Therefore, in order not to sour the relationship with the association head, Eliza politely answered James's question regarding the deal and then added, "Master Chung, the deal is progressing smoothly. My family is looking forward to continuing its relationship with the Sun Blossom Cities Card Creation Association for another century." Good. James Chung was pleased to hear Eliza's words. "Big sis, let's go. I have to bid for the energy sword card." Lucy reminded Eliza about bidding for the energy sword card again with her childish, immature voice. "Lucy, honey, let Big Sis finish here, then we can go. There is still a lot of time before the last bid." In face of Lucy's impatience, Eliza patiently answered Lucy, trying to convince her to wait. "But I want to bid now," Lucy said impatiently, and did not seem to want to continue waiting any longer. Faced with Lucy, who would not listen to her reason, Eliza did not lose her patience, but the gentle smile on her face was no longer there. With her previous experience with Lucy, she understood when Lucy acts like this, it will be difficult to change her mind. Nothing Eliza could say or do would help in this situation, but do what Lucy was asking. Just when Eliza was about to excuse herself, knowing that she could not convince Lucy to wait, I offered, "Let me take her to place her bid for an energy sword card. I am heading there to place my bid anyway." "That's so sweet of you to offer help, Wyatt. But Lucy doesn't react well to people she just met." Eliza avoided using the word strangers, feeling it was not appropriate to use for a friend. "Okay, I get it. So how about we save the small talk for later and let us head to bid for the energy sword cards together?" I said, looking at Lucy, who was getting more impatient as we discussed. Eliza did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Rami and Chong. With them present here, she would be out of turn to agree for them. "Yes, we can continue this talk later. For now, let us head to bid for the energy sword cards." Chung agreed to my decision. Then we all headed towards the glass column encasing the energy swords and looked at the highest bid placed, so for each energy sword card. The average highest bid placed for the 9 energy sword cards was around 250 median soul jades, i.e. 2,500 low soul jades. The auction has just started, and the bids for each of the energy sword cards were already very high for a C rank card. Card name, Energy Sword. Card type, Item card. Card rank, C rank, Uncommon grade. Card rate, 6 stars. Card durability, 89/100. Card effect, when activated, Card Apprentice can summon a sword made of soul energy supplied by the Card Apprentice. Additional effect, crit hit +5. Crit rate increased by 45%, penetration +7, energy slash, damage absorption. Note, the strength of the energy sword summoned increase with the purity of the soul energy used to create it. Energy slash, it is a long-ranged attack where the Card Apprentice can gather extra soul energy at the edge of the energy sword and hurl it at the enemy. Damage absorption, with every clash, the energy sword absorbs 10% of the total force applied to it. When the absorbed energy meets the minimum requirement to launch an energy slash, the energy sword starts glowing. As the absorbed energy stored increases, the glow on the energy sword gets brighter. For a C rank card, the additional stats and skills given by the energy sword card were quite attractive. No wonder the Sun Blossom City's Card Creationist Association did not hesitate to use them as the main attraction and flagship cards for the auction. The reason I was interested in this card was because of its unique characteristic that allowed these cards to break through the limits of their rank. The energy sword's characteristic that I spoke of was that it grew stronger based on the purity of the soul energy supplied by its Card Apprentice to summon it. Other Card Apprentices can't use this card's characteristic to its fullest like I could thanks to my 4 times refined soul energy. As in this third-rate city, there weren't many Card Apprentices who knew about refining their soul energy to make it purer, let alone refining their soul energy for 4 times. In my hands, the energy sword cards would achieve their best and be used more efficiently. Ever since the tournament, I have been in search of a good weapon card or card recipe in the market, but compared to the crazy sci-fi weapons I had in my mind, the weapon cards and card recipes that I can access in the third-rate city were distasteful and a waste of time. But these energy sword cards take the cake. Along with the card's unique characteristic that I can take advantage of its additional stats and skills were too good for me to pass on such cards. Therefore, I had decided that no matter the cost, I will win the bid for all 9 energy swords. Calculating the highest price a family from a third-grade city would be willing to bid for a C-rank card like the energy sword cards, I decided to bid 500 median soul jades for each of the energy sword cards. 500 median soul jades meant 5,000 normal soul jades. It was too high of a price for a C-rank card, but these cards were what I wanted, and what was the use of hoarding money if I could not spend a little extra to buy something that I wanted? I had a very tight grip when it came to spending money, but when I find something I want, and which could add to my strength, I was not the one to hold back. Hence, I did not hesitate to show a willingness to spend 4,500 median soul jades to buy all 9 of the energy swords. Wyatt, how much are you going to bid for the card? Eliza asked as she and Lucy were thinking of the right number within Lucy's budget to place a winning bid for the card. I planned to bid 500 median soul jades for each energy sword card. I found no harm in answering Eliza honestly, as it was not possible for me to place my bids anonymously, which meant she would know what I bid as soon as I placed my bid. 500 median soul jades for each of the energy sword card. That is 4,500 median soul jades. Are you crazy? These cards are worth 180 median soul jades each in the market. If not for the rarity of card ingredients used in the creation of these cards, they would not be worth a single low soul jade. What I am trying to say is that 250 soul jades were already a lot for these cards, and not to mention that one person or an organization is only allowed to bid on one energy sword card. You can't bid for all of them. Eliza was shocked to hear that I planned to bid 500 median soul jades for each of the energy sword cards. Is that true? Am I only allowed to bid for one energy sword card? Hearing Eliza, I turned to look at Chung and questioned him. Let me check with my staff, Master Wyatt, Chung said as he summoned his grimoire to call the vice head of the Card Creationist Association, who was in charge of the matters regarding the half-yearly auction held by the Sun Blossom City's Card Association. After the call, Chung looked at me with a sour, apologetic expression and said, Master Wyatt, I'm sorry. Miss Eliza is right. According to my vice head, the energy sword cards have attracted a lot of foreign adventure guilds who want to procure as many energy sword cards as possible. So we had to come up with such rules to make the auction fair for card apprentices of all backgrounds. I see. I understand. I decided to follow the rules and not ask Chung to use his authority to bend the rules for me, because there were other underhanded methods to go around the rules placed by the Card Creationist Association. Thank you, Master Wyatt. Chung hurriedly thanked me for understanding his dilemma, to which I shook my head saying, "Don't mention it." Then I looked at the bid placed by Lucy for one of the energy swords, 301 median soul jades. Lucy eagerly stood right next to the energy sword card after placing her bid for it. It seemed like she was not going to move from that place until her bid was the last bid for the card. Got to give it to Lucy. Despite her shortcomings and social skills, she went all out for what she wanted without second thoughts. How many of us can do that? How many of us can say that we fought for what we wanted with a one-track mind? Not many of us. This was one of the things Lucy was better at than the average card apprentice. Seeing me look at Lucy's bid, Eliza gave me a piece of friendly advice. Wyatt, 500 median soul jades for the energy sword card is too much. I know it is your money, but 300 median soul is the max anyone be willing to bid for this card, so be smart about it. Master Wyatt, Miss Eliza is right. 500 median soul jades for this card is indeed too much. With that amount of money, you can go to the central region to buy one of these cards and return to the city. Considering all the variables, 300 median soul jades should be the best bid for these cards. Chung, who procured these 9 energy sword cards from his last visit to the central region, honestly advised me not to be wasteful with my money. Okay, I will listen to your words then. Saying that, I placed 301 median soul jades bid for one of the energy sword cards. Just then I received a message notification from my grimoire. It was from Roy, informing me that he and the Sin Squad have entered the VIP venue and were waiting for me in the restroom. As soon as I determined the half-yearly auction as the perfect spot to conduct an exchange with Roy and my Sin Squad, I immediately contacted them and asked them to meet me at the auction house. Since the identity of the Sin Squad was a bit complicated, it was going to be difficult for them to enter the VIP venue of the auction house. So I asked Roy and the Sin Squad to meet up so that the Sin Squad could use Roy's help to enter the auction house's VIP venue without many complications, making it possible for all my boys to enter the VIP venue to carry out my plan. After going through the message, I did not immediately excuse myself to meet with Roy and the Sin Squad. Instead, I asked the Sin Squad to pass the Calamity Daughter gem given to them by Van to Roy, so that Roy can leave to complete his mission. As for the Sin Squad, I plan to bring Chung, the target of their mission, to them, and then after they subdue him, I, myself, would plant the Calamity Soul gem inside him. Therefore, at present, Roy was on his way back to the Circle headquarters with the Calamity Daughter gem given to him by the Sin Squad to complete his mission as soon as possible. As for the Sin Squad, it was on standby in the restroom awaiting my orders. Keeping my plans in mind, I joined Eliza, Rami, and Chung to look around the auction hall and explore the other cards prepared for the auction. Lucy, you sure you will be okay on your own? Before leaving to look at the cards on display, Eliza asked Lucy in concern. In response, Lucy nodded, but her eyes were locked to the bidding log of the energy sword card that she bid on, as if she was worried that by looking away for 1 second, she would lose the bid. Aside from a lack of social skills, Lucky also showed obsessive-compulsive disorder. This made me wonder, how was this girl able to survive so far in this world governed by unspoken jungle rules? Though I thought of this, I did not plan on finding the answer because I felt it was not going to be a story with a happy ending. While we went around watching the different cards on the display for the auction, I found many good cards with excellent effects for their rank, but none met my current needs. Until I found a card that I was very familiar with, having used it a lot in the city tournament, the Summon Armament card. I had planned to buy this card if I got an opportunity to. Not to mention, this Summon Armament card was not a one-time use card like the armament cards given to me back in the city tournament, but regular skill cards. Not many bids were placed for this card, and the highest bid was only 179 median soul jades. Considering that it was a rare A-rank card, this price was a steal. Due to the restriction on the size of the summons during the city tournament, Summons Armament cards played a crucial role in most of my fights during the tournament. Though I don't expect to face such restriction in the future ever again, the armament made from my summons looked awesome and felt good to use. Therefore, aside from their killing power, I wanted to have these cards for their killer style. It was too showy, but these summon armaments were still way better than most of the item cards I have come across so far. Wyatt, you interested in this card? Are you planning to bid for this card? I remember you using such a card in your tournament matches. Eliza asked, finding me go through the summons armament card info. I do. Answering Eliza, I was about to place my bid for the card, but was interrupted by a stranger dressed like a butler. Excuse me, gentlemen. Before you place your bid, may I have word with you for a second? What? I asked, glimpsing at the old man dressed in a black tux with a family crest sewed on his lapel and imprinted on his cufflinks. Gentlemen, let me introduce myself to you. I am Joe Pelt, the butler of the Pelt family from Azure Blossom City. The old man narcissistically introduced himself to me as if his name, his family, and his city's name were supposed to impress me in some way. Pelt family of the Azure Blossom City? You mean the top family from one of the few second-rate cities in the Blossom District? No wonder a mere servant dares to be so haughty in a social gathering. What is it that you want? Chung has held many half-yearly auctions over the past decades, and depending upon the timing of Joe Pelt's arrival and lengthy, but self-important introduction, it was clear to him that this old butler was up to no good following the orders of his master. Association head, I am sorry if this humble servant's word has offended you. Joe Pelt apologized, but there wasn't a trace of sincerity on his face. Making it clear that he didn't care for Cheng's impression of him, and turning to look at me, he said, My family young master has taken a liking for this card and would appreciate it if you were not to bid for this card. Hearing Joe the butler say those words with a straight face and a demanding tone, I, Chung, Rami, and Eliza couldn't help but look at him in surprise, wondering, is he for real? And his next sentence answered our doubts. My family young master will thank you for your cooperation. Having said that to our dumbfounded faces, Joe left with an elegant stride, as if he had achieved everything he was set out to achieve. Looking at the weirdo butler's back, I shook my head in amusement and placed my bid for the summon armament card, not taking the lunatic from the Pelt family seriously. Bastard, his servants and juniors are also as arrogant as he is. Rami suddenly burst into curses. Eliza and I looked at Rami in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. Feeling my gaze, Rami explained, Third elder of the Pelt family has been aiming for my position as the chief of the Medical Association of the Blossom District for a decade now. Though he has not been successful so far, he has always been the second choice for my current position. That bastard and his young ones consider themselves above others just because their family is from a second-grade city. Hearing Rami, I had enough understanding of the Pelt family of the Azure Blossom City, but it also made me find a little respect in me for Rami, who was able to defeat opponents with bigger backgrounds than his and stably occupy his position as the Blossom District Medical Card Association for decades. My father has also warned me about the Pelt family. They have a reputation for being a tyrant in the Azure Blossom City. After suffering a loss at their hands, my family had stopped trading liquid spirit gold with them for the time being. My father described that family as the greedy, blood-sucking lich that never lets go once it latches on to you. Eliza and the Whitebin family seem to have had their version of experience with the Pelt family. Master Wyatt, you do not have anything to worry about. Every half-yearly card auction, there are clowns like these who think that they can exploit the auction for their benefit using their background to intimidate the competition. And we have rules set in place to teach these fools a lesson. Chung spoke awe-inspiring, but then undermined what he just said by adding, though corporal punishment is not possible to impose on them out of consideration their families, we can impose a ban on them and their family members from participating in the auction for next few years. A ban? I asked Chung and added, you can do that? Though it is not much, it will save me some competition for this card. I will testify, so go ahead and ban this Pelt family from participating in any of the yearly auctions held by the Card Creationist Association of the Sun Blossom City. Following my suggestion, Chung called an attendee to make it clear that all the bids made in the name of the Pelt family were invalid due to the violation of the association rules. This was good for me, as the only competition for the Summons Armament card was banned from bidding on any of the items in the auction. Now I could bid for the Summons Armament card with just 1 median soul jades more than the base price set for the card by the Card Creationist Association of the Sun Blossom City. After placing a bid for the summon armament card, I found other cards that could be helpful to me in tonight's adventure and placed the bid for them accordingly. Then I thought it was about time I put my plan to recruit James Chung as a Calamity Daughter gem in motion, and said, "Master Chung, where is the restroom? I would like to freshen up a bit." "Sure, Master Wyatt. Let me take you to the exclusive restroom for the staff. It will not be as crowded as the regular ones," Chung replied, but this plan crippled my plan right at the start. "I will go check up on Lucy," said Eliza. And then Rami proposed that he be soon heading towards a foxy cougar who seemed to still be in her prime. The Sin Squad were waiting near the regular restroom for me to bring the target of their mission to them. But now things have changed as Chung was leading me to the exclusive restroom for the Card Creationist Association staff, helping with the half-yearly auction. This way my plan failed even before it had the chance to take off. Thinking about it, I decided to improvise the plan rather than give up. So while following Chung to the Card Creationist Association staff exclusive restroom, I contacted the Sin Squad and asked them to track my location with Hive AI to the restroom and then continue with the previous plan as planned. Only the location of the plan had changed and all else remained the same. So there was not much improvisation to be made to the actual plan. It remained the same. The Sin Squad would subdue Chung and feed him the Calamity Daughter gem. During this process, the squad needed to make sure there was not a single witness to their crime. Following Chung, I finally arrived at another hall that was connected to both the regular and VIP venues, allowing the staff to freely travel back and forth between the two venues without wasting much time. The hall was surprisingly big and less crowded as all the staff was busy attending to the guests and maintaining the party. An interesting thing to notice was that though the VIP venue had fewer guests compared to the regular venue, it had more staff attending it than the number of staff attending the regular venue. Soon enough, I arrived at the staff-exclusive washroom under the direction of Chung, and I could feel the presence of my Sin Squad not far behind. I looked around to find that there were only a few staff in the hall, and they were busy doing their thing. As for the restroom, I used my soul pupil to check that it was empty. Feeling the moment was right, I signaled the Sin Squad to take action. With my signal, the Sin Squad burst with full power and rushed toward Chung, covering his mouth and binding his arms and legs. They made sure he couldn't scream or struggle and carried him into the restroom in a matter of a second. Walking into the restroom, I found the 5 members of the Sin Squad holding Chung down. The confusion and fear were clear in Cheng's eyes. It grew stronger seeing me give no reaction to seeing him being restrained by a bunch of unknown card apprentices. It did not take him long to understand that I was working with the card lords restraining him. Chung had a lot of questions in his mind, but he couldn't ask as a hand was covering his mouth so hard that it felt like his mouth was about to be crushed. Unlike Rami, who was a card overlord, his best pal Chung was not a card overlord but a card lord. Cheng's talent seemed to be very poor as he seemed to be unable to forge his ego gem even after trying for a few decades. This was good news for me, as if Chung had forged an ego gem, then it would have been very difficult to restrain him with just his physical strength. There was the reason why physical strength was used to restrain Chung and not some fancy cards or rules and their meanings. It was because of the energy detectors placed through the auction hall. It helps the security of the auction hall to monitor who is using how soul energy or rule energy at what location. And the systems would immediately flag the people who are using rule energy or soul energy more than it was required to make grimoire calls or make use of grimoire networks. These security measures were necessary for the auction house to make sure that people were not up to something not good as card apprentices who think they can steal from the auction house or use the auction house to target the society's elites were not less in number. The Card Creationist Association's auction house was able to continue its half-yearly auction for decades as a tradition because they were aware of the risks and prepared for it. To beat them at their own game and target their head, I had to go a little primitive and make use of physical strength to restrain Chung. If not for the Viltronian physique granted to the Sin Squad by Calamity Daughter gems, they would not have the physical prowess to subdue peak card lords such as Chung within a matter of seconds despite their numbers. Ignoring Cheng's hate and anger-filled glare, I handed the Sin Squad a storage card containing a Calamity Daughter gem to use on Chung and walked outside the restroom, heading back to the VIP venue. Not that I could not handle doing this myself, but to avoid the preying of the certain curious semi-demigod hiding in my shadow. With this, The first goal of the reason why I came to visit Sun Blossom City was achieved, and now I could move on to the second phase of today's plan. Wyatt, what just happened? Who were those people? What do they plan to do to that man? Agatha's mentally asked me about the Sin Squad. Before the Sin Squad acted to retrain Chung, I had asked Agatha, who was hiding in my shadows, to stay put and not attack the suspicious men who were about to kidnap Chung. Those people are my goons. They handle my dirty laundry for me. And that man that you show concern for, James Chung, is on the Circle's take. My goons will have a heart-to-heart chat with him so that he will not make use of the city array to help the Circle when my forces attack the Circle's headquarters tonight. I had stressed to the Sin Squad to be very discreet while using the Calamity Daughter gem on Chung to avoid Agatha's suspicions. First, the Sin Squad will beat him up real good, and then they will feed him a health potion laced with Calamity Daughter gem. I see. So you have done your homework. It is good to know that you are not just charging in head first, blinded by vengeance. This way I will not have to worry about you failing and me cleaning up after you fail. Agatha was not new to this, so she did not have an opinion of me having my men attack Chung as long as I had a valid reason for it. Agatha was necessary for my protection. I still vividly remember what happened at Card Stadium's VIP box during the tournament. That dreadful mask-like creature nearing me without anyone noticing and the numerous card emperors pouring out of it. That moment I still remember, as in that moment I was so close to death that I felt it breathing down my neck. Had it not been for my soul pupils and Calamity Soul Gem, I would have died on that day. By now Sansa should have gotten the news of me still being alive and that her men were not able to finish the job they set out to do. Now that I have left Sky Blossom City, it would be the best time for Sansa to send her assassins again, considering that they failed last time. This time around those guys will definitely stick around to make so that I stay dead. Though I can see through enemies' stealth, I did not have the strength to resist their power or escape them. Therefore, I wanted a capable semi-demigod on my beck and call, act on my command to immediately engage the incoming invisible enemy or flee with me. Hence, at the risk of some of my secrets leaking, I had to go ahead with executing the first phase of my plan. With the first phase of the plan taken care of, I had to look forward to the results of the second phase of the plan. Speaking of the second phase of the plan, recruiting the Inyang Harmony sect's disciple, Roy had already returned to the Circle's headquarters and had handed over the Calamity Daughter gem to the maid whom he had just recently recruited to my Calamity Daughter gem army. According to the maid, the Inyang Harmony sect's disciple was very cautious by nature, even though she has been attending to him for about a week. Now, he doesn't seem to have lowered her guard towards her. Hence, she had no other opportunity to use the Calamity Daughter gem on him until dinner. She usually delivers him his dinner by 8 in the evening, which means the success of the second phase of the plan will not be certain until after the Inyang Harmony sect's disciple has had his dinner at 8 in the evening. So while I am waiting for the maid to execute the second phase of the plan, I decided to make most of the newest member of my Calamity Daughter gem army, James Chung, the head of the Card Creationist Association of the Sun Blossom City. Aside from the 9 energy sword cards and summon armament card, I had bid on many different cards that could help me in tonight's fight or will make a good addition to my card arsenal. Either way, I had my heart set on these cards but did not have the patience to keep strolling around the venue, checking to see if anyone has outbid me on one of the cards bid for. That's where James Chung comes in. He will assign his staff to each of the cards I bid for to place a new bid for the cards in case someone outbids me on one of those cards. This way my bids will always be on top and will be the winning bid, allowing me to procure all the cards I bid for seamlessly. Master, Chung mentally greeted me as soon as he caught up to me walking out of the washroom. I nodded my head and mentally ordered, act normally as if nothing changed, and address me as Master Wyatt in presence of a company. Yes, Master. Chung agreed to my order, and his expressionless face grew a pretend gentle smile that he had on his face earlier when he strolled the venue with me. Then I walked towards the center of the VIP venue where Eliza and Lucy must be waiting while mentally giving Chung instructions to use his authority to help me win the cards I bid for using the staff of the Card Creationist Association. Now that the first phase of the plan was achieved, and since Chung was going to help me procure the cards I bid for, I had no other reason to be in the auction house, so I planned to say goodbye to Eliza and head back to my lodging, wait for Roy and the maid send a report on the success of the second phase of the plan. Don't touch her. Let go of her. Dessert cannon activate. Ah. As I neared the center of the VIP venue where the energy sword cards are put on display, I had a sharp scream, followed by the yell of a familiar voice. Don't touch her. Let go of her. Hearing the familiar voice yell, my pace hastened. Piercing through the crowd, I made it to the 9 glass columns displaying energy sword cards, only to see an agitated Lucy summon her grimoire and activate her origin card aiming at a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup. Dessert cannon activate. Ah, she wants to kill me. Somebody help me. Seeing Lucy's hands morph into cannons, the middle-aged woman let go of Lucy's hair and screamed for help, causing panic in the crowd. Once the middle-aged woman let go of Lucy's hair, Eliza hugged Lucy's head in her bosom. While gently brushing her hair, she whispered, Lucy, calm down. Everything is going to be okay. Calm down. Big sister is here. Eliza's whispers in Lucy's ears worked like a charm. Lucy's cannon arms morphed back to normal hands, and she did not seem to be as agitated as before. And soon the duo was surrounded by a fleet of men in uniform. Lucy activating her origin card had triggered the soul energy monitoring alarms, alerting the security of the auction house, who responded in a record time as per their training. The chief of security walked out of the men surrounding Eliza and Lucy, addressing them. Miss, you have violated the rules of the auction house. Please leave the auction houses while we politely escort you out. Hearing the chief of security, the middle-aged woman from earlier flared up, yelling, That BTCH tried to kill me, and you guys want to let her go? Does the Card Creationist Association have no sense of justice? I want her to be imprisoned. Hearing the middle-aged woman, Eliza threw a glare at her, but before she could refute the middle-aged woman's slander, the chief of security responded by saying, Madam, that is not possible since no one is harmed. We have no reason to detain them, but if you want to press charges against them, please contact the city cops. The chief of security did not make things difficult for Eliza and Lucy hearing the middle-aged woman's demand, because he knew that the card apprentices present in the VIP venue were all influential people with high backgrounds. So he did not want to offend either of the parties, so decided to do things by book so that neither of them come back for his head. What? She almost killed. I was so frightened by this incident. I may be traumatized for the rest of my life. But you are telling me no harm was done? Is there no justice in this world? I want you to hold her for the attempt to murder charge. After the chief of security said there was no harm done, the middle-aged woman flipped, yelling she was mentally traumatized. Hey, old lady, don't just go around spouting your bullshit. If anyone here was traumatized, then it was my friend. If you had not grabbed her by her hair and tried to slap her, she would not feel the need to use her card to defend herself. She should be the one pressing charges against you. Hold on, I will call the city cops myself and let them decide who is in the wrong here. Finally getting her chance, Eliza did not spare the middle-aged woman. Old lady? Little. Who are you calling old lady? Being called old lady, the middle-aged woman who was targeting Lucy so far snapped at Eliza. Old lady, please watch your language. I will add it to your list of offenses when the cops come here. Eliza did not bicker with the middle-aged woman, but threatened her with the law. Cops, go ahead and call them. I have nothing to worry about since I have done nothing wrong. The middle-aged woman acted as of the word. Cops did not fear her, but she visibly calmed down from before Eliza threatened her with it. This woman knew who was wrong here, but still bickered to not give Eliza the satisfaction of being right and winning against her. Fine, I will call the cops right now. Eliza was not willing to let this go until she found justice for her friend, because she knew Lucy did nothing wrong yet was abused by this unreasonable middle-aged lady. Hearing that Eliza and the middle-aged lady wanted to settle this through cops, the chief of security knew things were already above his pay grade, and right now he should do what he was paid to do: maintain peace in the VIP venue. Okay, ladies, I will have to ask the three of you to step out of the auction house. You are disturbing other guests. Now that the trio wanted to call the cops, the chief of security did not want the arrival of the cops to ruin the open auction experience of the other guests. Therefore, he decided to escort the middle-aged out along with Eliza and Lucy. What? You will regret this. Hearing the chief of security wants to throw her out too, the middle-aged woman gave him a death glare while making third-rate cliché threats. Security, escort them out. Ignoring the middle-aged woman's threat, the chief of security ordered his men to escort the three ladies out of the auction hall. Come on, Lucy, let's go. Eliza said to Lucy as the security escorted them out, but Lucy did not move an inch and said, "No, I want the energy sword card." Hearing Lucy, Eliza's expression turned complicated as due to this incident with the middle-aged woman, they were being expelled from the auction house, meaning the bids made by them will become invalid, which meant Lucy will not be able to buy the energy sword card through this open auction. Eliza was in a bind right now. She did not know how to get Lucy to leave the auction house with her before the security threw them out. Even though Lucy understood what was going on, her mental health quirks did not allow her to act on it. Instead, she gets fixated on things and would not leave the auction house without winning the energy sword card. But that was not possible since they were being expelled from the auction house. Just when Eliza thought to use desperate means, knock Lucy unconscious and carry her out of the auction house, she saw a figure make his way out of the crowd surrounding them. Then her eyes shone as the solution to her predicament docilely followed behind him. "What is going on here?" Chung asked the chief of security. Reporting to the association head, "That girl summoned her grimoire to use her cards, and these two are causing a commotion, disturbing our guests, violating the auction house rules. Following the rules of the auction house, we are expelling all the parties directly involved with the incident from the auction house." The chief of security saluted Chung before answering him. I see." Just when Chung was about to ask the chief of security to overlook this incident and let the offenders free, the middle-aged woman yelled, "Association head, he is lying. That BTCH tried to kill me. Only then did I cry for help. I did nothing wrong. Why am I being expelled from the auction house?" "You?" Hearing the middle-aged woman call him a liar in front of the Card Creationist Association head, the chief of security was enraged. He regretted not ordering his men to drag this vile woman and throw her out of the auction house earlier. Chung did not respond to the middle-aged woman. Instead, he turned to look at the chief of security and said, "Access the surveillance feed and check what happened." "Yes, sir." The chief of security immediately summoned his grimoire and accessed the surveillance feed, monitoring the 9 energy sword cards floating in the glass columns. And watching the footage of the incident, he sneered at the middle-aged woman and forwarded the footage to Chung. And as Chung watched the footage forwarded to him by the chief of security, I used the Hive AI to get the live feed of what Chung was watching. Apparently, it all started with the middle-aged woman bidding for the energy sword card that Lucy bid for. Every time the middle-aged woman bid for the card, Lucy would counter her bid by adding the minimum bid of 1 low soul jade. The middle-aged woman was tolerant the first time, second time, and third time, but the fourth time, she lost calm, feeling that Lucy was taunting her and purposely increasing the bid for this particular energy sword. So she snapped at Lucy, yelling, "You going too far? I am warning, you don't want to mess with me. I am not a itch. A female dog is called a itch," Lucy answered in her innocent way. Though Lucy did not say anything offensive, the middle-aged woman still took offense, as in her mind nobody was allowed to talk back to her. So she lashed out, yelling, "Who are you calling a bog, you itch?" Being yelled at, Lucy was confused and agitated, not understanding why she was being yelled at for. From her perspective, everything the middle-aged woman did or say made no sense. So she was unable to come up with a proper response to respond to the middle-aged woman and ended up choosing to stay silent, which to the insecure middle-aged woman's eyes seemed like Lucy was looking down on her. Enraged, the middle-aged woman lunged at Lucy and grabbed hold of her hair. Pulling hard on it, the middle-aged woman yelled, "Now, do you think it's funny, itch?" Lucy did not understand what the current social protocol dictated, but she did feel that the lady opposite to her was being hostile toward her, yet she still failed to react to the middle-aged woman's assault. Things escalated quickly. Lucy was frightened, and feeling the need to defend herself, she ended up summoning her grimoire and activating her origin card. Fortunately for the middle-aged woman, Eliza stepped in time to stop Lucy. Otherwise, considering the firepower of Lucy's dessert cannon, the middle-aged woman would have been blown into a blood and gore shower. After going through the surveillance footage, it was clear that everything stemmed from a misunderstanding, but the middle-aged woman had instigated the fight and Lucy was only defending herself. So it was not hard to conclude that all the fault lay in the middle-aged woman. Now that we had the evidence, I ordered Chung to help Eliza and Lucy to press charges against the middle-aged woman. "What are you looking at? Detain that woman until the end of the auction." Chung ordered the chief of security and then turned to Eliza and Lucy. He added, I will share the surveillance footage of the incident with you if you want to press charges against her. Following Cheng's verdict, the chief of security asked the female security to escort the woman to the drunk tank and detain her there until the auction ended. Being manhandled by the female security, the middle-aged woman started yelling, "Don't touch me, I did nothing wrong. You guys are conspiring against me. My son will not let this go. Association head, thank you for your help, but we will not be pressing charges." Pressing charges meant Lucy testifying, which was another headache that Eliza chose to avoid by deciding not to press charges against the middle-aged woman. Okay then, suit yourself. Chung agreed with Eliza's decision. Unhand my mother. What the heck do you think you are doing? A deafening shout sounded throughout the auction house. Son, you are here. These people are bullying me. The middle-aged woman yelled at the source of the deafening shout. Mike Brown. The crowd in the venue started to whisper, learning that the middle-aged woman was the mother of the circle's branch leader, Mike Brown. Mike Brown slowly walked toward his mother, and looking at the female security restaining his mother, he yelled, "What are you waiting for? Unhand my mother." Under the influence of Mike Brown's intimidating aura, the female security unconsciously let off the middle-aged woman. Regaining her freedom, the middle-aged woman rushed to her son and started weeping. If you have not arrived in time, your mother would have been bullied to death by these animals. Mike Brown held his weeping mother in his embrace, and looking at Chung, he asked, "May I ask what is going on in here?" Association head. What wrong has my mother done for you guys to inflict such shame on her? Leader Mike, I did not know you had a mother, Chung asked Mike. He was not trying to insult Mike, but he genuinely believed that the leader of the circle was an orphan. Association head. Like everyone else, I too was born from my mother's womb. What are you trying to imply here? Not matter how you put it, in the end Cheng's words would still come out as offensive. So Mike's reaction was not surprising. No, I did not mean to embarrass you. I heard rumors that you were an orphan, Chung explained. No, I am not. Isn't she evidence enough? Mike said, pointing at the middle-aged woman weeping in his embrace. Just because my son grew up in the city slums doesn't make him an orphan. The middle-aged woman lashed out at Chung for assuming that Mike Brown was an orphan. Chung ignored the middle-aged woman. Seeing this, Mike Brown frowned and demanded, "Association head, I demand an explanation of what is going on here and an apology for my mother." Leader Mike, this is not your cult. This is the Card Creationist Association auction hall, and those who break the association's rule will be dealt with accordingly. Chung did not get daunted facing the leader of the circle. Instead, he held his ground in front of him and continued to add, "Your mother tried to abuse this little girl over here. Hence we decided to detain her until the auction ends." Seeing Chung not back down, Mike was puzzled. Things were not turning out like he thought they would. Mike thought that once Chung knew that the middle-aged woman was his mother, then Chung would immediately apologize to him publicly, but that did not happen. Instead, Chung was arguing with him. Mike was so confident that Chung would immediately apologize to him and acknowledge his mistake because the so-called head of the Card Creationist Association was on his take. Therefore, Chung's rebellion came as a huge surprise to him. Then he realized that Chung was doing this to show that he was not satisfied with the current amount of money they were paying to him and wanted to demand more money. Coming to this realization, Mike's face turned stern and he glared at Chung and said, "Association head, you don't need to detain my mother until the end of the auction. I will take her home now." "Please do." Since the subject's offense was minor and was willing to leave the premises on her own accord, Chung had no right to detain her. Therefore, he could only agree when Mike said that he would take his mother with him. "Come, mother, let's go home." If not for too many people watching, Mike would have taught Chung a lesson and made him cough out everything he had been fed by the circle, and then continue to work for them for free. Unfortunately, to maintain his public image, Mike had to swallow the rage he was feeling and take a step back. "No, son, we cannot leave without taking that energy sword card," the middle-aged woman demanded her son. Hearing his mother's demand, Mike frowned, but then he said, "Don't worry, mother, I will have my people bid for an energy sword card. For now, let us head home." "No, not just any energy sword card. I want that sword energy card. I plan to present it to you later." It was not clear whether the reason the middle-aged woman gave was true or not, but everyone present here had an idea that the middle-aged woman was doing this out of spite for Lucy and wanted to make her suffer by winning the bid on the energy sword card that Lucy was bidding for. "Sure, mother." Mike agreed with his mother and signaled his goon to complete his mother's request. Following Mike's instruction, one of the goons walked to the glass column enclosing the Sword Master card and directly placed a bid of 1,000 median coins, which was almost 3 times Lucy's bid and 5 times the price of the card in the central market. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lucy provocatively, and then turned to leave with her son in satisfaction. With them gone, the VIP venue returned to its usual self. "Lucy, are you still going to bid for the card? Or will you bid for other cards?" Eliza asked Lucy, contemplating whether to call her Aunt Robert if Lucy were to continue to outbid the circle for that particular energy sword card. "No, the card is no longer worth it, and the same goes for the other cards," Lucy said dejectedly. It wasn't that Lucy lacked the money to bid for the card, but she felt that price of the card was not worth it. There was a reason why Lucy was fixated on this particular energy sword card over the others. Unlike other energy sword cards, its durability was near perfect, making 300 median soul jades the right price to buy this card. After all, the same cards with higher durability and lower star ratings were more expensive than their counterparts with lower durability and star ratings. But 1,000 median soul jades were not worth buying the card, even if it had perfect durability ratings, let alone near-perfect durability ratings. Despite her mental health issues, Lucy was smart. Though she had trouble following, which came to the rest of us as easy as drinking water and breathing air, her years of experience had created her way of making up for what she lacked. Yes, it was not the ideal replacement, but over time, experiencing and learning from mistakes, her system was reaching its perfection with time. What was common sense to us? For Lucy, it was as hard as solving an ugly math problem. And her way of coping with things has brought her this far along the way. "So you don't want that card anymore? You changed your mind just like that?" Hearing Lucy easily give up on the sword energy card that she fixated on after causing all this drama, Eliza was stumped. She was surprised to see how far Lucy was willing to go to get what she wanted and how certain Lucy was about what she wanted. Eliza felt that in some way she had a lot to learn from Lucy. Still, this realization did not help her with the frustration she felt over the fact that Lucy was going to just walk away after all that trouble she went through. They went through to win that particular energy sword card out of the 9 energy sword cards. "No, not with that price," Lucy answered nonchalantly. She did feel Eliza's irritation through her voice, but since she did not understand it, she chose not to address it. In her experience, asking a person why they were irritated was often responded with a lie. "I'm not irritated," followed by increased levels of irritation. Lucy never understood why people failed to agree to their feelings. If you were feeling sad, agree that you were sad. It was the same for her grandparents. They always have a sad look in their eyes, but keep assuring her that they were not sad. Why did people have to make things so complicated for her? Okay, what about bidding for other energy sword cards? You wanted to buy an energy sword card, right? Wait, why did you want to buy an energy sword card in the first place? With the nature of your origin card, weapon cards are redundant to you. Eliza felt Lucy's answer made sense because no card was worth buying for the 5 times the price of its actual price. "Yes, I know. That card was for Grandpa. Grandma asked me to buy a good gift for Grandpa's birthday. Grandpa is good with swords. An energy sword card with near-perfect durability and star ratings for 300 median soul jades is a good gift for Grandpa. Other energy sword cards are not a good gift, as their pricing is too high," Lucy answered Eliza. Hearing Lucy's definition of a good gift, Eliza did not know whether to sigh or laugh. And she could not help but feel Lucy was confusing the definition of a good gift with the definition of a good deal. Eliza shook her head with a small smile. Hearing Lucy's straightforward answer, Eliza could not be mad at her anymore. This was the reason why Eliza liked to hang out with Lucy, as while talking with Lucy, she did not have to worry if there was a double meaning or second agenda to what Lucy said. She did not have to worry about Lucy lying to her or her doing something contrary to what she said. As the heir to the Whitebin family, Eliza has met a lot of people who approached her with motives in mind. So for her, someone like Lucy was a change, a good chance. It can't be mad at you anymore. "Come, let us get some ice cream. I have a sudden craving for it." "No, I haven't found a gift for Grandpa yet." "Were you mad at me?" Lucy rejected Eliza's request and showed concern if Eliza was mad at her. "Not anymore. Let's find your grandpa's gift, and then we are going to get ice cream," Eliza answered Lucy, and any signs of frustration she felt were long gone. "Okay," Lucy agreed, and was happy that she would be getting ice cream afterward. Association head, thank you for your help. And sorry we seem to have created unnecessary trouble for you. Having sorted out things with Lucy, Eliza finally remembered the association head who came to their rescue. Then she thanked him for his help and apologized at the same time as she knew that Mike Brown was the new branch leader of the circle and surprisingly the son of the unreasonable middle-aged woman. Eliza always pictured the leader of the circle as this big, scary dude, but today the impression she got from him was different from the one she had of him, especially when she saw him stand up for his mother. Date, April 3rd, 2321. Time, 1751. Location, Sun Blossom City, Card Creationist Association, Auction House, Circle Leader's car. Sending his mother to her residence safely in her car, Mike Brown got into his car and ordered his head goon. Declare a state of emergency. Call in all the inner circle members to gather for a meeting, and ask all the executives and outer members to ditch whatever they are doing and return to the headquarters. Yes, sir. The head goon did not question Mike Brown's order and immediately agreed to it without thinking about it, as that was his job. After the head goon forwarded his leaders to every circle's members, Mike Brown's grimoire started to buzz with numerous notifications, all asking why he had declared the state of emergency. To which he replied saying, "Gentlemen, we are preparing for war." Mike Brown was not worried about other members of the circle double-crossing him like the leader of the Card Creationist Association did. Because no matter how dissatisfied the member of the circle was with their organization, there was no way out for them. Once a part of a circle, always a part of the circle. Mike Brown's visit to the half-yearly auction held by the Card Creationist Association was unexpected. Not just the guest at the open auction, but the host of the open auction. All of them were surprised by his visit. They never expected the leader of the circle to visit the auction personally. If the unexpectedness of the situation made the other guests and the host surprised, the nature of the circle's new branch leader raised fear in them. They all knew that the leader of the circle will not grace them with his presence without a reason, and this unknown reason behind his physical visit made them uneasy and nervous. But thankfully, everything ended fast and smoothly when the Card Creationist Association had stood up to the new branch leader of the circle. That was what the masses believed, but the truth was far from that. The new branch leader of the circle left because the objective of his visit to the auction was achieved. At first, Mike Brown did not think much of the Card Creationist Association head Cheng's insubordination, but when he recalled the news he got earlier this afternoon, Mike Brown knew the information he got may not be wrong. The reason Mike Brown visited the half-yearly card auction was that he wanted to check out the information he received earlier this afternoon. The information he received revolved around a teenage card soldier, whom he traced and followed to the half-yearly card auction held by the Card Creationist Association. As for meeting his mom at the auction, it was a mere coincidence. The insubordination of the Card Creationist Association head Chung played a big role in helping Mike Brown verify the information he received. At first, Mike took the association head's insubordination as corrupt Cheng's way of shaking him for more money. But Mike Brown's thought changed once he saw the teenage card soldier, whose footsteps he traced to the auction standing not far from Chung. Especially the shadow of the teenage card soldier, he could sense unimaginable from within it. That was when Mike Brown was 100% sure that the information he received in the afternoon was indeed true. Now that he had verified that the information he received was true, Mike decided to return to the headquarters to prepare for the war. As the enemy he was about to face this time was more prepared than he was. This afternoon, he received a piece of information that a teenage card soldier he haven't even heard about was the one who had been causing trouble to his operations at Sun Blossom City, especially with his false propaganda initiative. The information said that this teenage card soldier was going to attack the Circle headquarters tonight at the earliest with 3 semi-demigod bodyguards protecting him. Hearing this information, Mike Brown felt that the source of the information was pranking him. But still, he decided to check out the truth of the information because the information provided by this particular source was never wrong and was always very detailed. And he was right to have trusted the source because the information given by the source was indeed true, as he did find a semi-demigod hiding the teenage card soldier's shadow. This meant that the other 2 semi-demigod bodyguards of the card soldier were not far away, and also that the branch of the circle under him was in imminent danger of being attacked tonight, and he had to prepare for it. Visiting the half-yearly card auction held by the Card Creationist Association not only helped Mike Brown verify the information, but also helped him gather important information that he could not count on the authorities of the Sun Blossom City, despite them taking his bribes. The head of the Card Creationist Association was the perfect example of this. With the Card Creationist Association head out of his pocket, Mike Brown knew that any year Sun Blossom City was a death trap for him and his organization. And right now he could not help but feel proud for having used the Yin-Yang Sect's Punisher Array to protect the headquarters, because of which the Sun Blossom City's array will not be able to imprison or isolate their headquarters in an isolated space. Mike Brown was so confident about the Yin-Yang Sect's desolate Punisher Array that he decided to use the Circle's headquarters as a tarp for the teenage card soldier and his force, who believed that they were ambushing them at night, but instead were going walk to their deaths. But still, Mike Brown did not dare to underestimate his enemy. If the teenage card soldier was able to find the solution for the city array, then Mike believed that the teenage card soldier must have planned something for the desolate Punisher Array covering the Circle's headquarters. Therefore, as preparation in case the desolate Punisher Array was broken through, Mike Brown decided to gather every member of the Circle branch of the Circle within the headquarters to fight or stall the enemy, depending upon the circumstances at that time. Mike Brown did not hesitate to consider using his men to stall the enemy forces, giving him time to escape. Mike Brown had all the plans and contingencies prepared for the war yet to come, but he had no idea how to deal with 3 semi-demigod bodyguards of the teenage card soldier. For this particular part of the upcoming war, he decided to call the main headquarters for reinforcement, and the semi-demigods assigned by the main headquarters should be arriving soon. Though Mike was sure that the enemy semi-demigods will not participate in the war due to the various protocols and the political consequences, but he would only feel safe if he too had a few semi-demigod bodyguards of his own protecting him. Hence, he did not hesitate to ask the main headquarters for semi-demigod reinforcement when he reported back that the information that was passed to him earlier this afternoon was true, that little SHD, teenage card soldier, seems to have come prepared for a full-out war. From the time the Circle's new branch leader Mike Brown showed up in the auction to the time when he left the auction, I tried to keep myself invisible not to attract his attention, but it did not work. He still spotted me. It was as if he was searching for me and my shadow. At first, I left it alone thinking that I was overreacting. But when Agatha mentally reported to me, "I think he knows I am hiding in your shadows. FCK, what is going on here? First you, and now this asshole. My ace card is starting to seem shabby." So it wasn't just me, but Agatha too felt like the Circle's new branch leader Mike Brown knew she was hiding in my shadows. So I brought up the Hive AI recording of Mike Brown casually glancing over me and my shadow. He was able to keep his act while glancing over me, but when he glanced over my shadows there were visible changes in his micro-expression. Knowing that a semi-demigod was hidden among us, his act almost fell for a second. This proved that what I and Agatha felt was true, and that was when I realized that, FCK, he knows. Not just about Agatha hiding in my shadow, but the purpose of Agatha hiding in my shadow. This meant that my plans to attack the Circle's branch in Sun Blossom City have been leaked. The reason I felt that my plans about attacking the Circle were leaked was that the casual glance of Mike Brown over me and my shadow was not so casual. It was a well-calculated and timed move on his part. Though his acting was solid, my Hive AI broke his act part by part and concluded that there was nothing casual and random about Mike Brown's glance over me and my shadow. It was a planned event by Mike Brown. The only reason for him to do this was because he knew something. If he knew about Agatha hiding in my shadow, then whatever he knew must be regarding the purpose Agatha was hiding in my shadow, which was to protect me while I attacked the Circle branch in the Sun Blossom City. So his unexpected visit to the open auction was to confirm whether the information being sold to him was legit or not. The Circle was already on alert for an external attack long ago due to the Grimoire Network War, but they never knew who their enemy was, and now they had a face to put to their unknown enemy. It would be a safe bet on my part to assume whoever sold Mike Brown information on my plan to attack the Circle must have also sold information about me and my forces. Now the question was who sold the information to Mike Brown, and how much do they know about me, my forces, and my plans to attack the Circle. Seeing how they even knew about Agatha hiding in my shadow, then it means they must be very close to me. Making my list very short, and I did not have to worry about my activities being reported to the southern capital, because once the royal family knew about Sansa's abilities to cripple her information network in the southern region, they stopped making an archive about stuff classified as top secret, and I was also classified under top secret. The pool of suspects who leaked information regarding my plan to Mike Brown was small, and they were people who arrived in Sky Blossom City after the failed assassination attempt on me. And I had a feeling that they had something to do with Sansa. The Southern Watch soldiers are not close to me, so they could be excluded, leaving Cole, ABA, Agatha, Asong's aides, and Asong's bodyguards. I could exclude ABA and Agatha, as if Agatha wanted to assassinate me, she could have successfully done it numerous times by now, and if ABA wanted to assassinate me, she could have asked Agatha to do so. Wait, she did ask Agatha to kill me. Let us not remove her from the suspect pool yet. I was kidding, of course. ABA was in the clear. According to the clown mask's vision, she was this world's humanity's hope, so she would not do something like this to someone whom she considered a friend. Leaving Cole, Asong's aide, and Asong's bodyguards. That was a total of 13 suspects. Considering that Asong had already tried to deceive me twice despite my grace to her, she had the most suspicion of the 13 suspects. But that was not enough for me to point fingers at Asong. Come to think of it, why was she even here? No, the right question was who called her here? It was Cole, that son of a bitch. He approached me of his own accord and even brought me a big client like Asong. What kind of black merchant pitches a teenage card creationist to his VIP client? FCK him. Everything about this guy was starting to seem suspicious. When Cole came to me with a business proposition, I had my super brain card scour the Grimoire network to get information about Cole, his business, his friends, and his family, as it would be foolish of me to consider a partnership with someone without doing the correct due diligence, which involved a mandatory background check. What Superbrain found about Cole on the Grimoire network checked out. It painted Cole as a successful philanthropist who got to where he was today with his talent and hard work despite all the difficulties he faced. Come to think of it, everything about Cole on the Grimoire site sounded like a fairy tale with Cole as the protagonist. That son of a itch. Though I cussed Cole, I was trying very hard to control my anger, as all this was my speculation. The chances of it being correct were a good 60%. Still, I had to give Cole the benefit of the doubt. Sudden a thought crossed my mind. Why not ask Anna what she thinks about my speculations? Thinking of this, unconsciously, an evil grin formed on my face. Wyatt, your reasons to suspect Cole are valid but not enough. Without proper evidence, even the Southern Emperor cannot judge a member of the vassal family of the royal family. Having heard her protectee's speculation, Agatha too felt he made sense, but even if what he said was confirmed, there was not enough evidence to support it. So, Agatha did not see how this helped their current situation and added, now that your plans have been leaked to the enemy, shouldn't you be aborting your mission? Agatha, if you think I come here with one plan in mind, then you are seriously underestimating me, I said while I called Anna. I decided to ignore Agatha's input on this matter as she did not know about the matron and her scary origin card. But Anna knew, so she will understand my reasoning and worries. Calling Anna. Hello, Wyatt. Do you miss me already? Anna's enthusiastic voice sounded from the other side of the Grimoire call. Yes, the outside world is too scary. I played alone with Anna, which caught her off guard, causing her to shyly reply. Should I come over there to help you immediately? I don't mind breaking a few laws to help you. No, I need you at the Sky Blossom City to verify something. Where is Cole right now? I asked Anna. I don't know, he left right after you. Hearing Anna's answer, my suspicion of Cole grew. Then I immediately asked Anna. Anna, you trust me, right? Yes, you know I do. Anna answered without hesitation. My plan to attack the Circle's branch in Sun Blossom City has been leaked. Even the part about me having a semi-demigod bodyguard was leaked, and I have reasons to believe Cole had something to do with this. I narrated my speculation to Anna without revealing the fact that I knew about the matron and her paw clan, while hinting to her to conclude that Sansa was behind this and Cole was a part of the paw clan. So that Anna would approach Cole carefully, keeping in mind Sansa's dreadful origin card that allowed her to turn her victim brain dead with a thought. Thankfully for me, and was right next to Anna listening to the entire conversation, so she understood what I was implying. Wyatt, this is, and don't worry, we will find Cole immediately and approach him cautiously. What about you? Do you plan to abort your attack and return now that your plans have been leaked to the enemy? No. I will continue my attack using the contingency plan. You guys handle Cole, I replied. I thought so, good luck, and wished me good luck and was about to hang up the call, but was interrupted by Anna. And, you go handle Cole. I will see whether Wyatt requires any further assistance. I don't know what transpired there, but I knew for sure that Anna got her way after hearing her say, Wyatt, do you need any assistance with the mission? Now that enemy knows your plan, you will need more help. Do you want me to hire mercenaries and send them over? No, don't. I have enough numbers. What I am lacking is a personal arsenal of powerful cards. So, I would like you to ask Luna about the advance on broken runes we talked about. Luna did promise to give me advance payment for the project she ordered. I have been waiting on them quite patiently for Luna to bring it up, but now I could not. I will talk to her, but I cannot promise anything to you. But I have some broken runes on me. Do you want me to bring them over? Anna asked. No. Pass what you can gather to Diana Keith of the Fine Gold. She will be leading my forces to the Sun Blossom City. She can bring the broken runes along too. There was a reason I chose Diana as the courier for the broken runes over one of my Calamity Daughter gems. My Calamity Daughter gems don't need me to impress them, but Dana and others needed to be, so I was trying to help Diana see that she was playing the right bet. A personal visit from the Southern Emperor with numerous broken runes as a gift for me was the best way to show it. Okay, then I will get to it. You stay safe. Knowing that my schedule was tight and Diana would soon be leaving the Sky Blossom City with my forces, Anna hung up on me and headed to execute my request to her without any delay, surprising me. I did not know your sugar mama valued you this much, to trust you enough to detain a member of a royal family's vassal family without evidence. I knew the Southern Emperor was crazy, but what she is doing now was bat-sht crazy, because if this ends badly, then it could sow discord between the vassal families and the royal family. Therefore, for your sake, you better hope that your speculation about Cole is correct. Otherwise, as the instigator of this matter, you will be facing serious consequences. As soon as Anna hung up the call, Agatha spoke out, trying to help me understand the gravity of the situation, that if my speculations were wrong, then I would be facing serious repercussions, not just me, Anna included. Don't worry about it, I said while I checked the grimoire notifications that I had received while on grimoire call with Anna. Message received, read/ignore/delete. Read, sender, and heat send. Wyatt, I don't know how you know about the matron and her paw clan, but I will decide what to do with it after you are done. Will explain everything to me when this is over. Until then, this will be secret between the two of us. Reading the message sent to me by, and I was shocked to know how much and had gathered from a short exchange between us over a grimoire call. But it was good to know that she did not report this to Anna and the rest. Message received. Read, ignore, delete. Read, sender, Dalton Wyatt. And I don't know what you are talking about. Are the so-called matron and her paw clan you speak of behind Cole's actions? Who are they supposed to be? Some kind of resistance? Revolutionaries? Freedom fighters? Or a secret organization of cat ladies? Reading the reply she received, and was stumped. But soon she replied asking, what is a cat lady? Is that some kind of monster? She did not have to wait too long for a reply. Sender, Dalton Wyatt. No, cat lady is not a monster. In a distant world, the cat lady is a very lonely woman of any age who tries to fill the missing companionship in her life with cats. Reading the reply that she received, and did not know what to make of it, she was more confused than before. She wanted to interrogate the teenager, instead they were goofing around, which Anne couldn't get enough of. So she replied, that sounds sad. So what else do they have in this distant world you speak of? Every second and waited for the boy's reply felt like an eternity for her. It was somehow worse than being trapped in Anna's grimoire for days. Bet when the message notification rang, she felt like the spring has arrived, and 1,000 fireworks were lit in her heart. Sender, Dalton Wyatt. A lot of things, but I don't know where to start. Anything you are particularly interested to know about? And did not know how to answer this question. Wasn't this the boy's imaginary world? How will she know what it has and does not have? When Anne was racking her brain trying to think of an appropriate answer to reply with, one of the soldiers reported, Commander, they have located Sir Cole. He is back in the Sky Blossom City. Good job, and said and dismissed the soldier and thought of an appropriate reply. Found Cole, got to go? Bye. After sending the reply and waited for the boy's reply, only after receiving it did she take action against Cole. Calling Grandpa Lorenzo. I know, that brat is back in the city. I have already modified the city array. I will deploy it at your signal. Lorenzo answered from the other end of the call. He seemed to have been updated about the situation, and he also had made appropriate preparation to capture Cole in the limited time. How sure are you that this will work? Because if we cannot extract the required evidence of his betrayal, then we will have a hard time explaining to the Wilson family why one of their family members was intercepted by us and became a brain-dead person afterward. Capturing Cole directly would spook the matron who was controlling him, and as a result, she will not hesitate to dispose of him. This way they will not be able to achieve anything but the relationship between the royal family and the vassal family. Therefore, Lorenzo and Luna together had come up with a plan to capture the victims of Matron's origin card without alerting her, and Cole was their first test subject. So the chances of success of this mission were very low. Hence, and cannot help but stress to Lorenzo the consequence of failure. I can't guarantee anything here. I have no idea what Matron's origin card is capable of. So there are many variables in this plan. But Luna and I have made sure to prepare for everything we know about Matron's origin card. We can only hope that this works. As a researcher who strongly believed that failure was part of every success, Lorenzo did not guarantee anything to Anne. After all, there wasn't much information on the Matron's origin card. So there were too many variables in this plan that was unaccounted for. So Lorenzo saw this plan as the early attempt to successfully create a method to overcome Matron's origin card. And he couldn't give 2SHD about the Wilson family. According to him, they were the ones who should be answering the royal family for harboring a traitor. This was how things worked in the old days. As long as the royal family was the strongest, the vassal families could only swallow their dissatisfaction to mooch off them. So, you are sure that this plan is going to fail, but want to attempt it anyway to find how Matron's origin card will counter your measures against it, allowing you to collect enough data to prepare for it the next time. This point alone is worth straining the relationship between the royal family and the vassal families under it. This is good enough. So, Grandpa, you can proceed as planned, and easily skimmed through what Lorenzo said and what he was implying and concluded that any gains from this mission may look small, but looking at the bigger picture and long-term gains, it was worth it. And it is so easy to talk to you. If it was Anna, I would have to spend another 20 minutes trying to dumb it down for her to understand. I will contact you when it is done. Lorenzo liked working with, and for a change, they seemed to have a lot in common. No need. I am coming to the location. I can't stay on the back for this one, since this matter was related to the boy and wanted to personally handle it. This way they will have a lot more to talk about during their next chat. And you too. Now I really want to know what potion that boy has fed you two sisters. Sigh. There was no need for two-card emperor to handle a mere card overlord. But Anne insisted to tag along. It wasn't hard for Lorenzo to guess why Anne was doing this. It was that boy again. Only could make these two sisters act against reason. How much longer? Anne asked Lorenzo, looking at Cole, who appeared to be asleep while standing. I am making a clone of his entire memory, not a candy. It will be a while. Let's hope that the array will buy us enough time. As Lorenzo said this, he already knew that coming this far was already unexpected, and hoping for more was them being greedy. Is the city array strong enough to bear the burden of the samsara array? And asked because if the entire thing were to fall apart just because the hybrid array set up by Lorenzo using the city array as the base array was unable to withstand the burden of the samsara array as the main array, then it would be a pity. Don't worry, I have strengthened the city array, strong enough to withstand the burden of the samsara array. The only thing we have to worry about is that the samsara array can deceive the failsafe set by Matron Cole's head long enough for me to completely clone his memories. Cole's memories will be a prime example of what Matron's origin card was capable of. I need the clone memories to contain every little detail of Cole's memories. This way, I will know how many times Matron has edited or erased his memories, especially the memories suppressed by her. This may as well give me the info on Matron's origin card's failsafe that we are dreading. You understand why I can't rush it, Lorenzo explained to Anne. I did not ask you that, and said, looking at Lorenzo with her left eyebrow raised. FCK, I haven't been this excited in a while. Lorenzo did not need to say that. His face expressed the same language, and said, hearing Lorenzo cuss. Hearing this, Lorenzo missed a part of Anna, who would cuss along with him. The memories of every member of the Paw clan were designed in such a way that when caught, their memories would detonate. In the process, they would turn brain dead. Making the process of getting any information on the matron or her Paw clan was an impossible feat. Torture, truth serum, memory reading, etc. all had zero effect on brain-dead people. So Lorenzo and Luna came up with a way around it. The way around matron's failsafe, thought by Lorenzo and Luna, was based entirely on an assumption. If their assumption was wrong, then the entire point of this would amount to nothing. But still, it was worth a try, since they had to start somewhere. The assumption that formed the foundation of the method Lorenzo and Luna thought of to counter matron's origin card was that the failsafe that matron had planted in members of the Paw clan only activated when the members were captured or dead. Now the question was, how did the failsafe that matron placed in her Paw clan members know that the members were captured or dead? Considering that matron's origin card was all about manipulating and controlling memories, the answer was simple and very obvious. The failsafe that matron placed in her Paw clan members knew that the members were captured or dead using their memories. Since it was the memories of that particular target that allowed the matron to know whether or not a person was captured or dead, the only way against it was to deceive the memories of the target. Make it so that they don't know that they are captured and placed under interrogation. The only way to deceive a person and his memory was through a strong illusion. This way, when the person was lost in the illusion becomes part of the subject's memories. As long as the subject doesn't know that he was in an illusion, his memory of it will stay real until he realizes it was an illusion. Then the memories of it will become an illusion and trigger the failsafe, turning the person brain dead. Having planned to use illusion to counter matron's origin card, Lorenzo created a hybrid array by using the city's space isolation barrier array as the base array and the samsara array as the main array. Samsara array is a very strong illusion array that can even trap newborn demigods in it. Though this array was just an illusion array, it has various functions. And one of them was to trap a person in a fake world that will be a replica of the real world based on the memory of the target. Trapped in the illusion's fake world, the target will think that they were in real life doing the things they normally plan to do in real time. Since the fake world is based on the target's memories of the real world, it will be very hard for the target to differentiate the fake world from the real world. So, what he is doing right now in the illusion? And asked Lorenzo, planning to understand why Cole was at the high school that the boy attended. He seems to be kidnapping a girl. It is Wyatt's Aunt Kathy. FCK, what is the matron up to? Why did she ask Cole to kidnap Wyatt's aunt? Date, April 3rd, 2321. Time, 1803. Location, Sun Blossom City, Card Creationist Association, Auction House, VIP venue. Message received. Read, ignore, delete. Read. Sender, and heat send. Found Cole, got to go. Bye. Reading the reply, I knew even though I was not able to get rid of Anne's suspicion entirely, I was able to establish a status quo where she knew that I would deny everything. This should be enough to stop her from coming to me for answers to the question I would rather not share. But one thing was clear to me, and was a lot more difficult to handle than Anna. If not for her inexperience and interest in the opposite sex, I would have had a harder time dealing with her. Eliza, have you bid for any card in the auction? After the chat with Anne, I decided to leave the auction and prepare for tonight. But before that, I decided to attend to one matter, for which I would require Eliza's cooperation. No, instead of buying cards for steep prices here, I would rather plan a trip to the Southern capital and buy the cards for a reasonable price at the Southern Card Association. Why do you ask? Eliza made it sound like the rest of us in the open auction were all fools to bid for the cards in the auction. Why don't we go somewhere quiet to discuss? I said, looking at the crowd of self-important people in the venue. Sure, let me check with Lucy. Eliza agreed. Bring her with you, I said. Lucy, we are going to somewhere quiet. I will come to pick you up later, or if you are done with the auction you can tag along with us. Eliza asked Lucy, who answered, I did not get a gift for my grandpa. So you will stay? Eliza asked Lucy for confirmation. No, I will come with you, Lucy answered. Okay, Eliza nodded. All three of us followed Chung to a secluded hall deep inside the auction house. Making ourselves comfortable on a couch, I asked Chung, Master Chung, please inform Rami that I am waiting for him here. Yes, I will do that. With Cheng's departure, I turned to look at Eliza and Lucy. Feeling the graveyard silence awkward, Eliza said, "Well, what was it that you wanted to discuss?" I cut to the chase. "It is about Lucy's condition." I skipped the small talk and directly spoke about the reason I invited Eliza and Lucy here. "What about it?" Eliza asked while Lucy glanced at me. "I know the reason behind it, and I think I have a solution for it," I said confidently. "What do you mean?" Eliza looked at me with a scrutinous gaze as if looking at a scammer. "There is a tumor in Lucy's brain. It is not malignant, but benign, but it is responsible for Lucy's mental condition." I explained, feeling that adding more context to my claims would help Eliza and Lucy trust my words. "What is a tumor?" Eliza asked. "In this world where soul energy washes each cell of the body of every card apprentice, cancer was not that common, and not many even knew about it. Tumor is an abnormal growth of the tissue, for example, a mole. Now imagine that such growth inside the human body. In Lucy's case, it is inside her brain or adjacent to it," I explained. "By mole you mean the disgusting stuff that grows on a mortal's face. It has a hair in it sometimes," Eliza asked. "Yes," I replied. "Such a thing is inside Lucy's brain, and it is the cause of her mental condition," Eliza said based on my explanation so far. "Correct," I exclaimed, seeing Eliza understand what I was saying, and added, "Though this tumor stopped growing long ago, it is located near the sensitive area of her brain, making it hard for Lucy to function like an average human being." "Okay, let's say what you were saying is true. How would you treat it?" Eliza questioned. I don't think she believes me, but she could not ignore my confidence, so she decided to hear me out for Lucy's sake. "Before I explain that, you promise me that you will hear me out to the end. Let me finish, and then ask your questions. The process of removing the tumor would sound too cruel for someone who does not know about surgeries and would drink a potion or take a soul pill to treat every injury or disease in their life." "Fine," Eliza promised. "Okay, just let me finish. Hopefully, you will not have any questions to ask when I am done explaining," I said in thought. "Hopefully, you two will be on board with the procedure." "Just explain it already," Eliza said in annoyance. As for Lucy, the subject of our conversation, her gaze never left me since I brought up her mental condition. "The only way to treat the tumor is to remove it. To do that, I will have to make a small hole in Lucy's skull from where I can access the tumor and cut it out, and then patch her up using elixirs and medical cards. Once the tumor is gone, the area of the brain it was affecting will be able to operate normally, allowing Lucy to function like average humans." I said everything in a single breath in fear of being interrupted midway. "Well, you were right about one thing. Hearing everything you had to say, I no longer have any questions, as I now know that you are f-king crazy. And you would be crazier if you thought that I or anyone else would allow you to cut Lucy's skull open," Eliza yelled, and even added a few cusses in between. I expected Eliza to react wildly, but not this much. For the subject of this topic, she was calm and listened to us as if it did not concern her. Eliza kept glaring at me. Her chest heaved up and down with her deep breaths. It was already a surprise that she did not storm from here along with Lucy in a fit of rage. Taking this as an opportunity, one asked Lucy, "What do you think? You haven't dropped this matter yet? Wasn't I clear enough earlier?" Eliza said while glaring at me. I ignored Eliza's glare and said, "Eliza, this matter is for Lucy to decide, not you." Hearing my words, Eliza turned to look at Lucy, but she did not get any answer from Lucy's blank and calm face, so she asked me, "How do you even know all this? Now you are some kind of genius medic, is that it?" The moment I came to know of Lucy's mental condition, I used my soul pupils to scan her entire body. Over the repeated use of my soul pupils, I have been able to identify different body organs and glands based on their soul pathway arrangements. When I scanned Lucy's brain today, I found an abnormal growth adjacent to it. And with the help of High-Val, I was able to determine that it was a benign tumor which has stopped growing long ago. But the area where it was located was causing a complexation in Lucy's mental response. Just to be sure, I had Hive AI run several tests and simulations on the soul pathway arrangements of Lucy's brain. Only when I was 100% sure that the abnormal growth adjacent to her brain was a tumor and I could help her, did I choose to talk to Lucy about it. Otherwise, I would only be adding to her problems with my half-assed and premature conclusion. "Eliza, I know you care for Lucy, but please understand that I would not have brought this up if I wasn't 100% sure. saying that I handed her a few A-rank blood elixirs, adding, "With these rune cards, after I am done removing the tumor, we can easily patch Lucy up. If this is not enough to assure you, we have Rami, the head of the Blossom District Medic Card Association. That guy is equivalent to a walking hospital. If there is any complication during the procedure, he will step in." Wyatt, do you hear yourself right now? Do you know how crazy you sound? Eliza did not seem to be able to walk past the part where I will be cutting open Lucy's skull and operating next to her brain. "Eliza, I can help Lucy. Whether you choose to believe me or not, it is up to you guys," I said, looking into Lucy's eyes. "Wyatt, please understand no sane person would ever agree to what you said," Eliza said before getting up and walking away with Lucy. "Lucy, come, let's go. I know the best gift for Grandpa," Lucy suddenly exclaimed. Hearing her shout something unrelated to what we were talking about, Eliza and I looked at her in confusion. "Lucy, honey, what do you mean?" Eliza asked Lucy for more context. "I once heard Grandpa tell Grandma that if one day I were to live like a normal child, that day would be the happiest day of his life. So, if what Master Wyatt has to offer will help me be normal, I want to give it a try as a gift to my grandfather." Lucy explained what she meant in her way. Hearing Lucy, Eliza panicked, and just when she was about to try and talk Lucy out of this, she thought if she were in Lucy's situation, would she let go of the opportunity to live an average life? Now she was troubled over the dilemma that whether to support Lucy's decision or talk her out of it. But knowing Lucy's personality, once she has made up her mind, it was hard for anyone to persuade her otherwise. Lucy then looked at me and said, "Master Wyatt, how much is the procedure going to cost?" "It is free," I replied. The reason I said it was free was that I did not want to make money off Lucy's disability. This was different from the time when I charged Elliot a hefty amount to cure his genetic disorder. Different how? In Elliot's case, I not only got rid of his genetic disorder, but I turned it into a super origin card, which gave him a mutated Voltronian physique. That upgrade I gave to Elliot was worth its fee, but in Lucy's case, all I would be doing was removing a benign tumor from her skull. As a result, I would be helping her get rid of her mental condition, but other than that I would not be doing her any favor. So I did not feel right to make a profit from Lucy's disability. Did I hear you right? Eliza was dumbfounded hearing the teenager say that he did not plan to charge Lucy anything for his service, as she clearly remembers his past with her siblings. "Yes, I won't charge you anything for the procedure. It is free," I repeated myself. My grandfather said everything needs to be paid for in one or the other way. And if something is for free, I should not trust it. Lucy spoke her grandpa's wise words, implying that she wouldn't undergo the procedure if I don't charge her. "Fine, it will cost you 1 low-soul jade," I said. "Okay, when do we start?" Lucy asked, feeling that she had gotten a bargain on the price of the procedure. "Lucy," Eliza called out to Lucy, and holding her hand she asked, "Are you sure about this?" "Yes, I want to see Grandpa happy." In her way, Lucy expressed that she wanted to do this to be an average granddaughter. "I will not stop, but I think you should talk to your parents or grandma about this." Having figured out that there was no way she could convince Lucy out of this, Eliza decided to call in the big guns, Lucy's parents and her grandparents. "I am 17. I am an adult." This was Lucy implying that she was an adult and did not need her parents or grandparent to tell her what she can do and what she cannot. "Yes, you are an adult, Lucy. But won't it be good to know their opinion on this matter? You know, second opinions can be of big help. After all, this is a big decision." Eliza tried to have Lucy inform her parents and grandparents about her decision, hoping that they will be able to get through to Lucy. "It is a big decision. It is my decision. This is a big decision, and it is my decision," Lucy snapped at Eliza. It was the first time I saw Lucy lash out at Eliza. I bet any average teenager would lash out if their friend kept undermining their decision. "I agree, it is your decision, but you're doing this for the wrong reasons. You say this procedure is your gift for your grandpa, then don't you think he should have a say in it, considering that he cannot return this gift once you bought it for him? All I'm saying is, what if this is not what your grandpa would want as a gift from you?" Eliza made some sound points. Clearly, she seemed to be a pro in reasoning with Lucy. No wonder Lucy's family let Lucy come to the half-yearly card auction with Eliza. They knew they could trust their daughter with Eliza. "He is my grandpa. I know what he wants. He loves surprises." What Lucy meant was she knew her grandpa better than Eliza did. And if she were to discuss this with her grandpa, then it would ruin the surprise. That is why I asked you to talk to your parents or your grandma. I may not know your grandpa better than you, but your parents and grandma sure do. They have been with your grandpa longer than you, so they know everything about your grandpa, his likes and dislikes. By asking your parents and grandma if your grandpa will like you to undergo this procedure, you will be able to know if your grandpa will love this gift of yours while maintaining the integrity of the surprise of your gift for your grandfather. Don't you think this is the most efficient way to address this situation? Hearing Eliza's bullshit, even I was convinced that Lucy should ask her parents and grandma for their opinion. I was beginning to think Eliza had her edition of the user manual on Lucy. Hearing Eliza's argument, Lucy fell into deep contemplation, but it did not take her long to reach a conclusion. Grandpa always said that I know him the best. That was Lucy's way of throwing Eliza's edition of the user manual on Lucy on Eliza's face. I did not expect this turn of events. I was looking forward to seeing how Eliza will make her comeback from this. That's it. I was hoping that you would do the right thing, but you didn't. Your grandpa let me in charge of you, so you do as I say. Lucy, do not force me. I will call your grandpa if don't leave with me this instant. It seems Eliza was out of tricks and decided to handle this old-school way. Well, I gotta give it to Eliza for holding up till now. Nobody is in charge of me, I am my own person. I'm going to undergo this procedure and you can't stop me. I was beginning to think that Lucy was no longer agreeing to this procedure just as a gift for her grandpa, but also in spite. Lucy seemed to be very angry at Eliza for undermining her decision. So she stubbornly agreed to go through this procedure to show that she can make her decisions and live with them like the rest of us. This showed great progress on Lucy's part. Wanting to be normal, what could be more normal than that? FCK it. I will drag you out of here if I have to. Saying that, Eliza grabbed Lucy by her left wrist and began dragging Lucy. In response, Lucy's left hand turned into a cannon, praying open Eliza's grasp on her hand. And then Lucy's cannon arm morphed back into a hand. You? Eliza stared at Lucy. I am not coming. I want to go through the procedure, Lucy yelled. Eliza stared at Lucy hard and then said, Fine, I give up. You can undergo the procedure if it means that much to you. Really, you're not mad? Lucy was surprised to see Eliza agree with her decision and began to feel guilty for yelling at Eliza. I understand you did not do it on purpose, so it is hard to be mad at you. Eliza assured Lucy that she was not mad at her, and eyeing me she said, Let's make an appointment with Wyatt, and when everything is set, you can undergo the procedure like you want to. Okay. Hearing Eliza, Lucy cheered and turned to me and said, Master Wyatt, when can I undergo the procedure? If you guys are not busy, then we can get right to it. It will take an hour at max, I said confidently, as I had Hive AI simulate the procedure on Lucy thousands of times and had gotten an average success rate of 99.99%. So there was no doubt in my mind about the success of the procedure. Great, Lucy cheered upon hearing my answer. But the same was not true for Eliza. She was dumbfounded hearing my answer. It appears she did not agree with Lucy's decision. It was just part of her plan. Eliza would rather let Lucy drink liquor for the first time or go on a joy ride in her hover car or soul a C-rank dungeon rather than undergo the procedure. But she agreed to Lucy's decision because she believed that a procedure that involves cutting open a person's skull and operating next to the patient's brain would involve a lot of planning and preparations. So she believed that even if Lucy agreed to undergo the procedure now, it would the quack doctor a day at minimum to do all the planning and preparations. During this period, she can contact Lucy's parents and grandparents and have them fly in to stop Lucy from undergoing the procedure. But she did not imagine the young quack doctor would agree to do the complicated procedure on Lucy any moment, anywhere, as if the procedure was equivalent to butchering a pig or chicken. You King quack doctor. Do you even know what you are doing? Enraged, Eliza climbed the tea table between us and reached to grab me by my neck. Let go of me, you crazy itch. I am sorry, I let my anger get the better of me. Eliza apologized to me for her outburst earlier. I understand, you did it out of care for my client, so I will not hold it against you. I accepted Eliza's apology and added, and I too apologize for cussing at you. It's okay, I was asking for it. With this conversation, Eliza thought, Wyatt seems like a reasonable person. And then said, Wyatt, operating on Lucy's brain is a big deal and has many risks. Don't you think it would be wiser for you to talk about this with Lucy's parents? Big sis, Seeing Eliza trying to convince the boy not to go through with the procedure on her, Lucy called out to her, but was interrupted by the boy. "Lucy, let me handle this one." Lucy hesitated, but in the end, nodded to the boy and heard him say, "Eliza, though I will be operating next to Lucy's brain, there are not many risks to this procedure. I am very confident about its success. When I am done with it, Lucy will not even have a scar to show that her skull was cut open. As for the matter of informing Lucy's parents, it is up to Lucy. I do not require their permission to operate on Lucy. She is a legal adult, and her consent is enough. If she wants to, I will operate on her right here, right now." "Why you? Do you know what you are talking about? You want to cut open her skull and operate on it here, in this open area filled with pathogens. I am not a doctor, but even I know that exposed wounds have the risk of being infected, let alone an exposed brain. Lucy, do you want to trust your life to this quack doctor?" Persuading Lucy or me did not work, so Eliza was now defaming me. That was not intentional. She did not understand my capabilities and had her concerns. So to put her mind at ease, I decided to show off. Under the influence of my mental strength, the soul pathways inside the West Wing Hall started to change. Both Lucy and Eliza felt the change in the atmosphere, though they were not able to feel the sharp change in the soul pathways inside the room. They could feel the changes brought by the change of soul pathways in the hall, such as the space temperature fell sharply to 64 degrees Fahrenheit with a relative humidity of 40%. The air circulation in the room increased. The air felt a lot cleaner, and all the sounds from the outside the hall could no longer be heard. Soon there were zero sounds in the hall except for the sound of their breathing. Aside from the changes to the atmosphere and the surroundings of the hall, Lucy and Eliza felt that they and their clothes were cleaner. When they were lost in the changes of the hall and to themselves, they suddenly found that they were inside an array, to which Eliza exclaimed, "No way." Coming out of her shock, Eliza looked at the boy and said, "Did you just set up a temporary array?" "Yes, I did. This temporary array is my creation and I call it the operating room. This hall and all three of us are sterilized. The conditions inside the array are just right for me to operate on Lucy without worrying about infection." "Eliza, I get that you are being cautious for Lucy, but know this: I know what I am doing," I said without trying to sound humble, because it would not be considered a show-off if I were to be humble about it. "You are an array master?" "There are no array masters in Sky Blossom City. Where did you learn array mastery, and from whom?" Eliza asked with great surprise. "About that, the reigning alchemist is helping me with the array mastery, but I still have a long way to go." Having gotten the expected shock and awe from Eliza, I switched to humble mode. "Wyatt, can you promise me that there is no risk to Lucy's life if she undergoes this procedure?" Eliza stared into my eyes and asked me to promise what no doctor would ever promise. "I promise. The success rate of this procedure is 99.99%. I have gone through every possibility about the procedure in my mind, and I assure you I am prepared to handle all of them. That 0.01% of uncertainty is the possibility where the world ends due to various reasons as I operate on Lucy. That would mean all of us would die too, so considering it is a bit moot. In conclusion, there is no risk to Lucy's life whatsoever." I assured Eliza that there was no risk to Lucy's life if she undergoes the procedure. "You know what? I choose to believe you. But I swear to God, if something were to go wrong, you would not only have the blood of Lucy on your hand, but mine too. Even if she agrees with it or not, Lucy is my responsibility if something were to happen to her. Damn it." Eliza's words could not be clearer. Since she was not a match for me in strength, she chose to threaten me with guilt. Okay, I guess. I did not know how to respond to Eliza's threat. Since things will not come to that, I decided not to think about it. "Big sis, you are on board for Real this time, right?" Lucy asked Eliza in doubt. After Eliza's numerous attempts to stop Lucy from undergoing the procedure so far, Eliza has given Lucy enough reasons to be skeptical about her priorities. "Yes, I am on board for Real this time, 100% on board," Eliza assured Lucy, but the way she said it made us doubt her. "Master Wyatt, you called for me." Rami entered the hall, answering my summons. "You are finally here. What do you know about mortal medicine?" I asked Rami since he was the head of the Blossom District Medic Card Association, and I thought he must have dabbled in the mortal approach to medicine. "A little bit." "Why do you ask?" Rami had indeed explored mortal medicine. Not everyone can afford to pay for a medic card apprentice. Though medic cards are miraculous, they do not have answers to many things. A good medic card apprentice should not be limited themselves to the knowledge of using his medic card, but also be well-versed in the ways of mortal medicine, as it was the legacy left behind by the first to walk this world way before medic cards even existed. I am going to perform a procedure on this girl here. The procedure requires me to operate next to her brain. You are going to be my assistant. Are you up for it? I asked Rami to be my assistant as I performed the procedure on Lucy. Is it going to be an open brain surgery? Is that what this array is about? Rami asked enthusiastically instead of asking about my qualification to attempt something like that. It seems in Rami's book, as long as the Southern Emperor was backing me, I could do anything I wanted to. As for me arranging a temporary array, it did not surprise him. He had already learned about that at the airstrip. He wasn't surprised by the fact that an array would be used to replace the operation room. As someone who had participated in the monster war, as a medic, he has seen the array masters set up quarantine for the injured soldiers using arrays. And he would expect nothing less from the disciple of the reigning alchemist himself. No, that won't be necessary. She will be sedated for the entire procedure. We will be using this hall as the operating room. Ask Chung to block everyone's access to the West Wing. And you prepare the required tools we will need for the procedure. Sounds good. I instructed Rami to prepare the surgical tools required for the procedure. I have them right here. Having said that, Rami summoned a drawer using a modified version of the storage trunk card. Instead of a trunk, this card summoned a customized drawer. Opening every section of the drawer, Rami showed his arsenal of surgical tools. He had every tool sterilized and neatly arranged in the drawer. Seeing how prepared Rami was, I was starting to see him in a new light. Guess he was not chosen to be the head of the Blossom District Medic Card Association for no reason. Rami seemed to have a passion for medicine. Great, these will do. Now pass me the list of medical cards you have on you right now. I plan to use the various medic cards as the substitute for the medications for the surgery. This way the burden of me being precise would decrease, as the medic cards had a greater and immediate effect than the medications. I have shared the list of medic cards I have with me to your grimoire, and also informed Chung to seal the entire West Wing. Rami started to be dependable when I actually needed him. I guess every man has his passion and things he can be proud of. Damn, with these medic cards you can be considered as a walking hospital. They are more than enough to conduct this procedure. As the head of the Medic Card Association of the Blossom District, Rami was in a position where he would come in contact with various medic cards. He used this opportunity to hoard the medic cards as his real retirement plan. Hence, he did not freak out when his grandson transferred all the property that he had bought under his name to the teenage genius. Each medic card Rami owned was a fortune. Their true fortune was that they could help Rami establish a successful medical practice if he were ever to be kicked out of his current position. Master Wyatt, this table good enough for an operating table? Rami asked as he summoned a modified table/bed, which could perfectly serve the purpose of an operating table. Yes, that will do. With that, the preparations for the procedure were done. Then I turned to look at Eliza and asked, "Will you wait outside or stay in here as we operate on Lucy?" Lucy and Eliza both were dumbfounded by witnessing how the posh hall was turned into an operating room by the two, one old and one young. But this gave Eliza the feeling that these men knew what they were doing. "Miss Eliza, if I may, it would be better if you waited outside," Rami advised Eliza. He knew there were chances of complications during the procedure, which would panic any average bystander, disturbing the atmosphere of the operating room, that a medic would require to have a peace of mind and think of a solution under the pressure to overcome the challenges for a successful procedure. Sure, but before that, Senior Rami, has something like this been attempted before? Although Eliza appeared to be on board with Lucy undergoing the procedure, she still wasn't convinced. Therefore, when given the opportunity, she decided to discuss her concern with an acknowledged specialist in the field. These kinds of procedures were normal back in the times of Monster War. Back then, medic card apprentices were not well organized and were fewer in number compared to the injured people. That is when the mortal medicine shone. Not to mention, most of the medic cards today are created using mortal medicine as the foundation. There is nothing for you to worry about. Your little sister is in good hands, Rami assured Eliza, narrating the history of mortal medicine and medic cards and how they were related to one another. But he left the part where, after the Monster War, mortal medicine did not receive the credits it deserved for its part in the Monster War. Hearing that the procedure advised by the quack doctor to treat Lucy's condition was a common practice in mortal medicine and was quite popular during the Monster War, Eliza was surprised and immediately understood how the medic cards had easily overshadowed the importance of the medic cards. Between having your fractured leg magically recovered in seconds or waiting for months to remove the cast after your fracture was healed, anybody would choose the former. There was no surprise why the mortal medicine was not given enough credit. No, I will wait here. I have seen my share of blood and gore. Eliza decided to not take Rami's advice. The idea of leaving her friend alone in a room with two men with the chance of her friend being sedated did not sit right with her. I will be here, watching over you. You have nothing to fear, Eliza muttered to Lucy, and then she stared at the quack doctor one last time and added, I hope you will prove my gut wrong. Okay, I replied to Eliza and gloved on while using the array to sanitize the room and the four of us within it one last time, and then asked Lucy, get on the table and relax. Everything will be over before you know it. Yes, Lucy nodded and headed towards the operating table, but then she turned back and rushed into Eliza's embrace, giving her one big hug. Eliza was surprised, but she understood. Despite how stubborn Lucy was about going through this procedure, she too was afraid of it. Eliza wanted to say one or two words of support, but ended up saying, if you don't want to go through this, just say the word, and I will take you out of here. Thank you, but no, I want to do this. Lucy resolved herself and headed back to the operating table and lay on it. I signaled Rami to use his deep sleep and no pain cards on Lucy. Together they will act as a replacement for the anesthesia medication to put Lucy under so that we can operate on her without worrying about her feeling pain or waking up when we would be drilling a hole in her skull. Rami followed my instructions and sent Lucy into a deep sleep state with her pain receptors dampened to feel no pain. It has been a while since I last witnessed the mortal medicine in practice. Was it the Monster War? No, the most recent was at the Way Beyond. Agatha's voice sounded in my head. And then she asked, Wyatt, how do you know that there is an abnormal mass of tissue putting stress on the girl's brain causing the complications in her mental and emotional response? Eliza was too wrapped up in the idea of persuading Lucy not to undergo the procedure that she forgot to question one of the most important questions. But as the uninvolved third party in this situation, Agatha was easily able to spot the holes in the quack doctor's claims, and could not help but confront him about it. Well, that's a secret. Wasn't the bodyguard's job to keep guard and not to eavesdrop on their client? I have no answer for Agatha, so I had no choice but to act shady by getting defensive about it. It was better for me for Agatha to think that I was up to something rather than I was hiding some secrets. There was a lot of difference between these two streams of thought. Agatha, assuming the prior worked for me better for now. Wyatt, I overestimate you too much to fall for this crap. Be real, how did you know the source of the girl's condition? It appears my flawless acting failed to work its charm in face of a skeptical audience like Agatha. I said it as a secret. What part of that don't you understand? Some things have straightforward solutions, like in this case. Agatha had no right to ask me about my private life, and she need to know her place. I asked because I won't stand by watching you cut the girl's scalp and drill a hole in her skull if you don't know what you are doing. Agatha justified herself. You and I both know that you don't care if the girl lives or dies, so stop bull-shting me with your righteous act. If Agatha knew about me enough to look past my award-winning acting in the short time we have been together, I too had figured out Agatha enough to know that she gave zero FCKs about the world and the people in it. All that mattered to her was Demigod Windsor, and as his daughter, ABA inherited Agatha's loyalty. Did I overplay my hand? I knew I would have had a better chance with intimidation instead of pulling the righteous crap, said Agatha. Yeah, now shut up. I have a delicate procedure to perform, and your mental conversation is too disturbing. I asked Agatha to shut up as I need to focus on performing the procedure. Looking at Lucy, who lay unconscious on the operating table, I adjusted its height and angle to my convenience. Then I began by cleansing Lucy's hair with a cleaning array. After making sure that Lucy's head was clean and sanitized, I marked the affected area on her scalp and shaved Lucy's head in that area and the area surrounding it. The lack of hair would give me a better visual for scalping. With that, all the preparation for the actual procedure was done. Now I had to cut the scalp following the markings I had made on Lucy's scalp and then drill a hole in her skull, which should give me enough access to remove the tumor that was putting stress on Lucy's brain. But this was easier said than done. One mistake, and instead of curing Lucy's pre-existing condition, I may end up creating new ones. As I was about to start the surgery, my grimoire notification kept buzzing. It was, and, considering the intensity of the missed calls and unread messages she sent to my grimoire, I guess it must be urgent. But I chose to ignore it as I had an idea of what and was trying to tell me. I did not speculate or guess it. Unable to reach me, and contacted Agatha, who informed me why and was trying to contact me so urgently. It was regarding Cole. That was all, and could share with Agatha, as who Cole was working for was a top secret, and what he was up to was very sensitive information that would shed light on the top secret nature of this particular case. So in order not to leak too much to Agatha, and asked to me call her immediately as soon as I get this message. I wanted to call in and hear her out, but I was in the middle of a procedure under the watchful eyes of Eliza. So calling in right now would look unprofessional and unethical, which may even alarm Eliza into pulling the plug on this entire procedure and forcefully dragging Lucy home. So I choose to delay calling and until after the procedure was done. Eliza stood in the corner of the hall and watched the boy shave a part of Lucy's hair and mark her scalp. Eliza was contemplating what would have gotten into her for her to agree to something like this. While every fiber in her being asked her to call the procedure off and take Lucy home, but she stopped herself from doing so, remembering Lucy's resolve when she climbed that operating table. She felt if she were to follow her instincts and stop the procedure, Lucy would never forgive her, because it must have been a lot for Lucy to put herself out there and try something so risky despite no one supporting her decision. Considering Lucy's condition, it would not have been easy for her. Putting everything aside, I decided to begin cutting and pulling a part of Lucy's scalp where the procedure was going to be performed. The blood flow and the number of blood vessels in the scalp of a person were high. Even a small laceration to it will cause a lot of blood to pour out while I cut open a part of the scalp, which would be very troublesome during a procedure. Surgeons back home had many ways around this, but I had my own around this. So I used my blood rule power to stop the blood from rushing out as I carefully made the surgical cuts on Lucy's scalp following the markings that I made on her scalp. Though I did not comprehend the blood control meaning of the blood rule, stopping the blood flow from the surgical incisions was within the limits of the blood rule I had mastered. Usually, after cutting open the scalp, the surgeons would pin the flap of the scalp to stitch it or staple it back together after the procedure was done, but I straight out cut the scalp and disposed of it. As with the healing cards that Rami had on him, for Lucy, recovering the missing part of her scalp could be regrown in minutes. After cutting through 3 layers of the scalp and pulling it out, I then used a surgical saw to cut open a small patch of Lucy's skull. This process was very nerving and brain-wrecking because while cutting the skull, if the saw were to go even 1 millimeter deeper, it would start bleeding inside the brain, which would make my procedure more complicated than it had to be. With the healing cards, I did not have to worry about the damage to the brain, but the blood would accumulate within the brain between the time the wound was inflicted and the healing card was used, which could later start to clot. Therefore, I had to be very careful and precise as I cut a small part of Lucy's skull. Hive AI was a big help. If not for it, I do not think that I would get it right on my first try to cut open a person's skull. After I carefully removed the small part of the skull, I stored it safely as I would need it later to close the skull after the tumor was removed. With a small part of the brain exposed, I could see the abnormal growth of mass next to the brain. Fortunately for Lucy, it stopped growing before it attached to any of the important nerves. But I still needed to be careful while I cut and remove it as it was adjacent to the brain. One slight slip, and I may end up cutting one of the nerves or blood vessels in the brain. Therefore, I had the Hive AI guide me through the entire process. The AI precision was seamless. It did not take me long to detach the tumor and dispose of it. I made sure to remove all the roots of the tumor in hopes that the tumor would not return in the future. Once the tumor was removed, all that remained was to patch Lucy's skull and scalp back together. But before that, I took another thorough scan of Lucy's brain to make sure that the tumor was removed from its roots and that I didn't accidentally injure Lucy's brain during the procedure. Only when I was sure of these two concerns did I dare to patch Lucy's skull and the scalp hole again. I took the piece of skull that I cut off from Lucy's skull earlier and held it in the position to join it back to the skull. Mortal medicine spoke of joining the piece of the skull to the skull using metal plates and bolts. With the medic cards available, I did not have to worry about that. Rami, use your bone fusion card on the piece of skull and the skull. I ordered Rami while I held the piece of skull in place. The bone fusion card was one of the most popular medic cards as it was commonly used to join fractured bones. Usually, it would be used to help join the fractured bones in the arms and legs, but I was going to use it to join the skull. Rami followed my order and used the bone fusion card on Lucy's skull, joining the piece of the skull I cut out from her skull to perform the procedure back with the skull. There was hardly any scar or sign on the part of the skull that I had cut left to prove that I had cut it open to perform the procedure. This was way better than using metal plates and screws. Though the metal plate and screws did their job, they took 6 or 12 months to slowly reattach the bones, and it would still not be the same. But thanks to the medic card, I was able to save Lucy some trouble. After patching up the skull, I summoned a blood elixir bottle and rubbed it on the scalp. In no time, a new scalp covered the exposed skull, leaving behind a huge bald spot in its place. The new scalp was smooth, similar to a baby's scalp. The blood elixir not only helped with the scalp, but the skull too, as the elixir was strong enough to regrow lost limbs. Normally, the cut scalp flap would be stitched or stapled back, and after that, the patient would have to spend some time in intensive care while consuming some medication to make sure that the scalp flap has been successfully healed. Still, the patient would feel itchiness, pain, burning, headache, and numbness along the incisions, which could last for months. But fortunately for Lucy, I had used an A-rank blood elixir card to rejuvenate her scalp and regrow it, leaving her no side effects to worry about. With that, the procedure was complete, and the results would only be known after Lucy awakens. But before waking her up, I had one last thing to do. Rami, hair growth card. Yes, Master Wyatt. With that, Rami used his hair growth card to grow hair on Lucy's newly grown scalp. With that, Lucy was as good as new. There were no signs of her having undergone a procedure to remove a tumor adjacent to her brain. All done. Eliza's voice sounded from behind. She has been monitoring the actions of the boy from the beginning to the end, fearing for the safety of her friend who was undergoing the procedure led by the boy. Yep, I answered Eliza and then ordered Rami. Use Wind of Spirits card. The Wind of Spirits card was an AoE card that can energize and refill the stamina of ally soldiers. I asked Rami to use it on Lucy to help her body overcome the sense of exhaustion because of the procedure it had just been through. Even though Lucy's body looks normal, it was overdrawn by the procedure and various cards that were used on it to patch it back after the procedure. Therefore, before awaking her, I thought it would be best if Rami used the Wind of the Spirit card on Lucy's body, allowing it to regain its peak once more. Then, after confirming that Lucy's body was in excellent condition, I asked Rami, awaken her from the deep sleep state. With that, we all looked at Lucy eagerly. Her eyes quivered slightly before they shoot open. Lucy's eyes looked at her surroundings, and then finding a familiar face, she asked, Big sis, where am I? What is going on? You just went through a major procedure to remove the tumor next to your brain. How are you feeling? Eliza asked in great concern. Right now her heart had slowed down to record low, waiting for Lucy's answer. If anything were to go wrong with Lucy, she was the one who would have to answer to the Robert family. I remember, was the procedure success? Lucy finally recalled the events that transpired before she was put in a deep sleep state for the sake of the procedure. We were able to successfully remove the tumor from your brain, but was that enough to reverse the effect it had on your brain is still unclear. I answered Lucy honestly. What do you mean? Was the procedure successful or not? Lucy asked. Seeing your speech pattern, I am drawn to say that the procedure was a success, but I cannot come to a conclusion without a proper study. I answered Lucy, and noticed she was now able to express herself better than before, but without continued observation of her behavior, it will be hard to tell if the mental condition of hers was fixed or not. Don't worry, I have a way to make the study faster. Saying that, Eliza looked at Lucy and added, Lucy, 2 plus 2 is 4, 1 plus 1 is 1. Isn't 1 plus 1 supposed to be 2? Lucy asked Eliza. Nope, you are wrong, 1 plus 1 is 1. Eliza stressed. Okay, I guess. But big sis, I think you two are in need of a procedure. Master Wyatt, is there any procedure for being dumb? If yes, please recommend them to big sis. Lucy mocked Eliza for her math. It seems the procedure worked. If it was old Lucy, she would correct me, and if I still did not correct myself, she would fixate and whine about it. She would not be able to move past it until she heard the correct words come out of my mouth. Eliza explained with great enthusiasm and then added, "For you to not fixate on my mistake and even joke about it. I think procedure worked fine." Yes, her speech patterns have changed and she seems to understand sarcasm. That is progress, I said after observing Lucy's response to Eliza's series of tests that would test her patience and push her buttons. Yes, she is like a whole new person. The old Lucy I knew would not stop whining if I had with her hair. Eliza agreed with me as she tied Lucy's hair in a braid. You people are one to talk. I feel like have a whole new side to the world that I had not explored yet. Who knew that words could be so complicated? I always used them to speak what was on my mind and what I felt, but never the opposite. I have so much to explore and so many things to learn. I am finally getting the jokes that I previously did not get. Wait, I finally understand why Tim Shaw would always bring me chocolates, or I think I do. Big sis, correct me if I am wrong, but does he like me? Lucy's brain function was normal, but she had zero knowledge about things that her mental disability stopped her from exploring, so when her mental condition was gone, she felt like she had discovered an entire continent in socialism that she needed to explore and learn from. But she was a quick learner. Just in a few minutes, she had already learned about sarcasm and lying. Good. It seems the procedure was a great success. But I still advise you to take it slow, as soon you will also experience feelings and emotions that you have never felt before. Unlike human behavior, it is very hard to explain feelings and emotions. It could be overwhelming, especially if all of them hit you at once. So I recommend you not to overdo it. Though Lucy seemed to be doing fine, it was in a controlled environment. Who knows what kind of emotions she would experience when among a group of people or a crowd? Especially how will she handle the urges of the hormones in her body? One would find all this overwhelming. Therefore, it would be best for Lucy to take her time before she decides to rejoin society. What do you mean? There are still things I have yet to experience. How much was my mental condition holding me back? How many important things have I missed out on in my life? Lucy was starting to realize how much her mental condition was limiting her. Now, without her mental condition, she felt like she had so many options to choose from, which was not always a good thing, especially when you were experiencing it for the first time. Lucy, those words right there, they are things I was talking about. Calm down. Take a deep breath. It is not as bad as you think. I tried to console Lucy as she started to panic, experiencing what every teen underwent, not realizing what was important. Lucy with a mental condition had it together. She knew her limitations and priorities. For the new Lucy, everything that felt unimportant to the old Lucy started to feel like an important part of her life, which she now regrets missing out on. Oh my God, how many people have I hurt with my ignorance? I always thought, why can't my parents, grandparents, and family accept me as the normal me, instead of hoping that I could be more like an average child? Now I get it. I wasn't grateful for many things I had. Lucy finally able to understand and see the problem from her parents, grandparents, and family's eyes. She clearly had a hard time reciprocating the feelings they showed her. Everything little thing they did was respond with indifference, which made it hard for people to repeat the same care for her again, knowing that they would be met with the same indifference. It wasn't that Lucy cares less about her family, but her way of showing it was not broadly known or considered normal. One would have to understand Lucy to understand her form of appreciation. Lucy, honey, calm down. It was not your fault. You were young and immature, and things were different back then. You had no way of knowing. What happened was not your fault. It seems Eliza understood what Lucy was talking about. It must have been very traumatic for Lucy to spiral like this. Rami, use your deep sleep card on her, now. Clearly, the issues that old Lucy had suppressed using her lack of mental and emotional response were now crawling back up, as Lucy began to recall the past events and started to see them in a new light with her improved mental health condition. This was bound to happen. It was like when you grow up and rewatch the cartoons from your childhood and began to get the jokes that you missed back then. With Lucy's new mental state, her recalling her past decisions and reconsidering each of them was a given. The old Lucy and the new Lucy were like two different people with two different sets of priorities. And the decisions they would make were definitely not going to be the same, and they were not going like the consequence due to the other's actions. Now, this was going to be a very difficult time for Lucy. She will have to come to terms with old Lucy's actions and their consequences. She would have to move on and not let the past affect the brand new present and future ahead of her. What would you do if an ignorant person uses your body to do a bunch of ignorant things to people surrounding you, people you care about, and then returns your body to you to deal with the consequences of it? That was what Lucy was kind of dealing with right now. Her new mental state allowed her to look at every mistake her past self made and sympathize with the people who were hurt in the process. Eliza, take her back home. To the people who she considers to have suffered the most because of her old self, maybe their forgiveness would help her come to terms with everything. I know Lucy's parents and grandparents would beg to differ with Lucy's mindset. They may not consider raising Lucy as suffering or a burden, but seeing this may help Lucy come to peace with her past. And she would come to understand that the actions of the old Lucy were not intentional, but the result of her mental condition, for which neither her old self nor the present self can be held accountable. Okay, I leave immediately. Association head Rami, how long will the effect of your card last on my friend? Eliza still had the business deals to talk to with the vice head of the Sun Blossom City's Card Creationist Association, but did not hesitate to postpone it for the sake of her friend, as she felt that her friend needed her the most right now, then her family. About another 12 hours, that should be enough for you to head back to Sky Blossom City, Rami answered Eliza. Thank you both for your help. I will be heading back to Sky Blossom City. Thanking us, Eliza excused herself as she carried Lucy out of the hall in her embrace. Master Wyatt, that procedure was brilliant. I still cannot help but shake in excitement when I recall how precisely you were able to cut the skull and the tumor without injuring the patient's brain in the process. That was just perfect. I really can't wrap my head around it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this wonderful experience. If you don't mind, there is one thing I would like to ask of you. Rami was not ass-kissing this time around. He was genuinely impressed by the boy's procedure on the patient's brain. He has not seen or heard anything like this or close to this before in his decades of experience as a medic, and he was really happy to be a part of something so revolutionary. He would have never believed it if somebody told him that a patient's mental and emotional response deficiency could be cured by performing a procedure on the patient's brain. You have caught me in a good time. Very well, what is it that you want from me? I was very happy right now. After all, I did just successfully remove a tumor. Though benign, it still harmed the patient, so it had to go. And I am glad I was able to help Lucy with it. Master Wyatt, if you don't mind, I would like to write a paper on the procedure you performed today and submit it to the magazines, as this procedure was a perfect example of what the mortal medicine and medic cards could achieve when applied together. This procedure would open new inspirations for the mortal and card medics for generations to come. I want to be the one to immortalize it in the fine print. Master Wyatt, will you let me have the honors? I could see that Rami was genuine about what he said, and it meant a lot to him. So I decided to give him my blessings. Fine, do what you want. Just make sure that I don't come to regret it. Getting my permission, Rami thanked me repeatedly before taking his leave. Are you sure about this? Agatha, who has been silent this whole time, suddenly asked. About what? Spooked, I asked Agatha in confusion. About that old dude writing a paper on the procedure performed, Agatha said. What about it? The man is clearly hyped about it, and is well meant, so what is wrong with it? I asked while I summoned my grimoire and prepared to call Anne. What do you think will happen if he publishes a paper on the procedure you did today? You know, right, the first question people will ask is, how did you know that there was an abnormal growth of tissue next to the patient's brain? Agatha went ahead and spoke about her concerns. After all, the boy got very defensive and secretive when she asked the answer to how he was able to find the tumor next to the patient's brain. You really didn't think of this? Or are you pretending to be clueless to pull my leg? Or are you going to say no to the interworld? I have thought of it, and it is not that big of a secret, and Rami's paper will be the perfect attention grabber for me to introduce my new field card to the world market. SHD. I was correct, you would never act without your benefit in mind. When you said that the procedure was free, I knew you planned to use it in some way or another. You being greedy, that's the one thing about you I can count on, Agatha said as if she had me figured out. Me being greedy. Agatha, let me ask you something real quick. Considering your street background, do you think I am greedy enough? Why was I so greedy? Agatha should be more clear about it based on what she had to go through to climb out of the streets to achieve what she has achieved. Therefore, it puzzled me when she called me greedy. Not enough. Hearing the boy, Agatha was without words as she knew exactly what he meant. The journey of a card apprentice was not cheap and not something an orphan from the slums of a third-rate city down south could afford. Therefore, they had to hustle. She had first-hand experience that society was not kind to the card apprentice like her. They had to earn and take what they have earned. As no one was out here leveling the playing field for others' sake. See, you understand. Having shut Agatha up, I called, and going through about 36 unread messages and sent to my grimoire while I was operating on Lucy. You finally called. I was getting so anxious that I planning to check on you in person and said immediately after answering the call, I'm doing fine here. You don't have to check on me. So what was so urgent that it couldn't wait for an hour? I assured Anne that I was fine and asked her what she wanted to speak about. It is about Cole, said Anne. She was hesitating to speak freely as she was worried that Agatha might be hiding in the boy's shadow and would end up eavesdropping on their conversation based on the circumstances. Let's switch to the chat. I could hear the hesitation in Anne's voice and understood that she was not able to speak freely, keeping Agatha's presence in my shadows in her mind. Okay, we can chat freely there, and said in relief, as what she wanted to discuss with the boy was sensitive information regarding a high-profile and top-secret target threatening the Southern royal family, that she could not risk compromising by speaking about it despite knowing about a potential leak. Hanging up on, and I waited for her message, which spiked nosy Agatha's interest, something not very appreciative quality in a bodyguard. I understand that the Southern Emperor must have found the evidence that Cole was the one who leaked the information, Agatha asked. The descendant of one of the highly valued vassal families of the Southern royal family turned out to be a traitor. This was a big scoop. How could Agatha not be interested to learn more about it? Yep, I answered with one word, as I did not plan to talk more about it with Agatha. So, correct me if I am wrong, but and must be calling you to tell who Cole was working for or to whom he sold your information. The plot thickens, Agatha said as she made her speculations. I chose to ignore her, as I did not want to be dragged into her conversation and end up revealing things that the Southern royal family and I would prefer to be a secret that only we knew for the moment. No, this is the Southern royal family we are talking about here. They must have found more than who Cole was working for or to whom he sold your information. Otherwise, and would not be so anxiously trying to reach you. She even went far as to call me to check on you. Whatever they found must be juicy. Maybe they must have found out how Cole and his employer were planning to use the information on you to assassinate you. Agatha was not bothered by the fact I ignored her rant. Instead, she took my silence as evidence supporting her claims and began to build on it, reaching unfounded but plausible conclusions. I continued to ignore her, thinking about what was taking and so long to send a message. Wyatt, if the Southern royal family was able to find information about enemies' identity and their plot to assassinate you, as your bodyguard I have the right to know who they are and how they plan to kill you. Otherwise, I will not be able to protect you as efficiently as I would have if know who the enemy is and how exactly they plan to assassinate you. Agatha came up with reasons to justify why they should not keep her in the dark about the information that the Southern family had gathered from Cole and share it with her. Yeah, get in line. I am still waiting for Anne's message, and your constant rant in my ears is not making the wait any less annoying. I said to Agatha as I continued to wait for Anne's message, not knowing what the holdup was about. Being called annoying by the high schooler, Agatha snorted and turned silent. She was starting to reconsider her career choice as a bodyguard. She was a respected semi-demigod. She could do better. A minute later, a message notification sounded in my grimoire, but the sender was Anna, not Anne. And I finally understood what the holdup was. It was Anna. Message received. Read/ignore/mark as read/delete. Read. Sender Anna Heat Send. Wyatt, if that BTCH dares to try and flirt with you, tell me. I will teach her a lesson. I have no idea what transpired between Anna and but it seems and won the debate, and the Anna was pissed about whatever it was those two were fighting about. While I was thinking of what to make of Anna's message, another message notification sounded in my grimoire. This time the message was from Anne. Message received. Read/ignore/mark as read/delete. Read. Sender and Heat Send. Wyatt, sorry I made you wait. I had a situation over here. Nothing to worry about, everything is handled. And apologized for the delay while explaining herself in her message. I replied, I know Anna sent me a message. And don't worry about the delay. I had Agatha and her nosy questions to keep me company. I specifically asked her not to call you about it. replied Anne. Well, technically she did not call me. Anyway, what did you guys fight about? I replied by defending Anna's action and soon thought, what is wrong with me? Why am I defending Anna's possessive behavior? Nothing. I felt that it would be best if I explained Cole and our progress to you considering the sensitive nature of the matter. Anna did not seem to agree, but I convinced her, and replied, explaining what Anna and she argued about, but she left out the part where she had found a mental trick to keep Anna from accessing her thoughts, which was the real reason for their argument and why Anna was pissed. Accessing each other's thoughts was an advantageous effect of Anna and Anne's origin cards, and knew that her thoughts about the high schooler that Anna was dating would potentially get in trouble with Anna, so she racked her brain and thought of a neat mental trick to keep Anna out of her mind, which Anna found out when she could not access the thoughts of her origin card, pissing her off. Helpless Anna could only ask her young lover to help her keep tabs on the conversation between him and her evil twin. Enough about Anna. Wyatt, you need to be very careful. We were able to clone Cole's memories before he was turned brain dead. Going through Cole's memories, we have discovered many shocking information about the organization he was working for, and they seemed to hate you with a passion for some unknown reason. And finally got to the part about why she needed me to contact her urgently. Hearing what she had to say, I was stumped. Because being able to clone the memories of one of the members of the Paw clan was a huge feat, and in the future vision seen by Clown Mask, the Southern royal family was not able to achieve this until it was already too late for them to make a comeback in the fight against the matron and ultimately leading to their defeat and them running into hiding. Being able to clone the memories of one of the Paw clan members meant that the Southern royal family now had information about how Matron and her secret organization operated, which was a huge advantage for the Southern royal family, which they did not have in the Clown Mask's future vision. If they were to make proper use of this information, they will be able to be one step ahead of Matron, but it was too soon to say that, as even after knowing how Matron's secret organization operated, there was nothing much the South royal family could do as of now, as the hierarchy system in the Paw clan was very simple. Matron was the queen, and the rest were her pawns that could be replaced anytime. Unless they took down the queen, anything else they did was temporary damage. I think we were clear on them hating me with a passion when they sent about 3 dozen card emperors to assassinate me. In other news, were you able to get anything else off the clone memories of Cole? For example, how they operate or something like that? I asked, and even though I knew there was very little chance of her answering my question. The Southern royal family seems to have no notion of involving me in this matter. If I had not uncovered Matron and her Paw clan myself, and I wouldn't be having this conversation. I shouldn't be telling you this, but the way Paw clan work is like a sleeper cell and a guild. The sleeper cells infiltrate the big organizations. They, themselves, do not know that they are working for Matron, and their memories get backed up with Matron every once a week. As for the regular members like Cole, they do not hold important positions in big organizations, but they are capable and ambitious. They are aware of the organization and Matron's grip on them, but they continue to do Matron's bidding to earn merits and exchange them for resources, just like how a guild operates, but with very high privacy and encryption. And also the members only know each other by their code names, making it very hard for us to track the other Paw clan members we found in Cole's memories. A bunch of them are in the southern region. They could be part of the vassal families, branch families, military, or other authorities of the southern region. A few days ago they did not exist, but now it is like they are everywhere, watching every move of the Southern royal family. The whole family is upside down. We will have to revise every protocol and every important bill passed in the last decade. That is a lot of work, and there are not a lot of people the family can depend upon considering the nature of the matron's origin card. And explained, but most of it I already knew, and the rest was the same old. Clearly, and acted as if she had shared something important when it wasn't. But still, she did tell me more than what Anna or others were willing to share with me on this matter. Then how does the Southern royal family plan to handle these spies? Don't tell me you guys are okay with them roaming among you. I said because I knew there was no way the Southern royal family would let the enemy eat them from the inside out. The royal family is monitoring every important card apprentice in the southern region to see if there is any inconsistency in their actions. In case of any inconsistency that merits suspicion, the royal family plans to deal with them the same way they dealt with Cole. If the clone of their memories comes out clean with no connection to Matron whatsoever, then good, But if it does, then the Southern royal family's plan is working. Trial and error method. That was what the royal family was planning to use against Matron's Paw clan. There wasn't any way around it. Unless they were somehow able to identify if someone's memory has been tampered with. Think of this, a brilliant idea popped into my head. According to the findings back on Earth, the memories of a person were contained in their brain's hippocampus. A curved seahorse-shaped organ on the underside of each temporal lobe of the brain. The hippocampus was part of a larger structure called the hippocampal formation. It supports memory, learning, navigation, and perception of space. I bring up hippocampus because I thought it was the answer to ending Sansa's tyranny. I had this theory based on the function of the hippocampus. If I was right, then I could come up with a way to identify the members of the Paw clan. In this sense, it may not be far-fetched for me to think that I may also find a way to help Sansa's victims free from her grasp. And I need to meet with Cole. I think I may have a way that can bring an end to our matron problem faster. I immediately sent this to, and because I wanted Cole to be at the Sky Blossom City and not move to some secure location before I return after I am done handling the circle in the Sun Blossom City. The reason I needed to meet Cole was to test out my theory. Yes, I was planning to use Cole as the guinea pig. Hence, I needed him to be present at the Sky Blossom City and not be imprisoned in some secure location. I had a feeling that if I were to look closely at the soul pathways of Cole's hippocampus, I would be able to find anomalies in it, considering that Matron's origin card was able to manipulate its victims' memories by attacking their hippocampus. By anomalies in the soul pathways of Cole's hippocampus, I mean tiny traces of foreign soul energy in it, which could only be left if someone messed with his hippocampus. Usually, I only scan the overall soul pathway arrangements of a card apprentice using my soul pupils, and never tend to look deep into the soul pathway arrangements of other card apprentices respecting their privacy, especially not the soul pathways of their organs individually. That was how I might have missed the anomalies in the soul pathways of Cole's hippocampus. I couldn't possibly find what I was not looking for. Now that I know what I was supposed to look for, I will not miss it this time around. About that, the matron got to him. Fortunately for us, she got to him after we created a clone of his memories. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. And replied as she recalled how Cole immediately became brain dead as soon as the Samsara array's influence on him decreased. That's okay. No good deed comes out of crying over the spilled milk. But do you think the Southern royal family can capture a few Paw clan members for me to test my theories? Hearing that the geniuses of the Southern royal were only able to clone Cole's memories before Sansa silenced him for eternity, I was pissed, but then I calmed down and thought maybe the Southern royal family could capture a few members of the Paw clan for me to use them as my guinea pig to test my theories. Yeah, I don't think that will be possible anytime soon. And meant she did not have high hopes for the royal family's trial and error method to sniff the matron's goon in the southern region. Speaking of which, there is some news you need to know. And added another reply. What is it? I asked, still preoccupied with my theory on identifying the victims of Matron's origin card based on their hippocampus. Before we captured Cole, he was lurking near the Lion Cubs High School. And through his memories, we found out that Matron had ordered him to kidnap your Aunt Kathy and bring her to her. I believe she planned to get your Aunt Kathy under her control and use your aunt to get rid of you. Neat plan. It might have worked if you hadn't suspected Cole. By the way, how did you figure out that Cole was Matron's pawn? You never went into specifics about it. Anne's words rang alarms in my brain. The one thing I dreaded so much that I rather not consider was that what if Kathy was just the start? What if Matron starts aiming at people surrounding me? That was when I resolved that BTCH got to go. I was suspicious of Cole from the start. What reputable black merchant in his right mind would bring his VIP client to a high schooler card creationist to get her origin card created? None, right? That was suspicious as hell, but I did not have enough reason to voice my suspicion about him until I was alerted by the Circle's branch leader's behavior. I answered, and then sent another reply adding, "Is my aunt safe?" "She is safe. We were able to intercept Cole before he made his move." Wyatt, one other thing. Matron has sent her elite assassin squad of 5 card emperors to assassinate you. This doesn't make sense. Why would Matron send 5 card emperor on this mission when she clearly knew that a semi-demigod bodyguard was protecting you from within your shadow? I really don't understand the reason behind her decision, but you gotta be careful. and Anna is still searching for their location using the array formation covering the southern region, but so far we have had no luck finding them. According to Grandpa Lorenzo, these 5 are the same squad that failed to assassinate you last time. According to Cole's memory, they plan to assassinate you when you engage the Sun Blossom City's Circle branch, making it look like you died in the fight with the Circle's goons. And finally narrated the real reason for her having the boy contact her immediately when he receives her message through Agatha. Thanks for the heads up, I will keep a lookout for them. It seems I will very soon have 5 guinea pigs to test my theory on. I said while thinking that Sansa should really trust these 5 card emperor goons of hers to send them to assassinate me despite knowing a semi-demigod bodyguard protecting me from within my shadow. Her confidence must stem from the impressive unique ability to enter the empty space of one of the card emperors that she sent to assassinate me. If she wanted this assassination on me to be blamed on the Circle, then using this squad that had the ability to hide in the empty space was a better option than sending a bunch of semi-demigods that would attract unwanted attention to her organization by their participation in this fight. Matron seemed to have planned out everything meticulously, and underestimating her and her threats to my life would be foolishness on my part. Therefore, I decided to be extra vigilant today. What do you mean, Wyatt? Didn't I just ask you to look after yourself? Wyatt, promise me that you will not risk your life unnecessarily. Reading my reply and grew worried about me and immediately replied asking me to promise her that I would not risk my life unless the circumstances demands it. Don't worry, I love and value my life more than you think, I assured, and then hung up the call. And soon I received 2 calls. One was from Diana and the other one was from Roy. They both had 2 different jobs assigned to them by me. I bet they were calling to update me on the mission I assigned to them. I decided to answer Diana's call first, considering that she was given the responsibility to bring my forces to the Sun Blossom City. Roy will have to wait. Hey, Diana. What is it? I answered Diana's call. Master Wyatt, I called to inform you that all your forces have arrived at Sun Blossom City. We are hovering a few miles from the city, ready to be deployed at your signal. Diana immediately answered saying that my forces have arrived at the Sun Blossom City region and were awaiting my orders a few miles away from the city. You were here earlier than I expected. You did a good job, Diana. But you guys will have to wait there a little longer as the ambush on the Circle's branch in the Sun Blossom City will start at the midnight to avoid bystanders' casualties. I complimented Diana for a job well done and asked them to wait outside the city as the ambush on the Circle will begin at the stroke of the midnight. Thank you, Master Wyatt. We will await your orders a few miles outside the city. And what should I do with the storage trunk card handed to me by the Southern Emperor to deliver to you? Diana asked immediately. About that, I will come outside the city and meet you in person, then you can hand over the package to me. I answered Diana, planning to visit her and my forces outside the city to fetch the package given to her by the Southern Emperor to deliver to me. The storage card from the Southern Emperor in question must contain the broken runes I asked her to prepare for me. After I hung up on Diana, Agatha confronted me saying, "Tell me you didn't just agree to leave the city to meet your goons in the late evening." Yes, I did. I don't see the problem with it. I replied to Agatha, not understanding what she was getting at with this. You don't see it, or are you just pretending to get me worked up? Agatha asked. Agatha, I don't see what's the problem, I said, asking Agatha to be more specific about her concerns. Didn't you say that the Circle knows your purpose of visit to the Sun Blossom City? Including the fact that 3 semi-demigods are protecting you. Don't you think they must have made preparations against it? You running around will make it easier for them to target you, explained Agatha, unable to make the point she wanted to. What you just said makes no sense. If they wanted to attack me, why wait for me to leave the city? Why not attack me directly? I don't know what you are worried about, but don't I have you here to protect me? I said, and then decided to call Roy. That is it. I am here to protect you, but I don't want to fight the semi-demigods from the Circle. I would rather prefer to fight in the way beyond for a decade than fighting them. Hearing Agatha's words, I was dumbfounded. She seemed to dread the semi-demigods for the Circle for some reason. Maybe she has encountered the semi-demigods from Circle before, and it did not seem to be a good experience. What the FCK? I brought you to protect me, and now you are telling me you are too afraid of the enemy. Why did you not say so earlier? This is messed up. SHD, out of all the semi-demigods out there, why did I have to get one with such a weak spine? Tell me what exactly you mean by those words. Yelling at Agatha, I asked her what did she mean by her words that she would rather fight in the way beyond for a decade than face the semi-demigods from the Circle. A few years ago, I heard that a half-dozen of semi-demigods from the Circle disobeyed the direct orders of their immediate superior and went deep into the way beyond only to get stranded in the way beyond. Despite them disobeying the orders of their immediate superiors, our battalion decided to conduct a rescue mission for them. After all, they were promising semi-demigods. We could not just give up on them. But by the time we got there, those 6 semi-demigods were standing on a pile of 310 semi-demigod monsters' corpses, and they showed no sign of exhaustion or had any scratches to show from their fight. It was as if they defeated 310 enemies of the same rank without breaking a sweat. Those of us who went to rescue them could not believe our eyes. If you do the math, it would be apparent that each one of the Circle's semi-demigods has killed about 51 semi-demigod rank monsters within a few hours. I am considered pretty strong in the semi-demigod realm, but even I don't have the confidence to face 51 semi-demigod rank monsters without getting a single scratch or dying from exhaustion. Now, do you understand why I would rather not face the semi-demigods from the Circle and rather refer to fight at the way beyond for a decade? Agatha explained her concerns about facing the semi-demigods from the Circle. You are telling this to me now? Why did you not tell this to me back in the warehouse? When I had the chance to make changes to my security detail, I asked Agatha and then went through the Clown Mask's memories to understand and get more details about what Agatha was talking about. It did not take me long to dig up what Agatha was going on about in Clown Mask's memories. The semi-demigods in Agatha's story were not card apprentices, but lich. All 6 of them were lich disguised to look like card apprentices using human skin cards, which was why they were not exhausted or had a single scratch on them even after taking down 310 enemies of the same realm. Those 6 were not the only semi-demigod lich that the Circle was hiding. There were many more from where these 6 came from. But the Circle's semi-demigod rank was not just made using lich, they also had capable card apprentices of semi-demigod rank. The Circle deploys its high-level lich only when it has to get important things done. As for the small matter of assassinating a card soldier from a third-rate city, they would not deploy a lich with the risk of exposing to the world that they are making high-level lich. So Agatha had nothing to worry about. But I did not know how to explain this to Agatha. Just so you know, I am not afraid about facing the semi-demigod from the Circle. I am only concerned that while facing a semi-demigod of that caliber, I cannot divide my attention between protecting you and facing the demigod. And if anything were to happen to you, Anna will harm my princess, which I would like to avoid at any cost. Therefore, I plan to retreat with you at the first sight of an enemy semi-demigod, whether you agree to it or not. Agatha spoke about her decision. It seems she had made up her mind, and there was no way for me to talk her out of it. Fine, I agree with your decision. If those guys are as dreadful as you speak of, I would prefer my life over some revenge. But you have to promise me one condition. I agreed with Agatha, because by off chance if the Circle did send a lich, then I did not want to die a foolish death. Okay, what is that condition of yours? If it is to help you deal with the low-level card apprentice of the Circle, then don't even think about speaking it, just swallow those words. Agatha agreed to hear me out, but warned me that she will not harm those that are weaker than her without a proper reason to do so. I want you to help me see the semi-demigods before we retreat. That should not be too much to ask, right? I stated my condition to Agatha. Why is your condition so specific and odd? As if you want to confirm something. Wyatt, what are you up to? Tell me the whole truth. I am your bodyguard. You need to be frank with me so that I can be good at my job to protect you. Why don't you understand that? Damn it. Agatha was not a 2-year-old. Hearing the boy make such an odd but specific condition, she knew he was up to something or knew something that she did not know. Being kept in the dark about so many secrets, Agatha was frustrated and finally snapped at the boy, asking him to be honest with her so that she can do her job to protect him better. Hearing frustrated Agatha, I did not answer her, but asked, "So you can do that or not?" "I will agree to nothing unless you tell me everything you know. As your bodyguard, I need to know what we are getting into to tell you if you are being foolish or not," Agatha demanded. From the moment she accepted this task to protect the boy, she felt something was off about this mission. It felt as if something else huge was afoot here than she was being let to know. Especially the part where Anna went as far as to threaten her with the life of Demigod Windsor's daughter, to take her task of protecting the boy seriously. She thought the mission was to protect the boy as he ambushed a small-time organization, but it was opening to be something bigger than what she can handle. What was more frustrating was that the fact the card soldier boy knew more than what she knew. To her, this was humiliating. She had worked hard to get to where she was today, and yet she was being led by a card soldier. It felt as if everything she had worked for was for nothing. That fact that she was at a point in her life where she, as a semi-demigod, had to compare herself to a young card soldier. She thought that things could not go lower for her. Agatha, you know I cannot tell you that. The information you are asking for is the Southern region's top confidential secrets. Anna will not be happy to hear that you are asking for the state's secrets. I said, not giving in to Agatha's unreasonable demands. Oh, yeah. How about I take you back to Sky Blossom City? I bet Anna will be thrilled about that. Seeing her demands not met, Agatha threatened me. Well, you can't do that. That is not what we agreed on. The deal was you will be my bodyguard until the whole thing got an ending. Are you going to go back on your words? Agatha, is that what you were trying to do? I said in protest to Agatha's threat. But I had a feeling at this point if I don't say what Agatha wanted to hear, she will follow through with her threat. No, I am not going back on my words. I agreed to be your bodyguard, and I will be your bodyguard. As your bodyguard, I don't feel you are safe here, so I will take you back to the Sky Blossom City to your sugar mama. I bet even if you do not appreciate my work as your bodyguard, she will. Agatha doubled down on her threat, and I felt like she was enjoying it. Threatening the boy to take him back home to his sugar mama, Agatha felt like she was back in control again. She hated the fact that she had to do and follow as the card soldier said. Her ego did not allow it, but now, right now, she felt as if she was in charge. This feeling was wonderful. She could not help but think about why she did not do this from the start. Why did she let this boy walk all over her earlier? It was because back then it was just some ordinary mission that she wanted to complete and be done with it, but now it had become a mission where the possibility of her death was a thing. The moment she knew she would be risking her life for a card soldier to get his revenge, she felt backed up against the wall, and then she snapped, deciding to snatch the reins from the boy's hands and be in control. Agatha, as a bodyguard, why can't you just do what you were told to do without asking too many questions? Even if I wanted to share what I knew with Agatha, I did not know where to begin and how to prove it without revealing my secrets. There was too much at risk here, and Agatha was being difficult. Wyatt, if not for the Southern Emperor holding my princess hostage, I would have killed you for what you just said to me. Please don't push it. Let us be civil about this. I still want to be friends with you when we are done here. So let us not say or do things to each other that either of us will regret later. You give me what I want, and I will give you what you want. Then part as a couple of BFFs. What do you say, buddy? Agatha sounded like the worst mobster to ever exist. But what she said made sense. I reveal a few things to quench her curiosity and manipulate her to do exactly what I had in plan. This worked for me. Agatha, I get that you hate the feeling of being kept in the dark about many things. That doesn't mean that you can just threaten me for answers, but considering our situation, I am willing to compromise. But you have to understand that what you are asking me to reveal to you are considered state secrets, which means I can be sentenced for revealing the information you are asking for. Therefore, if we are going to do this, we will have to be smart about this. Instead of revealing the secrets, how about I guide you to them? This way, I will have the plausibility to deny everything that transpires here. Can you agree to that? I asked Agatha. For someone who acts tough, you suddenly seem to worry a lot about the Southern royal family's rules. Agatha did not seem to be convinced by my words. Hey, no matter what, the Southern region is my home, and I would like to have a home to come back to. You understand, right? I said, as I felt Agatha's intent gaze on me from my shadows before she agreed to my proposal. Fine, I will hear what you have to say, and if I like what you say, then we have a deal. Good. I nodded my head, appreciating Agatha's compromise, and continued saying, so this is how we will do this. I will ask you a bunch of connected questions, and you will have to guess who or what these questions signify. If you get it wrong, I will tell you, but if you get it right, I will not deny that you were not wrong. I call it the guessing game. All you have to do is guess. Got it? Yeah, I get it. Will you start already? Agatha said impatiently. Okay, I will get to it. Agatha, here is your first question. Name one creature that can fight like a card apprentice and used to be a card apprentice. I repeat, name one creature that can fight like a card apprentice and used to be a card apprentice. Hearing the boy's question, Agatha's brows frowned. The answer to this question was obvious, but Agatha felt that it would not be that simple, so she decided to wait for the second question. Next question, please. Agatha, your next question is, name a creature that can no longer feel pain or other emotions, but used to feel pain and other emotions at a certain point of its life. I repeat, name a creature that can no longer feel pain or other emotions, but used to feel pain and other emotions at a certain point of its life. I felt that my first question could not be simpler, yet Agatha asked me for a second question, so I gave her the second question. Third question, please. Agatha had a feeling that the answer she had in her mind was the right one, but she denied the possibility of that due to the bizarreness surrounding it, and asked for another question. Agatha, your next question is, name a creature that can recover at an astonishing pace and no longer feel exhaustion. I repeat, name a creature that can recover at an astonishing pace and no longer feel exhaustion. I gave Agatha the third question, considering whether to make my question simpler. Fourth question, please. Agatha, you can guess more than once, so before asking for the next question, just state your guess. If you are right, I will not deny the fact that your guess could be wrong. You get it right. I felt that Agatha was not clear on the rules or did not understand the guessing game. Oh, I see. Saying that, Agatha went silent. So your guess is? I asked Agatha. I guess a lich. It used to be a card apprentice, so it can fight like one. It feels no pain or other emotions, but it used to when it was a card apprentice. Unless their life vessel is destroyed, they keep recovering at an incredible pace and never get exhausted. Is my guess correct? Agatha guessed, pointing out that her answer fits all the questions. I am not denying that your answer is not wrong, I said. So, my guess was correct. Agatha cheered and got to thinking how a lich was connected to what she asked about. Now that I have answered your question, in case the circle's semi-demigods do show up, will you let me see them before we retreat? I said, trying to help Agatha connect the dots between the circle's semi-demigods and the creature lich that she guessed by playing the guessing game. Recalling where the argument started, Agatha felt a light bulb turn on in her head and mentally yelled, "You are saying that the semi-demigods from the circle are lich." Ah, too loud. I complained to Agatha about controlling her mental voice. Sorry, I got carried away. Won't happen again, Agatha apologized. Once again, I am not saying anything. You are the one who thought of it all by yourself, I said, reminding Agatha of what we had agreed upon. Yes, you did not tell me anything. I was the one who thought of it all by myself. I could feel Agatha rolling her eyes at me as she said this. Yes, it's not me. It is you who came up with that. Remember that, I asserted. Sure, but all of this sounds like some outlandish theory with no evidence to back it up. I am not sure about this because if the circle's semi-demigods were, indeed lich disguised as semi-demigods, then how did they manage to get past the perception of demigods stationed at the way beyond? Agatha said. She did not want to conclude without any evidence to back it up. I don't know how they managed to fool the demigods' perception, but evidence, really? Earlier you wanted answers, and now you want evidence. Why don't you just ask me to raid the entire top confidential secret archive of the Southern royal family while you are at it? I yelled at Agatha, trying to press her to blindly trust the conclusion she came up with. Wasn't that the point of this dance? The reason I promised Agatha that I will help guide her to the answer, instead of answering her what I know was not, because I was worried about being sentenced by the Southern royal family. The real reason was it would be harder to get Agatha to believe in my words and manipulate her if I just told her everything. So instead I decided to have Agatha reach the answers so it will not be hard for her to believe them when she starts to connect the dots. Wyatt, I know what you mean, but... Before Agatha could finish, I interrupted her, adding, Fine. You need evidence, right? You had the evidence long ago. You just did not know how to interpret it. Remember the story you told me about half a dozen semi-demigods from the circle defeating 310 monsters of the same rank without even breaking a sweat and not a single scratch to show from the fight? Imagine if half a dozen semi-demigod lich were in the same situation. Would the result be any different? Being interrupted by the boy, Agatha frowned, but then what he said made sense to her. Because she could not bring herself to believe that 6 card apprentices were able to survive the ambush of 310 monsters of the same rank. This was just too unbelievable for her, but Agatha also did not want to believe what the 6 card semi-demigods were able to do was because they were lich, as this could easily be interpreted as her calling her opponent a cheat instead of agreeing with her incompetence. Seeing Agatha struggling to reach a conclusion, I said, "You know, my origin card is called Aura Sight. It helps me see the aura of everything. Each thing's aura is different, but closely related to their kind. For example, take humans. All humans have a distinct aura, but if something else is disguised as a human, I will be able to tell the difference because even though all our auras are distinctive, they are closely related. Kind of like our appearance. One can always tell us apart, but collectively we all are the same. Where I am getting at with this is that I can dash." Agatha completed my sentence by adding, "You can detect whether the semi-demigods from the circle are lich disguised as card apprentices. Is that the reason why you made that specific but odd condition to look at the semi-demigods from the circle before we retreat if they show up?" "So you understand," I said with a calm smile. "Kind of, but I don't see the point of doing this," Agatha said. She felt that knowing whether the semi-demigods sent by the circle were lich or not was of no value unless we were able to defeat them or at the least successfully retreat. Point. "Honey, we have a once-in-the-lifetime opportunity here. If you are too skeptical to see it, let me lead you to it," I said, hearing Agatha say that there was no point to my action. "Let me guess you plan to reveal to the world that the circle has the semi-demigod realm lich in its forces." Agatha spoke my thoughts, but she showed no interest to act on it. "So you do see it," I said and added, "not only do we have a shot at destroying a branch of the circle, but we can also put the entire circle in the hot water. This day could not get better. For you maybe, you get your revenge. What do I get out of this?" Agatha said as if repaying my favor by being my bodyguard was a thing of yesterday. "Ahem, did you lose your memory, or what? You are doing this to repay the favor that you owe me. A debtless consciousness is what you get out of this. Nothing trumps a clean consciousness." I reminded Agatha that she owes me this one. "Wyatt, you have your way with words, but that is not enough to blind me from the amount of risk you are asking me to take for a benign favor," Agatha said. The favor she owed me was not worth the risk. "Benign favor? Agatha, are you being serious right now?" Seeing Agatha show signs of reneging on her favor, I could not help but wonder if she was for real. "Remind me again what favor you did for me to return it with my life on the line." Agatha did not seem to let go of this one. She was not worried about Anna, as she knew as long as she kept the boy safe and brought him back home in one piece, Anna would not bother her. "About that, I don't care. A favor is a favor." Now that Agatha brought it up, I too felt that the favor I did for her was benign compared to the one I was asking of her. But I can't tell her that. If she knew I agreed with her point, I would have no leverage in whatever angle she was working here. "Wow, Wyatt, now that I said something you don't like, you are going to baby about it. You know what, I did not expect much from you anyway." Agatha spoke as if she was disappointed in me. "You are one to speak, making excuses to renege on what you owe me." "What? Did I say something wrong?" I snapped at Agatha. "Okay, that is it. I have decided that you are not safe in this city. We are heading home." Agatha decided to play her card, seeing that I was not letting the conversation advance to where she gets to make demands. "Fine, what do you want?" "Before you answer, let me make it clear to you. Do not push your luck." I decided to reach a compromise with Agatha because I needed her to follow my lead to the dot. Her insubordination could be deadly when a fight breaks out. A card soldier threatening a semi-demigod isn't that funny. "Still, I appreciate the fact that you are willing to be fair." Agatha's calm voice sounded in my mind. "Well, go ahead. What do you want from me?" I asked. "Nothing much. I want you to make me a pattern in your next big venture. I want to form a steady source of income. That is all." Agatha put forward her demand. "Are you sure that you are a semi-demigod? Sometimes when you say stuff like this, I can't help but wonder if you are a fake semi-demigod. Tell me you are a real semi-demigod." I mocked Agatha and her measly dream of forming a stable source of income. "Hey, I am a real semi-demigod. Not everyone, like you, is gifted with various extraordinary talents that would put an adult to shame. If your every meal while growing up came from your mother selling her body, you would understand." Sorry, I did not want to make this depressing. Agatha's story took a dark turn, making the conversation too depressing. "So your mother was a sex worker?" It was insensitive of me to ask Agatha this, but I had my reasons. "I wish, unfortunately, I don't know who my mother is." Agatha's voice did not hide the fact that she longed for a mother. "So what was the dark story for?" I asked Agatha in confusion. "I was trying to make a point," said Agatha. "Your point being?" I stressed Agatha for an answer because the story was really messed up. Enough about that. You still did not give me an answer. Agatha changed the topic and I decided to go with it. The next big thing I am thinking about is related to the medical field dash. I was about to go into detail about my plans, but was interrupted by Agatha. Medical field? Haven't they found everything there is to it? Do you hear yourself? That right there is the reason why I have trouble believing you are a semi-demigod. Do you get me now? Do you? I wasn't really surprised that Agatha was so ignorant when it came to the medical field. With her semi-demigod physique, she hardly needs a doctor. You think I am ignorant? You haven't seen the semi-demigods out there. Half of them don't even know how much a loaf of bread costs. Agatha said, trying to defend herself, but she did not do a good job with her defense. And you do? I asked Agatha skeptically. At $100, Agatha replied confidently. At $100 for a loaf of bread. Where do you buy your bread? Apple Care, maybe. I said, forgetting the fact that they don't have Apple Care in this world for Agatha to get my reference. Apple Care, what is that? Agatha asked in confusion. Forget about it. Didn't you ask how I knew there was a tumor next to Lucy's brain? My medical invention is based on that. I revealed what my next big idea was about to Agatha. Great. Then what are your plans for it? Agatha asked, and she seemed genuinely interested in my idea. First step, I plan to patent it, and then for the second part, I will sell the manufacturing rights to whoever pays me the highest. My plan for my next big idea couldn't be more obvious, but it was the best one. And where do I come in these two steps? Agatha asked with a deadpan face, as the two steps in my plan did not have any room for Agatha. It depends. How much capital do you plan to invest? If you are confident in your savings, you can bid for the manufacturing rights, I said with a professional smile. This one I learned from Susan. My savings are enough for me, but not enough to bid for the manufacturing rights. What else can you offer me? Agatha did not want to make a fool of herself by bringing up her measly savings to bid for the manufacturing rights of what could be the biggest invention in the medical field so far. How about distribution rights? I can ask whoever buys the manufacturing rights to give you the exclusive distribution rights of the product for an entire district in the central region. That should be enough. You can pull that off, right? Knowing that Agatha's savings would not amount to much, I decided to give her something that cost less capital, but a lot of commitment. Sounds good. And if it turns out to be more than what I can bargain for, I can always bring in more partners, Agatha said, having already decided on the partner to bail her out if things don't work out. And that was none other than her beloved master demigod Windsor. Sure, now that you got what you want, it's your turn to deliver. I paid nothing to get a semi-demigod slave, but I have doubt whether my slave semi-demigod is fake. Fine, I will go with your plan. But if things go south, we retreat. After all, my princess's life is and will always be my top priority, Agatha stated, and it seemed that was her bottom line. Hearing Agatha, I could not help but feel sorry for her future husband unless she planned to seduce her boss. I say this because Agatha had displayed all the signs pointing to that scenario. Feeling my long silence suspicious, Agatha questioned, "What's taking you so long?" Yes, I agree. Safety trumps vengeance. I agreed to Agatha's condition because when things get out of my hands, I would rather leave than foolishly stay waiting for my death. Good, but before you forget, I want the mangrove district of the central region. I will not compromise on that, Agatha demanded. Sure, why not? Fast forward to the future, these words, I would come to regret. Now that I had successfully acquired a semi-demigod slave, I continued with my call back to Roy. Calling Roy. Hello, boss. The mission was a success, Roy reported immediately after answering my call. I know. I was alerted about the addition of the new member. I expect great things from him. With this, everything is set for tonight, I said, feeling in control as everything was going as per my plan. As moments ago Hive AI had alerted me about the addition of the new Calamity Daughter gem. But, boss, there has been a new development that I wanted to report to you urgently. Roy said he has matters that need to be brought to my attention, hearing me prepare for the event tonight. Well, go ahead. I am all ears. The words new development caught my attention, as those sets of words represented the uncertain part of the plan that I had come up with. Boss, the Circle's branch leader has called all members to arms to guard the headquarters. It seems he knows you are coming for him tonight, Roy reported. There has been a leak, but it has been handled. So nothing has changed. The plan is set to go tonight. The news about Cole and his deeds, I have yet to share it with my Calamity daughter Gems. The reason I did not share the news till now was I did not think it mattered. As for Mike Brown gathering the Circle's forces to prepare for our ambush at the Circle headquarters, all I had to say in that regard was that he was not only digging his grave, but his subordinates too. Okay, boss. I will update you if there are any more developments on my side. As my puppet, Roy did not voice an opposition. Instead, he did what a good puppet does. A puppet does what a puppet is. You do that. Saying that I hung up on Roy and could not help but thank Mike Brown for making things easier for me. You have an inside man in the Circle. No wonder you are so calm even after got the news of your plan being leaked to your enemies. Wyatt, I have to say I underestimated you. Agatha praised the boy knowing he was not charging at the enemy just because he had a sugar mama to wipe after him. Maybe if you were not too soon to jump to conclusions, you wouldn't have underestimated me, I said, calling out Agatha for judging people. Maybe I would not be so quick to judge you if you did not run to your sugar mama whenever you came across an obstacle in your path. Agatha went straight for the home run with that one. Are you sure you should be talking like this to the key person in your dream for a stable source of income? I reminded Agatha that I owned her. Are you sure you should be using that kind of tone for the person who will be guarding your whining ass for the next 24 hours? Agatha did not budge from my threats, rather fought back. At the first sight of rebellion from my semi-demigod slave, I was alerted but eased when I heard her say, Wyatt, you are not the boss of me. We are in cooperation. I am exchanging my services for your services, nothing more. The fact that a semi-demigod had to explain herself to a card soldier was enough evidence that my threat worked. But it also showed that my semi-demigod slave had a mouth on her. I guess we can't have everything. Sure, we are in a cooperative relationship. Now don't speak unless I ask you to. I have things to do. I don't your mental voice messing my train of thoughts. As I said that I felt an intense glare on me, but I ignored it, as that was all my rebellious semi-demigod slave could do. Clone 1. I summoned one of my slave conscious as a clone and ordered, you know what to do, get to it. Yes, original. After saluting me, Clone 1 hurried out of the hall to carry out the task I had tasked him with, which was to meet Diana outside the Sun Blossom City, to fetch the broken runes that Anna had sent for me via Diana. A sentient clone with 100% of the original's powers, that's some high-level card. How are you a mere card solder with a golden grimoire able to use it? Agatha spoke in surprise as she saw the boy summon a high-level sentient clone, which was too high-level of a card for his current realm. Hearing my semi-demigod slave fail to see through my first order to her as her master, I wanted to reach for my whip, but was interrupted by Chung, who came in bearing gifts. Master Wyatt, the open auction ended, and you won all the bids you bid for. I did. That's good, I said with a sly smile, as winning all the bids I bid for was not that lucky if I owned the person in charge of it. Here, Master Wyatt, these are all the cards you bid for, saying that Chung handed me a bunch of cards that I won in the open auction. Let me see. Going through the cards, I couldn't help but giggle like a little girl thinking, tonight is going to be an eventful night. Stop giggling. You look like a damn pedophile going through photos of kids in their birthday suits. Agatha's mental whisper filled with dark humor destroyed my train of thoughts, which gave birth to a strong urge in me to smack someone or something. But I controlled myself, and I mentally replied to her back saying, enough with your comments or forget the cooperation between us. Hearing that, Agatha went silent, and Chung reported, Boss, there is someone who claims that one of the energy sword cards of the 8 energy cards that you acquired is their fate ingredient and is willing to pay any price to procure it from you. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.